Hey everyone, what is up, and welcome back to Higurashi When They Cry. Today we're going to be recording the second episode of Chapter 8. Um, this is where I think the chapter, really starts, in a way, if that makes sense. The first episode of this chapter was really good, to be clear. That's not like a knock on the quality of last episode. But last episode was like, we're just going to give you, Takano's backstory. Right, we're going to show you what really motivated her to kind of eventually become part of this project regarding the Hinamizawa syndrome. How did she get involved in this? What formed her into who she is now, right? And there are still some questions, right? Like, we see very clearly that a big part of her goal is to make her grandfather's name known and to make him become a god, but also to get revenge on the gods that abandoned her. So in a lot of ways, you can kind of see how she's become, how her grand ambitions are there, but there's still some, level of difference, even, I feel like, between what you'd expect Takano to be and who she ends up being in, in Chapter 7, especially, right? I mean, she killed several children, right? And it's not to say that I can't see how she got there. But even still, the Takano we see at the end of the last episode, I almost don't know if I'd expect her to be that cruel. I don't know. Maybe she would be. She would be that needlessly cruel. I could definitely see it at that point, honestly. I think she'd concocted her plan at that point of, frankly, probably killing Rika. The point is, though, we saw all of her backstory, right? And it was very interesting stuff. But right at the end, she sees Hanyu at the shrine, and they challenge each other to a game of willpower. Who has more willpower than the other, right? Who is going to win this battle ultimately? And that's what we're going to see when we pick up here. Is, I assume, the start of that kind of battle between them, right? Battle between Rika and Hanyu versus Takano. Whose wants and will is gonna win out? Obviously, we're hoping Rika and Hanyu, but we'll see. And I have no idea where we're even gonna start. That makes sense. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Chapter 8, Matsuri Bayashi. In this world, you'll be able to recreate the story from Hanyu's point of view. Your objective is to create the June 1983 ideal to you. You'll need to collect many different fragments to make that possible. However, Takano's conviction is very strong. To overturn it, you'll need a lot of effort and a lot of fragments. I'll warn you right now, it'll be a slow and painful process. Hanyu went through it for over 100 years, and she even had to stop and give in to fate. Defeating Takano's conviction will not be easy. The trial in this world will put you through as much pain as Hanyu had to endure. You may surrender, just like Hanyu did, after being emotionally worn down by the constant repetition of the worlds woven by countless fragments. When you feel like surrendering, you can end this game at any time. But if you do, the worlds revolving around your friend's fate will be limited to Onikakushi through Minagaroshi. By forgetting about this world and uninstalling this product, you'll finally accept death. Just like Rika did. Your ideal June 1983 can be created by putting together 50 fragments that are scattered all over this world. To connect these fragments together, you'll need the right ones. There are 50 of them, which may be dizzying. However, this world isn't that merciless. To ease your pain, there will be a little help for you. When you choose the wrong pieces, your only ally here will give you a sign that it's not yet time to put those fragments together. As long as the sign remains, you won't be able to connect them. You might as well go look for different ones. After you put other fragments together, you might be able to connect the ones you couldn't put together earlier. When that happens, she'll let you know. Let's put these fragments together, then you'll be able to join the other ones too. When you connect all 50, they'll become one big fragment. There you'll find your ideal June 1983. That's when the long-awaited Matsuri Bayashi will begin. Before you peek at each fragment, why don't you line up all 50 of them first? Most of them require other fragments, so there are only a few you can actually look at. Let's try to find those first. To see the conditions for connecting fragments, just point the cursor at them. Oh, is this like real gameplay? Wait, what? Before anything else, let's find the ones you can look at without any conditions. This will be an extremely long and difficult trial. Let me tell you again, Hanyu challenged us for over 100 years and gave up on it. If you believe in miracles in the same way your friends do, even if you don't live in the world where they live, if you believe in them, Welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Chapter 8, Matsuri Bayashi. In this world, you'll be tested to see if you believe in the world that Rika and the others believed in. A miracle only happens when everyone combines their strength. The June 1983 created by Takano is nearly indomitable. She's gathered many people whose powers are beyond the average person to her side, her backers being at the center of national authority. Even if 100 dice all rolled ones, there wouldn't even be a chance to defeat her. In other words, a miracle is the only way forward. A miracle happens only when everyone combines their strength, and you are one of them. God damn. Are you ready? I'm more than ready. The key to a long journey is not to pressure yourself too hard. Well, let's take it at a light pace. I'll work while drinking my usual wine. Okay. Shall we begin? We have all the time in this world. I'm actually curious what is this like a real gameplay? I'm literally connecting the fragments, or is it just going to start jumping around a bunch of fragments and start connecting? You obtain your fragments. Does this mean literal? Oh my goodness. Okay, so this fragment required first, so I'm clicking
遅くなって申し訳ございません。今日はどういうわけか患者さんが多くて。お疲れ様です、イリエ兄さん。
Tomitake stood up suddenly and saluted when he saw Irie come into the room.
そのニサというのはどうかやめてください。
So this was talking about the dam project being halted, I believe.
私は医者です。どうもその軍隊的な階級には馴染めません。せめて所長でお願いします。了解しました、イリエ所長。
Tomitake, of course, knew that Irie didn't like to be called Lieutenant Colonel, so it was something of a joke. They laughed casually together. On the other hand, Takano looked rather fed up with it. She couldn't stand hearing the same joke over and over, and was even thinking about talking to Tomitake about it. But she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she simply never had the chance. Maybe it's because of how Tomitake pronounces it, but she keeps hearing Risa, Lieutenant Colonel in Japanese, Nisa. Once she heard it that way, she kept hearing Irie Risa every time Tomitake said it. When Takano told Irie about it, he had a good laugh. Oh my god. So that's where that originates from. There was a 0% chance of me ever actually guessing that that was why Tomitake ends up being called that. When Takano told Irie about it, he had a good laugh. Today was just a simple meet and greet, and tomorrow was the actual meeting. Tomitake had already arrived, but there'd be more inspectors from Tokyo at the meeting, waiting to hear about the progress that had been made.
それはそうと、ダムのことで村中が盛り上がってるみたいですね。
それはもう村中大変な騒ぎですよ。私も役員として自治体の地元説明会に参加してきたのですが、土星と馬星のそれはもう賑やかな説明会となりました。
I mean, can you really blame them? After the basic Hinamizawa Dam project was announced, the village was consumed with uproar. The government retracted their plans for concessions rather early on. They made their aggressive stance clear. They didn't want the locals to take advantage of them by showing their willingness to compromise. However, that backfired horribly. As they had historical ties to the land, the government's actions only made their bonds stronger. Neither the government nor the locals wanted to back down.
南沢の人は気性が激しいですものね。やっぱり鬼の血が流れてるからなのかしら。
Naturally.
笑い事じゃないですよ。あの説明会に夜中まで付き合わされた方の身にもなってみてください。
Poor guy.
それはお気の毒でしたね。
いや、本当に笑い事ではないですよ。ダム計画はどうなってるんですか？本当にこの村は ダム湖に沈められてしまうんですか？
That would certainly be a problem for them, so it's something they have to put a halt to.
それについては東京の方でも圧力をかけています。表向きは騒ぎになっていますが、実際の裏方ではかなり屋台骨がぐらついているはずです。
その圧力が早く効くといいんですがね。村は朝から晩まで賑やかで、村人の心もこのところすさんできたように思います。
Yeah, things could get real ugly given the thing they're studying.
診察に来るお年寄りに捕まってたっぷりと反ダム論争を聞かされる時がありますよ。
付き合わなければいいのに。入江所長は人がいいから。
Fair point.
そうもいきません。私は研究所の所長である以前に診療所の所長でもあります。話を聞くのもケアの一環ですので。
それはとても良いことです。感服いたします。
私は東京の皆さんがうまく圧力をかけてくれて、いずれはダム計画を撤回してくれるものと分かっているからいいですが、
Yeah.
村人にとっては先祖代々から住んできた土地を追い出されかねないと本当にすごい騒ぎです。
With that context, it's hard to blame them for being so restless.
立ち退けと言われても引っ越せるほどのお金もなく若さもなく、立ち退き保証金の額の釣り上げが狙いだったのかもしれないけど、急にお役所の態度が変わっちゃって全面衝突。こうなってしまったら穏便に決着というのは無理かもしれませんわね。
No.
かつては保証金に納得して立ち退きに応じようという人たちも少しはいたんですが、御三家の園崎家が強硬意見で村人をリードしてましてね。
So they villainized the Houjous.
国との対決姿勢を煽っているようなんです。凱旋者みたいなのがよく騒がしくしてますし、ビラやらチラシやら機関紙やらが回覧板と一緒によく回ってきますよ。
ここに住む人にとっては大変な問題ですからね。
Of course it is.
気持ちはわからなくもありません。
そういう意味では思惑は多少違うかもしれませんが、そんな皆さんのためにもこのダム計画は早く撤回になるよう交渉を進めてほしいものです。
Yeah, the sooner it ends, the less stress they're going to be under. You know, they know things are going to be fine, but
撤回されればこの村もすぐに落ち着きのある元の村に戻るでしょうから。
it's obviously affected the vibe of the whole village.
もちろん分かってます。それについては東京の方で交渉を進めておりますので、もうしばらく私どもにお任せください。
東京の方で噂を聞いたんですけれど、建設省の方になかなかうまく圧力をかけられるコネクションがなくて苦労してるとか。
Maybe we should kidnap someone.
いや
Certain Toshiki Inukai.
私ごときでは詳しくは知りませんが、水面下調整がうまくいっていないのではという話も少し聞きます。
Sakano had powerful people supporting her, but they didn't control all of Japan. There were some things they excelled in, but also other things that they weren't too good at. Finding a way to put pressure onto the Minister of Construction fell into the latter.
冗談抜きでダムができますからここを立ち退いてくださいなんて話には本当にならないんですわよね。
もちろんです。それだけは絶対に問題ありません。時間がかかっているだけですので、皆さんはどうかそこは任せて研究を進めてください。穏便に済ませることができない場合は最終的な荒領事も辞さないことで意見はまとまっておりますので。
荒領事とは何ですか、
Perhaps
富武さん。
murder? Dismemberment? I don't know.
そこは我々の領分です。
Oh shoot, I don't know if I've ever seen him look that serious.
入江所長は気にされなくて結構です。どうかお任せください。
そうですか。わかりました。よろしくお願いいたします。
大丈夫ですわよ、入江所長。ダム計画は絶対に撤回されますわ。だってそう決まっているんですもの。
As Takano giggled, Tomitake laughed too. However, Irie couldn't understand what was so funny, so he felt laughed out. Irie only understood the meaning of those drastic measures when he examined a young boy he had never seen in the village before. Yeah, going to Toshiki Inakai, of course. Okay. I mean, that was an interesting fragment. Seeing kind of their perspective on the dam incident. So, what exactly am I doing here? This one's highlighted. Am I supposed to, like... find something that I think is related and click it? So that's going to be one of them for sure. Okay. I mean, I assume there's something more directly related. Did I miss something about like the dam site? I must have, right? Like, I would assume it's this, right? Okay, no. Okay, so, and if the fragment is not to be connected yet, it kind of shows that, like, glass thing on it. Right, and so this wouldn't be it either, I assume, correct? Can't be connected yet. Did I just scroll over one that was very obviously about the construction site? I'm assuming maybe this is the first snag? I don't think it would be this either. No. Okay. Like, is it supposed to be on this page? I don't know if I'm supposed to be shuffling pages. I'm just gonna start. I assume it's like, that's next. It seems very likely to me that you're intended to go between pages. Might be easier to just start with the ones that say this fragment is required first. Let's kind of get some of those out of the way. Might make sense. The game board must be set up. I'm trying to get to the death of the construction site manager. I think I'll just start with, like, I'll just go ahead and go with... Actually, let me just click one of these. Like, does it just keep going until I find the connection, or can I click one of these? Well, yeah, okay, so we'll just read the one about Irie instead of sitting here looking for the explicit connection, I suppose. Group physical exams are very meaningful for our research. Although it's only for certain age groups, we can examine many of the Hinamizawa residents at the same time. It's a perfect cover for our research center. Also, because of several arrangements, we have a monopoly on the villagers' corpses and can perform autopsies on them too. There certainly wasn't an environment this rich in opportunity for those in the medical field. Our follow-up on the work of the late Dr. Takano is going smoothly. The amount of data he compiled is absolutely astounding. He truly was an incredible researcher.
失礼します、所長。
ああ、高野さん、お疲れ様です。
先ほど東京から残りの検査結果が郵送されてきました。こちらに置きますわね。
ありがとうございます。いよいよ面白くなってきましたね。
この面白さを共有できてとても嬉しいですわ。
Takano-san is my assistant, who was sent from the self-defense force. But she's far from the image I have of an SDF officer. Just like our research is being concealed, maybe her identity is concealed too. I'm sure her name is an alias as well. The funny part is it's really not. I mean, I guess technically that wasn't like her birth name, but I'm just a doctor and a researcher. Without Takano-san's support, it would be impossible for me to manage this institution. She's a pipeline to her clients in Tokyo, my assistant, as well as a researcher who's an expert on Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is absolutely necessary here. The more I think about it, the more I feel this should have been the Takano Institute rather than the Irie Institute, and she should have been the director. I mean, yeah, pretty much. That was explained to me when they asked me to take the position. My client wanted a civilian to manage this place. They searched for a person who met the requirements, and there I was. I became the director. I have a feeling I'm just a puppet on their strings. I won't just sit here and do nothing. I was asked to research a rare disease. I am a researcher, so of course, I'm excited about that. My client's goals might be different, but I'm here out of the desire to unravel the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and be the first person to uncover a new mystery for mankind.
hinamizawa症候群という寄生虫感染症がほぼ間違いなく存在するという浮かし彫りの情報はいくらでも集まるのに、原因となる病原体が発見できないのはとても悔しいですね。
そうですわね。電子顕微鏡を使えばあっさりと見つかるだろうという期待も少しはしていたもので。
Viruses are too small to see with a regular microscope, so the invention of the electron microscope is a dramatic advancement in the world of medicine. However, it's very expensive, and there's no way for a normal doctor to acquire one. The late Dr. Takano said an electron microscope could find the cause of the disease, and it seems his theory has been proven wrong. Even Takano-san was hoping an electron microscope would find it. She was disappointed when she didn't uncover anything after all the autopsies she performed. Our research seems to be having its first snag. It's actually stalled our work for several weeks now. So we need to think about where to go from here.
となると、極小の極小なのか、あるいは検体そのものに問題があるのかもしれません。
と申しますと？
例えばですが、野生のネズミの体に多数のノミが寄生していることはご存知と思います。ですが、ネズミの死体を調べたところでノミを見つけることはできません。
Right.
宿主が死んだ時点で寄生虫であるノミの生活基盤も崩壊するからです。
宿主が死ねば寄生虫にとってそれは地球が滅んでしまうのと同じこと。
そうです。滅びた後の地球を調べても人類を見つけることができないのと同じです。
ということは滅ぶ前の地球を調べればよいという話になりますわね。
You need someone living.
そうですね。ただ滅ぶ前の地球には人権があります。生きているうちに調べることは難しいでしょう。
Examining a living human's brain. No matter how you sugarcoated it, that bore very grave meaning. From a medical standpoint, it's necessary, but we have rules and morals in this world, and we have to advance medicine within such boundaries. There was a time when I was studying lobotomies for the betterment of mankind. I don't think I was wrong. However, could I ever be forgiven under our ideas of ethics? I don't know. One day my judgment will be handed down by the devil. Whether I'm guilty or not, I have to accept it. As I reflected upon my past, I heard a voice. It was Takano-san's. It was very clear and simple, yet it struck me with surprise.
わかりました。滅ぶ前の地球を用意させましょう。
I'm startled. Sometimes the phrase advancing medicine bore the whisper of the devil, tempting us to accept sacrifices. I heard that devil whisper.
そんなに難しいことではあります。南沢の住民で、すでに重篤の状態で市内病院に入院しており。
しかし、いくら余命いくばくとはいえ、自らの体を生きているうちに検体に差し出される勇気のある方がいらっしゃるでしょうか。
そんな必要はありませんわ。いずれ亡くなる方にほんの少し早くお休みいただくというだけの話ですわ。
You know, that's very normal, very ethical.
書類上ね。
The patient would be legally declared dead, even though they're still alive. And we perform an autopsy while they're still alive.
無理でしょう。第一、頭蓋を切開するような大手術となれば、絶対に痕跡は残ります。遺体を遺族の方が見られたら不審に。
そういうところを何とかできるのが私どもではありませんの。山犬に至急、条件を満たす患者が存在しないか、市内病院を調べさせます。先生はお皿の前でナイフとフォークをお持ちになって待っているだけでいいんですわ。すぐに料理をお持ちいたします。
Bro, why you gotta word it like that? So basically, they've already considered that it would be obvious that surgery was done. So there has to be some way to prevent that from being publicly known. Mio Takano-san is my partner, there's no question about that. But I just can't trust her. It's her extremities as a researcher which contrast largely with mine. That's crazy that the one who literally did lobotomies feels that way about Takano. I'm not saying that's necessarily even hypocritical. I'm just saying it's crazy that the guy who did lobotomies is like, whoa, too far. But are we so different? I'm here simply waiting with a knife and a fork in my hands, just as she told me to. I just don't want to witness such a gruesome scene, that's all. What she's preparing for me now is exactly what I want. Who's the hypocrite? Not her. Yeah, okay. No, he is a bit of a hypocrite. I mean, we've kind of said this before. He's not exactly the most ethical doctor, you know? Even before the lobotomy thing, I felt pretty strongly in Chapter 4 that he was not exactly the most ethical, right? But, I mean, this is definitely, much more clear. Who's the hypocrite? Not her. It's me. How can I say I'm different knowing what I've done in the past? I've performed lobotomies without the patient's consent, despite it being surgery that might affect their life forever. How is that different from what she's doing? I've never doubted my past achievements. However, when I look at her, I start to feel unease. Takano-san is talking to Okanogi-san on the intercom in my office. I'm sure she's telling him to come over so she can explain to him what was just discussed. I'm simply watching without stopping her. I begin to reflect upon my past, to remember why I chose to become a doctor. Okay. So, that might be the next line of thinking of, like, why did Irie become a doctor? Because I'm pretty sure I remembered seeing one of the lines being about that. Okay, and so now this is highlighted, unlike these two, so I think that just means I can move on to that one, right? is what I'm assuming. Let's just go ahead and click it, see if that works. I think it does, yes. That very night, the head of the Furude family, the priest, gathered his wife and Rika together for a family meeting. In Hinamizawa, it was tradition for the three families to gather and discuss the village's issues. So it's hardly unusual for big families like the Sonozaki family and the Kimiyoshi family to have meetings beforehand to sort out opinions among themselves. However, the Furude family had lost its branch families, so there were only 3 of them left. So until that day, they had never had a family meeting at all.
どうしたんですか、改まって。ひょっとしてダムに関わるお話ですか？
The dam was the most important issue in the village at the moment. The wife naturally assumed the priest wanted to talk about the dam. For him to gather all of them together like that, it must be a huge decision he had to make. What is it about giving them a live subject, is my assumption. Perhaps he was going to talk about joining the pro-evacuation camp.
いや、ダムの話ではない。だが、この村に関わる、いや、この村のご先祖様たちにも関わる、とてもとても大事な問題だ。
Also, to be clear, I'm definitely assuming that Satoko was the live patient. The Furude family had served in the priesthood of Yashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village, for generations. So for him, the head of the family, to start out that way, it must be something extremely important. Yet, he said it wasn't about the dam, so what could he want to talk about?
私は入り婿だ。だから、フルデ家の本当の血を受け継ぐお前とリカには、よく聞いてほしい。お前たちは、普通の人間ではないのだ。
僕はお社様の生まれ変わりなのですよ。
リカ、そういうのは口にしてはいけません。あなた、そういう話はリカのいないところでしましょう。それでなくっても、集会所のお年寄りたちがリカに妙なことばかり吹き込んで。
His mom seems to deny everything regarding that, not knowing how true it is.
その、お社様の生まれ変わりというのが、どうも、本当らしいのだ。
は？
少し長い話になる。2人ともしばらく黙って私の話を聞きなさい。
The wife had a dumbfounded expression on her face, not knowing what he was going to say, but Rika was completely relaxed, wearing her usual carefree expression. The priest started to talk after his wife calmed down.
この村には大昔からある病気があるのだ。それはこの地にだけある特別な病気。それにはこの村に住む者が全員かかっている。今この村に住んでいる者だけではない。大昔から住んでいたご先祖様たちもみんなずっとこの病気にかかってきたのだ。
Right.
そんな、だって私たちはみんな普通に生活していますよ。この村だけの病気なんて聞いたこともない。
落ち着きなさい。その病気はな、この村にいる限り何も問題はないのだ。
That's not necessarily true.
だがこの村を出て遠くの地へ行くと発病してしまう。
It can definitely start to act out while you're in the village, you know? But...
わかるか？
わかるわけないでしょ。何のことだかさっぱり。
お社様のたたりと同じなのです。
Rika said it so calmly while her mother became frustrated.
そうだ。この村から離れるとたたりがあるのと同じなのだ。つまりお社様のたたりだとご先祖様たちが代々恐れてきたのはこの村だけにしかない風土病のせいだったのだ。
そんなことあるわけないです。だって私たちだって時には村を離れることもあるじゃないですか。村の人だって仕事で遠くへ出かける人だっているし、海外に出かける人だって。
うん、それは長い時間を経て病気が徐々に弱まってきたかららしい。だからこのままさらに長い時間をかければ消えてなくなってしまうものだったのだ。
The time is not now, though.
だがそれがダム戦争のせいでおかしくなったらしい。ダム戦争で今村中が熱に浮かされたように興奮している状態にあるのはみんなも分かっているだろう。そういう興奮状態や情緒不安定な状態はこの病気を悪化させてしまうらしいのだ。
よく話が分かりませんけど、つまり この大昔からたたりだと呼んできたものはすべてその病気の仕業だとおっしゃるんですね。
Exactly. The curse of lore is just a disease.
そうだ。お社様の作った決まりは全てこの病気から村人を守るための決まりだったのだ。
そんな、それじゃお社様は神様ではなく病気が正体なんですか？
That's not the conclusion I would draw from that.
そんなことフルデ家代々のご先祖様たちに説明できますか？
落ち着きなさい。お社様の信仰は変わらない。お社様がひなみ沢を見守ってくださることに、お社様のたたりを再現する病気がこの村には大昔からあったということ、それだけなんだ。
This means that Yashiro-sama's curse is not a Yashiro-sama's curse.
そんなのは認められません。そんなこと亡くなった先代や先々代に説明できますか？フルデ家数百年の伝統に対する、いえお社様に対する冒涜です。そんなことをあなたに吹き込んだのは誰ですか？失礼極まりない。第一、そんな変な病気が実在するという証拠があるんですか？
ある。
それはどんな？誰が？
厚生省と国立感染症予防研究所の方からだ。病原体もすでに特定され、現在治療方法などを研究している最中だという。先週実際にその資料や標本などを見せてもらった。厚生省の方はこの病気をひなみ沢症候群と呼んでいるらしい。
そんな。
I will admit, from Rika's mom's perspective, that would be pretty hard to accept.
ひなみ沢症候群は普通に生活している分には何も影響のない。だがひなみ沢を遠く離れたり、精神や情緒が不安定になったりすると発病しやすくなるという。発病すると妄想などに取りつかれ、最悪の場合異常行動に出ることもあるらしい。この病気は戦争中に発見されたんだそうだ。戦地でひなみ沢の兵隊だけ異常な病気を起こすことがあるのに、偉い学者の先生が気がついて、その辺の話はだいぶ詳しくしてもらったんだが、難しい内容だったので私の口からはこれ以上うまく説明できん。もし私の説明では納得できんというなら、お前も直接話を聞いてみればいい。
Yeah, he's not trying to. I mean, it's obvious he's not trying to hide this, but just straight up saying, like, you can go listen to yourself. He's like, I'm dead serious and we need to continue this conversation.
私だって最初は何をバカなことを、お社様を冒涜する気かと憤慨していたのだから。その病気を研究するために入江診療所が作られたというんだ。あそこは表向きはただの診療所ということになっているが、実際は病気を調べるための隠し研究所らしい。
秘密で研究しているなんてうさんくさいじゃないですか。それも厚生省がやっていることなら堂々とやればいいじゃないですか。
いや、そうはいかんらしい。この病気の実態を把握しないまま存在するという事実だけが不十分な知識で広まってしまったら、病気を持っている人たちはもちろん、ひなみ沢の人間は皆怪しげな病気にかかっていて、そのせいでとんでもないことをするかもしれないなどという噂が日本中に知れ渡ったら大変だ。
That's not exactly the real reason, unfortunately, but that is a reasonable explanation.
厚生省もそのことを心配していて、この病気については厳重に伏せた上で治療を目指すらしい。勘違いするな。私たちを見せ物にすると言うんじゃないぞ。この病気を根絶させ、この村を病気から解放しようとしているのだ。
Well...
自給自足ができていた大昔ならともかく、現代では村から一歩も出ずに生活など成り立たん。村から出るだけで発病するかもしれない病気など、村人にとってどれほど危険なものかわかるだろ。繰り返しになるが、昨今反ダム戦争で村全体が強い興奮状態にあって、ひなみ沢症候群にとって非常に良くない状態にあるらしい。
And triggered basically everyone's symptoms to get stronger.
もし村人がおかしくなって大変なことをしたら、き
Wouldn't
っ
that
と
be crazy?
マスコミがパシャパシャでいっぱいなのです。
そうだ。 そうなったからでは手遅れなのだ。
そんないきなり言われても、本当に相手は国の人？変な詐欺に騙されてるんじゃないですか？
信用できんのも無理はない。先方は研究所はいつでも見に来ていいと言っている。私はもう見せてもらっているが、あれは詐欺とかそういうレベルではない。
Fair. The amount of money that facility has into it, it would be one hell of a fraud.
ゴグラの大病院でもあんな大掛かりな設備はないぞ。お前も私の話に納得できないなら、研究所で詳しい話を聞かせてもらうといい。私よりもっと詳しく説明してくれるだろう。向こうは研究所の説明でも納得できないなら、東京の国立研究所で説明してもいいし、厚生省の本庁舎で直接説明してもいいと言っている。
でも信じる信じないは別にして、
So we gotta get to the point of the
それが私
conversation
た
at
ちに
hand.
どういう関係があるんです？
フルデ家は代々お社様の血を受け継ぐと言われている。そして8代続いて女子が生まれれば、その8代目はお社様の生まれ変わりであるとも。
It's kind of funny how much more in tune Rika's dad is with all of this stuff than Rika's mom. Despite Rika's mom actually being like of the bloodline and the dad marrying into the family. I assume it's kind of a minor, or not even necessarily minor, just patriarchy thing. But it's just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of ironic, I guess.
み
そうですわ。私が7代目、リカが8代目。でもそれとその病気に何の関係があるというんです？
このひなみ沢症候群という病気はある種の寄生虫によるらしい。
So it seems at this point, I'm pretty firmly I was correct on parasite theory too. There was a brief moment in chapter 7 when they were calling it just a pathogen that I thought I was wrong. It seems like I was not wrong, so we take that.
虫といってもものすごく小さい。人の目には決して見えんくらいに。その虫たちには親分格がいるというのだ。
まさかそれがフルデ家だとおっしゃるんですか？
Correct.
その親分格の寄生虫は代々フルデ家の直系だけに受け継がれるらしい。つまり先代はお前、今はリカだ。
み
Me.
バカバカしい。そんな話やっぱりおかしいですわ。
I would definitely deny that too, in all fairness.
大体ですね、寄生虫なんてそんな気持ち悪いもの。
だから落ち着く。私では説明が下手だ。専門の人に説明を受けなさい。そして彼らが言うには、この病気の治療を研究するためには
So that's
親
what this
分
is
格の
about.
研究が不可欠だというのだ。
Because we know they did research on Rika, so that might, I assume that's what this is about.
嫌です。そんな怪しげな研究まっぴらごめんですし、リカだってそんな研究には関わらせません。
だから落ち着きなさいというのに。彼らの研究では、ひなみ沢症候群は村から離れると発病するのではなく、お前も小さかった頃、村人から陣痛力があると言われていたことがあるだろ。遠方に出かけ片頭痛などにかかったお年寄りがお前に払ってもらうとたちまち頭痛が消えたという陣痛力。それこそが親分格の証拠でもあるというのだ。フルデの血には発病者を救う力がある。それを研究するのは治療薬を見つけるためにもとても重要なことなのだそうだ。
僕を研究すると村のみんなが助かるのですか？
先方はそう言っている。
その病気は村の全員がかかっているのですか？僕もみんなも里子も。
村に住む人間全員だけでなく、沖宮に住む親類なども全て含むそうだ。
Also, especially Satoko. But yeah, the relatives in Oknomiya too, which kind of explains why it kind of jumped ship, right? There were after the disaster, there were some people who were dubbed with having symptoms of symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome, and I assume it was just their relatives in nearby places.
多分何千人という規模になるだろう。それだけの大変な病気だから、厚生省がわざわざたくさんの予算を投じて専門の研究所を作ってくれたのだ。
私は反対です。 リカをそんな怪しげな研究の生贄にするだなんて。
僕はいいのですよ。僕が生贄でサトコが助かるなら全然平気なのです。
リカは黙っていなさい。とにかくあなたにそんな妙なことを吹き込んだ人たちには、リカを変な実験で殺されてたまるものですか。大体リカはフルデ家のたった一人の跡継ぎなんですよ。もしものことがあればフルデの血はここで絶えてしまうかもしれないじゃないですか。
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of valid, in all fairness.
あなたはもっとですね、フルデの家のことを考えていただかないと。そんなだから村の人たちに日和見主義とかなんとか言われて。
And now he's been labeled an opportunist, which I saw something about that too.
大体おかしいじゃないですか。建設省は村をダムに沈める、厚生省は村の病気を治す。何が何だかさっぱりわからないです。
厚生省はこの病気は環境の変化で大変発病しやすいと警告していて、建設庁に対しダム計画を中止するよう働きかけてくれているそうだ。だからお前も研究所を見せてもらいなさい。あれだけの大設備をダム湖に沈むかもしれない土地に建てるわけがない。
Yeah, they're not gonna let that happen. Rika let out a big yawn. It was long past bedtime for a little girl like her.
僕はもう寝ますです。
She said, "Yeah, I'm out."
父さん、僕はいつでも協力するとその人たちに言っておいてくださいなのです。
And now you're gonna piss your mom off.
リカ、そんなことお母さんに断りなく勝手に決めちゃいけません。リカ、待ちなさい。リカ。
She said, I'm going to bed. Ignore everything Mom just said. I'm good for it. I'm good. I'm down for the research." So now he's been labeled an opportunist. I assume this is definitely the next one. Okay, yeah. So once we get Rika's mother's suspicion, we'll be able to do that one, but probably need a little more. We got the second part of this, not the first part. It's kind of a little annoying how the hints basically are so obvious, right? The discontinuation of Satoko Hojo's dissection plan, right? Like bro, I wonder what's gonna happen. Like, I don't know. I feel like some of these should have popped up like as you got them, right? Like, should have been like, hey, you can do this one now, right? Rather than being like, hey, if you read all of these in advance, you basically see everything. Which kind of sucks. I mean, we understand most of the lore at this point, so it's not like a huge deal, but like, damn, bruh. Let's go to the quarry in Yagouchi, see what's going on there. This has to do with Chapter 4, correct? Like, at least to a degree, I think. That's where Chapter 4 takes place, like, and where they find Inukai, right? I'm not 100% sure. I think so. We'll see exactly what this is about. This is some continuation, obviously, of Rika being willing to participate in the research. When researching Hinamizawa syndrome, there's something very important that needs to be discussed first. If something happens to the Queen Carrier, the village will collapse. In his article, my grandfather called it the most dangerous situation. According to my grandfather, if the Queen Carrier dies, all the infected persons will go terminal within 48 hours. This may sound unbelievable at first, but research on the collapse of past local religions and group suicides around the world should indicate that there's some truth to it. Among all the mysterious incidents around the world, there are some that were caused by parasites controlling entire communities, very similar to Hinamizawa syndrome. Grandfather picked a few cases that are very similar to the syndrome and investigated them. As a result, he confirmed multiple cases of entire communities losing their minds after the death of a religious leader or founder, and finally annihilating themselves. He stated that, on average, it happened within 48 hours. It's clear that infected people are affected by the Queen Carrier, and the condition of the Queen Carrier is, in fact, affecting the entire village. Our statistics already proved that on weeks Rika felt sick and visited the clinic, we saw an exceptionally high number of visitors. Rika being sick with a simple cold had a massive impact. If something particularly bad happened to her, we'd be facing a serious situation within 48 hours. That's why the Irie Institute had to protect Rika Furude, the Queen Carrier. It's the most important mission of the Hinamizawa Syndrome Research Project. She already agreed to help us in our research, but we have to be very careful not to put her in any danger. Also, we have to protect her from anyone who would try to harm her. Well, it'd be a shame if that person was within the project. Her life is equal to the lives of 2,000 villagers. But what if something happens to her by accident? The Irie Institute must prepare for that situation. That's why I worked on the draft of an emergency manual when the Irie Institute was first established. Yeah, we've seen this one. It's a precaution in case the Queen Carrier dies, or if infected people show acute symptoms due to the death of the Queen Carrier. This is an emergency procedure which must be followed within 48 hours of the mass occurrence of the acute symptoms. The final measure is to prevent the damage from spreading to nearby areas. The plan uses gas, making it look like a natural disaster. My client, the Alphabet Project, took the responsibility of working out the details of the plan. We're used to dealing with things like nuclear and biological weapons, so they ended up being such a big help. There's no way I could have come up with a plan on my own to execute 2,000 villagers. Through a dummy company, the ground SDF has secured a closed quarry in the Yagouchi region, upstream of Hinamizawa. It's to be the secret storage base for the equipment we'd use in the operation. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, so this is... I mean, I could tell for a few lines now, of course, but this is obviously about the disaster, rather than Chapter 4. Equipment that sprays deadly gas that kills people as if they were falling asleep is stored here. In the case of an emergency, a special unit of the ground SDF is to use this equipment to destroy the village. However, preparing for the execution of the village itself is politically dangerous, so if I'm going to insist on them getting the equipment ready, I have to make them understand how dangerous Hinamizawa Syndrome is, and also how urgent the need is to have a contingency plan. I have to prove the need for the plan by showing them enough data. So the files my grandfather kept intact come in quite handy. When the clients read my grandfather's article about the syndrome, they were surprised to see how catastrophic things could be in the worst-case scenario. And that's why they were
つま
willing.
り女王である一人の少女に何かがあれば村人2000人以上が全員錯乱するということなのですね。
It's very likely. Very likely. And so, you know, it makes sense to have a contingency plan for this. I will say, one thing I'm still questioning and that I assume is going to get answered is, I mean, wasn't Rika dead in Chapter 2? Like, for a little bit? And the village was fine? Right? Like, I'm curious what exactly was up with that. Because that obviously doesn't match what we're seeing here, that within 48 hours everyone becomes deranged, right? Like, it doesn't really check out. I'm really curious if they're going to have anything to say about that. Maybe I need to double check the timing on that at some point. Like, it was within, like, even if Rika's death was within 48 hours of the end of the chapter, right? Like, wasn't it like several weeks after when we see Keiichi in the village? And I don't know, the village seemed relatively fine. I mean, Keiichi was definitely starting to exhibit some symptoms of the syndrome, but not like catastrophically bad. It's interesting. We're gonna wait on that a little bit.
はい。南沢症候群に極めて類似するいくつかのケースでは、集団自殺を示すものが少なくありませんが、南沢症候群の場合、強い疑心暗鬼や過剰なまでの危機意識から何かの過剰防衛を行う可能性があり、それらは無政府状態の暴動から始まり、猟奇的なあるいは宗教的終末感にも似た異常な状況を作り出すでしょう。これに対する事前の鎮圧策を用意しなかった場合、世界の注目を浴びることは避けられません。 またその猶予は事態発生から48時間しかありません。
つまりいざことが起こったらもう誰にも防げないということですな。
I mean, that's our understanding.
感染者全員を48時間以内に全員治療することは不可能なのかね。
I mean, not if they don't have a cure ready, no.
無理だろう。それに治療方法すら確立していないし、研究所の規模では村人全員の救済は物理的に不可能だ。
しかしこのような恐ろしく珍しい病気があるとは世の中わからんもんですな。
常に最悪の事態に備えることは国防にも通じますし、我々アルファベットプロジェクトの理念でもあります。そして使うことが目的なのではなく、備えることそのものが寛容なのです。
The goal is not to use the plan. Something like that.
確かにおっしゃる通りですな。運用規定については決済区分の強化などまだ検討したいところはありますが、最悪の事態に対応する準備が必要だということは理解できました。
都市沈黙船の研究班にひなみ沢地区沈黙船のシミュレーションをさせましょう。これは至急行われる必要があると思います。
こうしている間にも女王感染者の少女が車にはねられて死んでしまう可能性だってあるのですから。
Gotta be ready.
高野さんさ、ありがと
I mean, I see the logic. That doesn't make it less fucked up, but
う。また質問しますので着席してくださって結構です。
and I do kind of question the necessity of this, but thanks to a push from one of my backers, things were decided without too much of a problem. It took me almost all day to explain it to them, but it only took a short time to come to a decision. Nobody criticized, ridiculed, or tried to reject my grandfather's articles out of hand. In the files they're all reading today are the very same shameful articles those haughty authorities left their footprints on as they trampled them in my grandfather's heart. They aren't ridiculing the articles they're reading what was once rejected. It's nothing big at a glance, and in this moment, my grandfather's research is being recognized for the first time. My heart is filled with satisfaction to see people discussing amongst each other while pointing to my grandfather's files and raising them as proof. I've worked so hard for this day. Grandpa in heaven, can you see this? Okay, so that was interesting. We learned a lot about the emergency manuals, right, and their formation. I say we learned a lot. Loki, we didn't learn that much. We already knew most of that stuff, but still. So we're definitely not here. I don't think we're really here either. We might be more on this page. Might be best to just start with like Tomitake, see where exactly that leads. I wouldn't be surprised if that starts to fill in some of these. Let's just start with Jirou Tomitake, see what they have to say about him. And how we'll be able to connect this to something else. The forecast said there was a chance of rain in the evening, but I didn't think it would rain so hard. We decided to wait at an abandoned bus stop for the rain clouds to clear.
ごめんよ、高野さん。
あら、いいのよ、気にしないで、次郎さん。私も土砂降りになるかもしれないことを覚悟の上で出かけたんだから。
Takano-san giggled. Although she said the weather might change suddenly, I dragged her out here. I feel stupid for making her come along and ending up ruining her precious day off. I have to go back to Tokyo tonight, so it'll be a while before I can return to Hinamizawa. I didn't want to spend my last day at a cheap hotel in Okinomiya, so I asked her to go for a stroll.
いや、本当に申し訳ない。
Gonna be like the start of their relationship or something? She teased me for a while, but only a little. She wasn't actually enjoying driving me into a corner. Well, that's just her way of communicating, and I find it very charming. I think I've become captivated by her. But on her part, I'm just an auditor from Tokyo. That's why she's being nice to me, and it's definitely not because she likes me personally. So I feel like I might have used my position to drag her out of here, and that makes me a little depressed. I probably should think this slight fever I have is due to nothing more than a cold. Oh, uh-oh. She was the type of person who made it clear when she disliked something. She wouldn't say so directly, but she would use all kinds of indirect expressions that meant the same thing. So I don't believe she's out here because she might even be a little attracted to me. I shook my head as I frowned upon my selfish thoughts. She chuckled as though she knew what I was thinking. I felt myself starting to go red after that.
二郎さんも不思議な人ね。東京ではさぞや女性にモテるでしょうに。なぜわざわざ私みたいなおかしな女に付き合ってくださるのかしら。
おかしななんてことはないよ。高野さんは十分魅力的だよ。むしろ僕みたいな男のために貴重な休日を割いてもらったのが申し訳ないくらいだよ。
確かに私はとても大切な研究のために生涯を捧げたつもりだけど、それだけ
Crazy.
じ
Oh my
ゃ
god.
人生は潤いがないもの。
It's such an act.
たまには頭を切り替えて遊ぶことも大事だし、それに異性とのコミュニケーションは脳の活性にもとてもいいんだから。
僕ごときで高野さんの頭の気分転換のお役に立ててるならいいんだけどね。
And I mean, it's crazy because we saw even last chapter, I think she kind of implied that she wanted to get close to Tomitake because it would be useful later, and we see what that turns into.
あなたは私と一緒にいても気分転換にはならない？
She gives me an impish smile that makes my heart skip a beat. I tried hiding my embarrassment so she wouldn't notice even my ears going red.
そんなことないよ。僕も高野さんと一緒に過ごせるとこういろいろと気分転換になるよ。それにほら、高野さんに野鳥撮影のことを布教すれば僕も撮影の同志を得られるわけだしね。
It was so obviously not Takano's hobby and just Tomitake's.
もしよかったら次に来るときは僕の古いカメラを持ってくるよ。買うと高いからね。
ありがとう。あなたを虜にする野鳥撮影がどれくらい楽しいのかぜひ教えていただけると嬉しいわ。
うん。僕のフルで少し挑戦してみて馴染めそうだったら新しいカメラを買う方がいいんじゃないかな。
ありがとう。次に来てくださるときはぜひ私の写真の批評をお願いするわね。
うん。どんな写真か楽しみだな。
きっと二郎さんみたいにはいかないわ。本当に初めてですもの。
While she keeps her cool and smiles, all I can do is blush and scratch my head. Am I being conceited? I can't help but think that Takano-san likes being with me. If it's mere flattery, I don't think she'd come along this far. Oh no, no, no. Taking woman's flattery seriously is the mistake I always make. I shouldn't assume that she's attracted to me.
そういえばこうして二郎さんと二人きりでゆっくりおしゃべりをするのは初めてね。
Kind of laying it on thick, huh?
そうだね。いつも所長とか他の研究員の人とかがいたりするからね。
私あなたのことを全然知らないの。あなたが東京でどんな仕事をしているかとか、
Low-key
今
gathering
までどん
intel.
なことをしてきたのかとか、自衛隊ではどんな活躍をされているのかしら。
昔ちょっとだけ教官の真似事をしてたけどね。怪我をした時に目をやっちゃってね。普段の生活には支障はないんだけど大ごとに受け取られちゃって、それ以来は事務屋の仕事ばかりやらされてるんだよ。
That's interesting. Did we know that? I don't know if we knew that. Takano-san giggles, saying I must have done something silly to cause the injury. I mean, it kind of checks out, but...
体内の広報誌を作る仕事を手伝った時にイベントの写真撮影で初めてカメラの魅力を知ったんだよ。カメラには人を幸せにする力があるのさ。何を言ってるんだろうって思ってるだろうけど、いやこれは本当なのさ。
Dude.
僕はカメラに触れるようになってから日々に幸せを感じるようになったと思ってるよ。
It's kind of hard to see this from Tomitake. I'm sure there's still like a darker side to him that we'll see in these tips. Like it seemed like he was willing to do something big, right? In one of the earlier tips, right? Like basically talking about like shutting down the dam construction project. I wouldn't be surprised if he was excuse me. either killing the construction manager, like the construction foreman, or like kidnapping Toshiki Inukai. So that's not to say he's like some completely innocent chap, but he just seems like a good dude when you see him, and you know the fate that awaits him, and that he's kind of being played, right? And it's like, damn, to a degree, poor dude. But we'll see if it's like straight up just poor dude, or if it's like, well, he was low key a villain. We'll see.
カメラでどうして幸せになれるのかしら。
カメラというのは日々の生活を切り取って写真にして残すものなんだ。残すくらいなんだから幸せなものを写したいというのは当然だろ。じゃあ幸せなものはどこにあるんだろうとファインダー越しに自分の周りの世界を覗いてみると、そこには今まで当たり前だと思っていたものが実はとても幸せなものだったんだと気づくことでいっぱいなんだ。例えば路肩のアスファルトの隙間からけなげに生えている一輪のタンポポだって忙しく通り過ぎる時にはただの雑草に過ぎないけれど、ファインダー越しに覗いた時、それは春の訪れを教えてくれる季節からの素敵な贈り物であったことに気づけるんだよ。
Honestly, kind of a beautiful worldview. Like, actually. You notice a lot of the smaller happinesses, you know, that you might not notice otherwise.
それを写真に収めアルバムに残す。そしてアルバムを再び開くたびにその時の幸せな気持ちが蘇ってくるんだ。
二郎さんは風景や野鳥の撮影をしながらそんな気持ちに浸っているの？
その写真が芸術的かどうかとか賞を取れるような劇的瞬間かどうかなんていう野心的なことは僕にとってあまり重要じゃないんだよ。僕たちが気づかない小さな幸せに気づかせてくれる。そこにこそカメラの魅力があるんだと思ってるんだ。だからそんな気持ちでこのひなみ沢をファインダーで覗けることはとても楽しくて幸せなことなんだよ。
Well, damn near talking me into photography. So I'm really glad to be able to see Hinamizawa through my viewfinder. I have a tendency to go overboard when I talk, but most of the time, Takano-san playfully twists my words right back at me. It's very unusual for her to listen to me like this. Takano-san sat down next to me and tried to fiddle with my camera. I don't know how much of an impression I made, but I think she's indeed interested in cameras. I was expecting her to tease me like usual, so I'm happy to see that this is her reaction.
ちょっと試してみるかい？
私にもできるかしら。
Oh, excuse me. That was one of those things where I kind of love to hear people talk about like things that make them happy and why they enjoy something, and so I don't know. It's just seeing that moment from Tomitake was really nice, honestly.
簡単だよ。最初はピントの合わせ方とシャッターの押し方だけ覚えれば十分さ。持ってごらん。ああ、レンズには絶対に触れちゃダメだよ。
ブー、簡単じゃないじゃない。
Since she seemed to show an interest in cameras, I wanted to take a walk around Hinamizawa and take some pictures of the scenery. But unfortunately, the rain doesn't seem to want to stop. But she was still having fun and kept taking pictures inside the bus stop. So the first set of pictures she ever took were of odd things in that dark little building. Since then, every time we'd meet, we ended up walking around the village with our cameras in hands. That was a nice little moment. That was a nice moment. Even if I don't think that Takano was like even if I think this was at least partially right, even if I think that was like partially regarding oh my goodness, let me collect my thoughts, sorry. Even if I think partially she was just playing him, we saw from her perspective that she found that she actually enjoyed her time with Tomitake. So it's kind of nice to see from Tomitake's perspective that normal relationship, right, kind of blossoming. And I don't know, to a degree, it's kind of nice to see it from Takano's perspective too, although, I mean, again, when you know who she becomes, it's hard to be happy for her little wins like that, you know? Like, Okay, so I think Irie's background might work next. I think that might follow up Kyousuke Irie. That might be Irie's reminiscence, because at the end he was kind of reminiscing about like what made him want to become a doctor, and then there was the little bit somewhere around here, Irie's motive to become a doctor is required, for example. So I think this is a valid place to go. Continuing on about Irie. Yeah, it's about why he wanted to become a doctor. I wanted to become a doctor ever since I was little. Doctors make a lot of money. People look up to doctors. I think those are the kind of reasons I had. So when I played with my friends, I always acted like a doctor. I cleaned their wounds and applied ice packs when my friends sprained their ankles, using what I learned from household medical books. Everyone, including me, believed that I'd be a doctor one day. My family was poor, so they praised me for that goal. They told me that I needed to study a lot to become a doctor, so they borrowed some pseudo-medical books from the local library for me. But rental fees weren't cheap. So I would speed read one book in a day, and the next day, my parents would go back to the store to exchange it for a different book, saying they accidentally borrowed a book they already borrowed before. By doing so, my parents borrowed 2 books for the price of 1. Of course, now I know those books were rather useless, but they were highly motivational just the same. I mean, he said it was like pseudo, right? Like, pseudo-medicine, basically. Yeah, pseudo-medical. My neighbors called me Dr. Kyousuke-kun, and I was always picked for class health officer at school. Even my teachers helped me with the classes I needed to take to become a doctor. Of course, in reality, becoming a doctor isn't as easy as it might seem. I had to study diligently, and the path was most definitely rough. To become a doctor, one must attend college. Since my family was poor, I was told I wasn't allowed to go to an expensive private school, so I had to be admitted to a national public university. My grades weren't bad, but the admission rate to national public universities is very marginal. Especially since I wanted to go to medical school, my chances were even smaller. I studied like crazy. My only driving force was my childhood dream of becoming a doctor. The dream of becoming a doctor and to be looked up to by everyone kept me going. And I was admitted. I wasn't at the top of the list, but I made it in. I was finally at the starting point of making my childhood dream come true. Kind of viewed it from the same perspective that Takano did, of this is just a starting line. Which is, I mean, correct, but cool to see still. My parents were thrilled. Neither my father nor mother went to college. They were proud of their son getting into a public medical school. They invited our relatives over to celebrate. Although it was a public university, tuition wasn't cheap, but they still had an extravagant celebration anyway. My father didn't express his emotions much. He always kept a straight face. He rarely voiced his opinion or took initiative on anything. My mother took care of everything, and he showed up last and left without saying a word. He was the typical stern and silent Japanese father of the time. That's why I was surprised to see him shedding tears of joy, and I cried along with him. He went around to all my relatives while repeatedly slapping my back, saying how proud and lucky he was to have a son like me. He bragged about my achievements to all who would hear them. The celebration became my farewell party as I was about to leave for Tokyo. My father yelled, "Banzai!" repeatedly at the station as the train pulled away. I was a little embarrassed, but when I could no longer see my father, I could clearly recall the tears pouring down. The days of hellish studying and exams began after that. Some days I was tempted to just give up and submit myself to the lavish lifestyle of the city, but the letters from my families always encouraged me and gave me the strength to go on. My dream then was to open up my own clinic in my hometown so I could contribute to the region. I never even dreamed of getting involved with brains. One day, I noticed a difference in a letter from my family. The letter said the usual things about how it was at home and asked how I was doing, but the postscript was what caught my attention. Your father has become really violent lately. Sometimes he turns the house upside down, and I don't know what to do. I just couldn't picture him acting viciously. I was extremely surprised. Did something happen? But in the postscript, my mother said that there was nothing she could think of. My mother and father had been together for a long time. We'd been together since well before I was born, so she noticed things that I couldn't. She couldn't even think of a reason why my father had become so violent. What happened? They got along so well. They were such a lovely couple. When I caused a problem for my mother when I was little, my father only bonked my head with his knuckle. Why was he acting this way toward my mother? Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding between them. I was going home for the new year. Maybe I could have a good talk with him then. But the situation was a lot more serious than I thought. On one cold winter day, I found my apartment door unlocked. I thought someone had broke in, but I found my mother in my apartment with her luggage. That's right. My mother could no longer take my father's fury and came to stay with me. This is back when people still believed in the proverb, a woman has no place to settle down all her life. She couldn't go back to her own family because they lived in the same region as my father, so she came all the way to Tokyo. I heard about my father's violence from my mother's own lips. She cried, saying she had no idea why such a quiet man changed like that. She said she wasn't ever going back to him. I didn't know what to do. I asked her if she could talk to him one more time, but bruises on her body told me it was no use. To remember what happened afterwards is too much, so I'll be brief. After my mother left, my father thought she was having an affair and went over to the neighbor's house with a wooden sword. He was arrested. He was released immediately, but he assumed someone in the neighborhood was hiding her, so he did the same thing repeatedly. He eventually reached the point of getting into fights with anyone he saw. In the end, he picked a fight with some young punks and ended up being beaten to death. My relatives gave my father a decent funeral, but my mother didn't attend. It's no use beating a dead horse, so nobody said anything negative about my father. Everyone was simply puzzled as to why he changed so much. What I heard from my relatives about my father's final days was a lot stranger than what I heard from my mother. My mother only told me about his sudden rage and violence. My relatives told me he also laughed and grew sad. Apparently he displayed several sudden fluctuations of emotion, especially so in his last years. They also told me that he started to complain about headaches after an accident he had. My father was a construction worker. He had hit his head hard on a construction board during an accident at work. He'd regained his consciousness quickly and seemed fine, but since the accident, he started to have headaches and behave abnormally. I sensed the connection between the accident and my father's changes, so I talked to my professor after I went back to Tokyo.
断言はできませんが、その様子から入江君のお父さんに何らかの異常が起こっていた可能性は否めません。
So this is what became his true driving force to become like a neurosurgeon.
その事故の際に脳が傷つき、精神的な変化を起こしたのかもしれませんね。お父さんの晩年の言動からは、そんな患者さんに多く見られるいくつかの症状が伺えます。
Human behavior is created by the brain, and if the brain is damaged, it can cause erratic behavior. In other words, my father wasn't crazy, he was suffering from a disorder.
お父さんの遺体を検視できるなら、脳をよく調べてみるといいでしょう。ひょっとすると腫瘍のようなものが見つかるかもしれません。
My father had already been cremated, so there was no way of knowing. But hearing about his behavior, I knew for sure. That was the only way to explain why such a quiet and gentle man would change. I tried to explain all this to my relatives to regain my father's honor, but hardly anyone understood. If his brain was damaged, he would have been dead, but he was alive and well, so the accident didn't damage his brain. It wasn't his brain that caused him to change, it was his mind. They simply brushed it off like that. This is the perception most people have about the brain. They don't realize the mind and the brain are connected. Most of the relatives didn't believe me, but there was one person who I really wanted to anyway. That was my mother. As she got older, she grew senile, and she exaggerated the abuse she had to endure. All she did was criticize my father, and every time she ended up crying and lamenting that she married him. They were a lovely couple, but we were a great family. That's why I wanted to convey to her that she was misunderstanding the situation with my father. My father's behavior was caused by his brain damage. What he did to her was very sad, but he didn't want to be that way. I told her that he wasn't at fault. I'm sure that caused a rift between them. But my mother didn't understand. Before she took her last breaths, I begged her to forgive my father, but her final words were, "Please don't bury me next to that man." My father wasn't at fault. He was simply the victim of a brain disorder. You don't complain to a person who's coughing because he has a cold, because coughing is just a symptom and he should be sympathized with. In my father's case, the symptoms weren't as obvious as a cough. They took the form of changes in personality, which are much harder to recognize. If I'd studied the brain more, I could have explained it better to my mother so that she could have understood him. Then they could have been a nice couple again in heaven. When I realized that, I cried. And I also realized there are plenty of people like my father in this world who are suffering from a disorder, yet they're misunderstood and despised for it. And then I found out. About a miraculous cure for such disorders called a lobotomy. Ever since that day, I spent my days learning about the brain so I could help people who are suffering from mental illnesses. My father is gone, but if he was still alive, I could cure him myself, so he and my mother could reconcile. That's the main reason why I'm here. So, I mean, that's a sad backstory, but it makes sense. it's a pretty reasonable explanation, right? He was kind of obsessed with, or he wanted to be a doctor just on the idea of like, he just wanted to be a doctor on the idea of like, you know, to give me power and fame and wealth, right? And so that's how it started. And then gradually everyone was like, well, he's going to be a doctor. So he kind of worked his way up to medical school, and it was really there that he had that triggering incident that really caused him to hyper-focus on something, right? That was his father suffering from presumably brain damage, right? He had an accident that involved him hitting his head and, you know, exhibiting clear changes of behavior, and I think it's safe to say that was probably brain damage, right? I think that's a pretty safe assumption, you know, and that's what really caused him to, like, he saw lobotomies as a way to fix this, right? Who wouldn't latch onto something like that? I mean, think about it this way, right? Put yourself in Irie's shoes, right? Your father starts beating your mother, right? And becomes a crazy, violent man and dies a violent death. And your family never really recovers because of this. And you see something that might be able to cure this and prevent this from happening to someone else. Of course you'd latch onto it, right? Of course you'd want to study this further, right? It makes a lot of sense that that happened, but it's certainly a little unfortunate that, you know, he didn't exactly choose the greatest, you know, didn't exactly choose the thing we most would have liked him to choose there. Okay, so where do we go next from here? Okay, I don't think we have Rika Furude's high fever. So I don't think that's where we're going. We definitely don't have the medicine completed. We don't have anything about cerebrospinal fluid. We haven't seen Koizumi-sensei explicitly dead yet. We're still trying to find our way to that. We have the draft. I don't think we have the first two. It might be easier to just start with one of these. It was on page 5. I mean, yeah, it might not be a bad idea to... What the hell? Teichi's introduction requires 2. What is going on there? That is interesting. Might not be a bad idea to just go Satoko and then Satoshi and see where like that leads us, because it'll definitely lead us to like here. No, it won't. Well, it could. Like that might be in here, for example. Might open up some of these. I might just go ahead and do this, the local explanatory meeting. I feel like that might pick up the medical stuff a little bit. So let's just go ahead and start with this one.
でしてダムの建設事業に伴う地域振興や地域産業の育成などですね。そんなことは聞いてねえっつってんだろ。俺らの誰の断りがあってダムなんか作ろうって言い出したかって聞いてんだ。
おう、わしらから税金絞るだけ絞っといて、それに対する返事がこれっちゅうんか。あんどりゃ誰の税金で給料もらっとんじゃ。
ですから先ほどから申し上げておりますように。
No amount of explaining. We'll smooth this one over, bro. Bad news.
言い訳など聞いちゃならんねえ。いつ計画を中止するんか聞いとるんじゃい。お前じゃ話にならん。東京の建設大臣を連れてこい。ここではっきり白黒つけちゃう。
引っ込めんか、コッパ役人が。
だいたい踊れら人様の税金で仕事しとってなんでわしらより高い段で話をしとるんじゃ。目線で話さんかい、目線で。
The auditorium is filled with angry shouting. The sign at the entrance says, Higurashi Dam Construction Explanatory Meeting. Yeah, good luck convincing them. Every time the official on the stage tried to say anything, the citizens packed into the room silenced him with their shouts. Trying to ignore them, the official continued to explain the pros of the dam, but that just farther infuriated them. Between the stage and the citizens, there was an open area where a police squad is standing by. If they weren't there, the citizens would jump onto the stage and start a riot. I'm watching all of this from the back of the auditorium. It's obvious to anyone that they're being swallowed by their anger. They've become filled with a bloody red rage. The anger that came from a certain purpose becomes a purpose in itself, and it creates a vicious cycle where anger leads to more anger. Anger is a necessary emotion for humans. The people face many difficulties in their lives. Anger gives them the motivation to fight and conquer such difficulties. Therefore, anger is an essential part of life itself. So I'll never reject anger itself. However, anger like this, that goes far beyond normal, makes people forget their purpose. It is no longer an essential part of life. As the blood rushes to their head, a person can't even remember what they've done. They go out of control. Such emotions are very painful, sad, and difficult to endure. I can clearly see the villagers who lived alongside us turning into demons. I understand the rules of the human world. The power of an individual can't be compared to the power of the government. To be able to fight, an individual needs to become part of a larger, unified power. But to steer that unified power in the right direction is extremely difficult. The cycle of anger leads to more anger. Not anger that helps you live, but anger that exists only for anger. It's just like being a demon. And this emotion is capable of violently rousing us from our long, peaceful slumber. Everyone is immersed in their own anger. We lived peacefully with the villagers while we slept quietly. And now we've awakened, and it's like the world is trying to return to that age where demons were said to rise from Onigafuchi Swamp. Who the hell is this from the perspective of? Like, you'd think it would be Hanyu, but like, now we've awakened, like plural, right? Like, I almost wonder if this is somehow the perspective of the parasites. Like, we lived peacefully with the villagers while we slept quietly. Right? It sounds to me like they're talking about like kind of the dormancy, right, of the parasite, and now with the anger in like being caused as a result of the dam project, they were like coming back. That's like what it reads to me. But let's just continue. I keep shouting at everyone to get them to calm down. So, okay, so it is Hanyu. It is as simple as it looks, but still, who's we? Who is we? Is Hanyu one of the parasites? I'm not like... I don't really think I'm joking. I don't know. Like, that feels a little much, but it feels like it would explain the we part of this. Unless they just mean, like, other gods like her, right? But, like, is it a faulty assumption to believe that she's, like, a god? Like, I don't really think so. Like, she clearly has some kind of powers. So, I mean, are there just a bunch of other gods in Hinamizawa? Or does we actually just refer to the parasites? I don't know. I keep shouting at everyone to get them to calm down, but my voice can't reach them because of the vicious cycle of anger. Even so, I'll continue shouting, hoping one of them will hear my voice. Because if I don't do anything, the demons may awaken. Okay, so that's who they mean. Okay, so... like, that's the parasite, right? Like... So, is we in this case, like, it's gotta just mean, like, the gods of Hinamizawa, right? And they fear waking the parasites. The demons that went into a deep sleep may reawaken because of this commotion. Then, all of a sudden, the atmosphere changed. Looking up, I saw that the angry exchange between villagers and those on the podium had devolved into confrontation between the villagers themselves. What's going on? Okay, yeah.
そりゃオンドレの都合やんね。勝手にそういうにせんといてんだクソババア。
繁盛すったらんはアホンだら。よーもう一旦抜かしよってからにこのやから。
おう。てめえ、おりょうさんと知っててその口聞いとるんかいな。上等きっちゃら、名乗るかいよ。やっかましいわ。園崎がなんぼのもんじゃい。わしゃ北条じゃ。腰巾着は引っ込んどらんか。
おお、北条の。
Bro sounds just like Tepe, I'm not gonna lie.
なあ、ま抜かしよった。ようも村を沈めちゃる言えるの。お前、なんぼで村を撃ったん。
たまらんか死に損ないが。いいんか。南沢には貧乏にも大勢おるん。お前んとこみたいに山に畑をうなるほど持ってる地主とわけが違う。わしゃあの国の保証金で十分満足しとったん。町の公営住宅も手配してくれるっちゅうし、なんも不足はなかった。あ？それをオンドレラが全部ちゃぶ台ひっくり返しちゃったん。台無しにしよったんじゃボケ。
It's kind of funny because his point isn't necessarily wrong. He's not exactly approaching this in a civil way, though. Not that I think there was any room to reach them civilly.
踊れら地主の都合で人まで巻き込むなや。そんなに国と喧嘩せんかったら踊れが一人でやれ。したらん銭は誰が払うんね。踊れかいな。うちはな、貧乏だし育ち盛りが二人もおるん。おとなしゅう国から銭をもろうて職を斡旋してもろうて人生再設計中とこなんや。それを踊れはなんじゃ。いつからお前はわしの代表になったんじゃ。
Bro's a little harsh.
お前そんなに偉いんか。ああ。
おうおうおう、北条のようも抜かしたこの裏切り者が。なら村から出てけ出てけ。
おう、出て行ったらもちろんそれに見合う銭はお前が払うんじゃろうな。わしが国からもらい損ねた銭きっちり都合つけてくれるんじゃろうな。村から出とうとも銭がないんじゃ。踊りが払うんならすぐにでも出たったろわ。
北条の言う通りだ。立ち退いてもいいと思ってる住民もいるんだぞ。
And so this is why they had to villainize the Hojos, because it was in danger of jeopardizing this.
御三家は俺たちを巻き込むな。
おお、なんじゃい。今抜かしたのは誰じゃい。名乗らんかボケ。
残りたいやつは勝手に残ればいいだろうが。立ち退きも権利じゃ。勝手に人様の権利に干渉すんな、このダラツが。
そうじゃそうじゃ。園崎のクソババアはすっこんだね。
ああ、もちろんダム計画に同意してくださる方には見合う保証を用意いたしております。決して土地の搾取ではありませんので。
黙れ役人ボケ。おんどりゃ村真っ二つに策を魂胆かい。
The village is already plenty divided, it
死
seems.
ねや北条。村の空気を吸う資格はねえ。今すぐ息止めて死ね。
なめんなボケが。ぶっ殺したら前に出るクソババ。おいおいおい、引っ込まんかいデカポリ。
よう抜かした。よう抜かした北条のこの園崎おりょう。久々に頭血のぼってきよったわ。きっちりけじめ取らしてもらうかな。
Congratulations, you've doomed a lot of people.
繁盛楽しみに待っとるや。
I don't even think he was necessarily in the wrong.
北
That's the
条
thing.
やれやれ。国は俺たちに仕事と住みかと金を与えろ。
こらこら、やめなさい暴力は。お互いやめてやめて。
すったらん上等じゃ。恩師が出てこんかいな。
Warrior is stepping in the ring. Everyone is being tainted with the bloody red anger, and I can only watch. The least I can do is to apologize for the tragedy that is about to happen. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. this is how things started. From this day onward, the Houjou family and the Sonozaki family will wage a feud against each other, and the Houjou family will become ostracized within the village. This marks the beginning of Satoko and Satoshi's lives of tremendous hardship. Yeah. So that makes sense. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see the start of that feud. I'm glad we got to see that. I do think it's kind of interesting that, like, I mean, this kind of was always true, but it's like, it's very understandable, honestly, why, like, why the Houjous are so upset with the Sonozakis, right? The Sonozakis are the rich ones, and they're like, no, keep the village intact. These people couldn't use compensation money, right? Like, and like the poor people, the Houjous, and like some of the other villagers are like, dude, we need the money, the housing, the jobs. This could change our lives for the better, right? And you are claiming to speak for us when you're well off in a way that we aren't. It was kind of a class thing to a degree, like, at first, right? And it kind of turned into this big feud, right? It's interesting to see how that started, really. To be clear, that's not to say that the Houjous approached this in a way where it's like, wow, man, you got totally and completely wrong. Bro steps in, off rip. He's yelling and screaming and threats of violence. So I can't claim like the Houjou, like the Houjou father was completely innocent and did literally nothing wrong. But you can understand where he's coming from, at least, right? And given the environment that they were in, I mean, it was going to be hard to reach anyone without violence, right? So actually, let's go ahead and go to Rika from here. We've seen the conflict between the Houjous and the Sonozakis. This progresses Rika, which might be how we get to further on. This might be how we progress to, like, over here, which will be interesting. Let's go ahead and see Rika Furude. I ran into Satoko while on my way to the grocery store for my mother. Satoko said she was going there too, so we decided to go together. After exchanging our shopping lists, it became easy to guess what the other family would be having for dinner. Satoko's family's having grilled fish and cooked vegetables. We're having Salisbury steak.
あら、ハンバーグとは羨ましいですわね。私、魚はともかく煮物というのがちょっと怖いんですのよ。
Quick, someone make her identify cauliflower.
先日買ったかぼちゃがまだだいぶ残ってるみたいなんですもの。きっと今夜もかぼちゃの煮物三昧なのです。かわいそなのです。あらかじめかぼちゃが出てくると分かっているのも憂鬱でございますわね。
Poor Satoko.
はあ、みー、突然かぼちゃを出されても怒るくせに贅沢なさとこなのです。リカにだって少しは嫌いな食べ物があるはずで、そういえばリカ、大福とかシュークリームとか甘いものが嫌いだったんではございませんこと？
Yeah, that's only for that's only for Hanyu.
別に嫌いではないのです。意地悪で食べないだけなのですよ。食べる気なら何個でも食べられちゃいますのです。パンプキンパイだって美味しくいただけますのですよ。ミパー。リカだけ好き嫌いがないなんてずるいですわ。
Conversations like this are how I have fun. Satoko's my best friend. I usually don't like grocery shopping, but if I'm with Satoko, I can make it into an enjoyable evening stroll. Near the supermarket, there's a grocer's and other shops, forming a little shopping district. The grocery store is busy this time of day. All the housewives in Hinamizawa gather here to shop. Since Satoko and I have different things to buy, we decide to do our shopping separately.
いらっしゃい、いらっしゃい。おや、リカちゃま、お買い物かい？偉いね。
ミパー、僕はお買い物ができる偉い子なのです。
And I'm gonna ignore Satoko.
そうかそうか、リカちゃまは偉いな。
All this praise for Rika and then nothing good for Satoko.
ほら、偉い子のご褒美にこれをあげよう。
There are several candies for the owner's occasional asthma attack inside a sieve full of change hanging in the front. He picked out a sweet from there and gave it to me. It was my favorite flavor, strawberry milk. I put it in my pocket so I can brag about it to Satoko later. I get a lot of fun out of teasing Satoko and making her jealous. She always overreacts, so I never get bored when I'm with her.
おや、
リカちゃまのところは今日は何だい？豚のひき肉だと。
ハンバーグなのですよ。お花の形の目玉焼きを乗っけてケチャップでお絵描きをするのです。
I can't say I've ever done that with Salisbury steak.
それはいいね。
I enjoyed that conversation while filling my shopping basket. But then I overheard some women whispering. They're talking about something that's a little harsh. They're talking about Satoko. How long did those village traders plan to stay here? They should just leave. They don't even have the guts to go shopping themselves and make their daughter do it instead. The women went on and on. Ever since the Houjou family and the Sonozaki family got into a huge fight at the explanatory meeting for the dam project, the Houjou family has been ostracized within the village. At first, there were a significant number of families in favor of leaving, like the Houjous, but the main branch and the Sonozakis had a push to completely solidify the village's opinion, and as that tone of unified resistance grew stronger, the pro-evacuation families steadily grew quiet. The public harassment led by the Sonozakis and Kimiyoshis, two of the three families with powerful influence on the village, also played an effect too. The Sonozaki family made the Houjou family into an example, to ensure there would be no more pro-evacuation supporters. The ancestors of the villagers have lived here for generations, and the villagers also knew that they themselves would be buried in this village, so this harassment put a lot of pressure on them. Who was it that agreed to make the Houjou family the lead of the pro-evacuation group at the explanatory meeting? Those same people no longer said anything, and they even joined in on harassing the Houjou family. The harassment they faced then became pressure from the entire village. The Houjou family is hardly wealthy, and they haven't paid town council fees in a long time. When things were peaceful, nobody said anything about it, but now that the wind was blowing a different way, the Houjou family was asked to pay off all their late council fees immediately. It wasn't an amount they couldn't afford, but the Houjous recognized a fight was being picked with them, and they responded to it. And so, the Houjou family quit the town council. But that only played right into the village's evil plan. Making an enemy of the town council meant facing vicious harassment. For example, the place the Houjous dumped their trash was a provisional dumping site established by the town council and the waste management department. Under the council agreement, only council members could use it. Ever since the day the Houjou family quit the village council, their trash bags were returned to their front door. Furthermore, all the bags were torn. On top of that, a sign went up on the hedge road near the Houjou family. It said, "Private road, no trespassing. Only council members permitted." A stubborn old man stood and guarded the road, saying that he would not let any of the Houjou family members pass through. A private road is private property opened up to the public, so it looks just like a normal road. However, as private property, the owner can forbid anyone else to pass through whenever they like. Damn, they're playing dirty, man. More and more, the village piled on vicious harassment. The fear of antagonism spread through the entire village, and people became afraid that if they supported the Houjou family, they'd go through the same thing. This has made the Houjou family even more isolated. The grown-ups haven't told their kids about what's going on, so Satoko isn't harassed in any way at school. But it wasn't hard to imagine she probably spent her days feeling so anxious she could hardly breathe. Even the women whispering in here aren't saying anything directly to Satoko, but it's not like she doesn't notice their muttering and the cold stares. When did this village become so cold towards her? As her best friend, it's very sad for me. Satoko's shopping experience is nothing like mine. When I say hello or buy things, I usually get treats or a discount, but that doesn't happen to Satoko. On the contrary, she's served last on purpose, and sometimes shop owners even pretend they don't hear her. Obviously, people don't want to have anything to do with her. Satoko had been weaving through the housewives crowding the shop, telling the fishmonger what she wanted, but she kept getting ignored. She's decided to keep her smile and pretend she doesn't mind, but I know. It was far too painful for her to endure. At that point, Satoko dropped her coins on the ground. Maybe her finger got stuck on something when she was trying to put the change back into her wallet. I ran through the crowd to help her pick them up, but as I did, I noticed something. Satoko dropped a lot of coins, and is struggling to pick all of them up, but nobody's helping her. It's not just that. It's almost like they're acting like they don't even see her there. Satoko wasn't expecting anyone to help her, since she's the one who dropped them. But there's so many people around, and not even one is trying to aid her.
Satoko, 僕も拾いますですよ。大丈夫ですわよ、リカ。
That reaction is all I needed to tell how hurt she is. Furthermore, when I started to help Satoko, other housewives started to pick up the coins too. Dude, that might make it worse, bro. That's not really worse, but damn, bro. Like, they're willing to act like they care, right, when Rika is showing that she cares, but like, when Satoko needed help, and they could have been there to help Satoko, they're like, no. But the moment they can do it and look good in front of Rika, right, all of a sudden they're all in on this, right? That's like, it's so petty. As if it's the natural thing to do. So they can only help if a shrine maiden of the Furude family does. If I didn't help, they would have disregarded her completely. And the fact that other people helped only because I did hurts Satoko even more. I was gonna say, like, that's just insulting, right? It's legitimately insulting. I grabbed the coins from the housewives without thanking them. I'd rather spit at them than do that.
ありがとうございますわ。リカ、皆さん。
If she didn't thank them, people would talk about that too. Satoko forced out her words of gratitude. The housewives looked down at her with blank expressions. I can't stand this. I can't stand what Satoko's going through right now.
お買い物が終わりましたら行きましょうです、サトコ。ええ。
I grabbed Satoko's arm and pulled her away. I was frustrated, sad, and bitter. What has Satoko done? Reality's just too cruel. Everyone loves me, but can I share that love with Satoko? Satoko must be wondering why people treat me so differently. I shouldn't come shopping with her, or rather, I should have done her shopping instead.
サトコ。なんですの、リカ。風にばらまいてしまって、かわいそうなのです。なので、これはサトコへの残念賞なのですよ。
I wanted to at least ease her pain a little bit, so I pulled out the strawberry milk candy I just received. But Satoko refused to take it.
その飴はリカがもらったものではありませんの。
Doesn't want the pity. My hand froze. She saw me getting this candy.
渡した人だってリカに食べてほしいと思って渡したんですわ。だから私が食べたら失礼ですわよ。
Satoko turned her back on me and kept walking. I mean, that pride of hers remains. I mean, I'm not shocked. She's kind of always had that. Without even saying goodbye, she continued on to her house with the shopping bags in her hands. I only wanted to ease her pain, but I ended up rubbing salt in her wound. How can I call myself her best friend? If I could, I would have crushed the candy right there. Dude, that's just fucked up. Seeing the way Satoko is treated, like, seeing this all the way back then is hard, right? And she had to endure this for years, like. So that's the follow-up to that one, of course. Go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do Satoko, because that opens up this one. So let's go ahead and do Satoko. We'll leave Mion for later. Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump to Satoko, which is kind of fitting after what we just saw. Her, like, that whole scene. Said that one was kind of depressing, man. A lot of these scenes are kind of depressing, but you know, that was no exception. My name is Satoko Hojo, but Hojo is my current father's family name. I was also Satoko Hatake, Satoko Yoshizawa, and also Satoko Matsura because of my previous fathers. Wow, I had never thought about that. I'm still not used to being called Hojo-san. If someone calls me Satoko, then I know that that person is talking to me. Because Satoko's the name I've been using since I was born. I don't understand why my mother keeps getting married and divorced. If she's gonna get a divorce, why did she get married? If she's married, why did she get a divorce? I've asked her before, but depending on the situation, her answers were different. When I asked her when she was married, she got angry. But when I asked her after she got divorced, she cried. I don't understand the meaning of marriage. So I have no interest in drawing pictures of a bride in a wedding dress. I don't think I'll ever get married. I don't want to keep changing my child's last name. My teacher once asked me if I liked my mother. I think it was when I was in kindergarten in Okonomiya. It was a very difficult question, because sometimes I loved her very much, and sometimes I hated her very much. I couldn't decide. When my mother was nice, she smiled all the time. She made us happy. She thanked me for being her daughter, but when my mother wasn't nice, she frowned all the time. She treated my brother and me very poorly. She told me I should never have been born. My teacher asked me if I liked my father. That was a very easy question, because I always hated him very much, no matter who he was. The new fathers always treated me nicely at first, as if I was their real daughter. They always told me I could think of them as my real father, but they couldn't be my real father. Besides, I didn't even know my real father's face. How could I call them my father? I couldn't. That was disgusting. Right before divorce, my fathers always became very irritated with me. They treated me like a cockroach. They told me they didn't have money to feed me, they threw things at me, and they locked me out on the veranda. I was told I could forget about them because I was all in the past. I think that was a different teacher from a different school. Maybe that's true. Because ever since Houjou became my father, my mother's been smiling. I haven't seen them get into a fight as I've seen happen just before a divorce. They have little arguments here and there, but those don't lead to a divorce, and they always make up. But I'm sure they'll get a divorce sooner or later. And then it'll be the same old stuff at the family court, divorce settlements, night flight, and child support. So who knows how long this Houjou will be my father. That's why I don't even feel like calling him that. He also treated me well at first, but when I didn't call him father even after he asked me repeatedly, he became irritated. They'll get a divorce soon. When my father gets into this mood, a divorce is on the way. After a divorce, it's my mother's turn to be irritated with me, and she'll tell me she shouldn't have had me, or she can't be happy because of me. Why is my existence causing problems for my mother? I asked my brother, and he told me, if you have children, it's not easy to find someone to get married with. To my mother, remarriage is a very important job, so I can understand having children around will cause problems. I think I finally understand the reason why I'm a nuisance to her. I asked my brother something else. Why are children hated by new fathers? Well, that's simple. That's because family members all have different roles. A mother's job is to love her children. A father's job is to love the mother. That means I'm a nuisance to both my mother and my father. My brother is more mature than me, so they don't look down on him as a nuisance. Oh no, the text started getting pink. I think we know what that means. I've mentioned in the past that it seems like sometimes when that text gets read, especially here in the answer arcs, it's the progression of the Hinamizawa syndrome, so this might be like where it really starts. My brother's more mature than me, so they don't look down on him as a nuisance. But maybe I am. No, I'm definitely a nuisance. So now I know, both my mother and father want me dead. But if they kill me, they'll be caught. But that doesn't mean they won't kill me. Oh yeah, we're straight into paranoia. If I were to look down the cliff, and if no one was around, my mother and father would push me off for sure. My father's become abnormally nice to me recently. He started to act that way ever since I made the fake call. I know for sure that it's just part of a plot to kill me, so I won't let them trick me. I'm sorry. Lately, when I listen very carefully, I can hear a voice apologizing. The voice sounds similar to mine. Her mother must be telling her that she shouldn't have been born. I'm sorry. But I won't apologize like that. I'll live. I'm going to strike back. I'll kill before I get killed. I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're seeing everything with her progress. Okay. I mean, as I've said for a lot of these, that was another hard one. It's very common with Satoko backstories, so it's not shocking at all, but we kind of see her backstory with her father and her mother, her fathers and her mother, right? And how that, like, progresses over time, right? And how she gets this, eventually she starts to kind of start exhibiting symptoms of the Hinamizawa syndrome, right? That paranoia, thinking people are out to kill her, right? It's kind of hard, because it seems like very likely that roughly that is what's, like, that is more or less what started this whole feeling that she's a nuisance to her mother, right? And that caused very strong emotions within her that woke up the demon, right? That one's hard to see. It's so... Man, you really do... You gotta feel for Satoko, like, literally all the time. So let's go ahead and just jump to Satoshi, because I'm assuming we can go to here, and then probably here. Maybe not directly to there, actually. I'm assuming this is, like, the part-time job or something along those lines. We might be able to do this one now, actually. They've definitely seen the shopping trip, and I think that this one, like, right around... Oh, this one's available now. Oh yeah, we've seen that. Okay. Right here. This might be the contact of that. So do I want to keep going forward with kind of the Houjou plot, or do I want to go back on track with the murders in the body? Okay, let's just stick with the Houjous for now. So we'll start with Satoshi. When I asked Rika-chan, and she said Satoko might have possibly gone up to the mountain behind the shrine. When I asked Rika-chan, she said Satoko might have possibly gone up to the mountain behind the shrine. She's fond of going there. The mountain is covered in with trees, vines, and fallen logs, and she really likes the area. Any child would dream of having a secret base. And to Satoko, her secret base is the whole mountain. However, the mountains were underdeveloped territory, making them a dangerous place that was easy to get lost in. As her brother, I'm a little concerned that you spend so much time on it. But maybe I should worry more about getting myself getting lost, since I rarely come here. The mountain gets dark quickly when evening falls. If I still can't find her, I should look for her somewhere else.
Satoko! Satoko!
I'm yelling as loud as I can, but in the woods, my voice doesn't carry that well. According to Rika-chan, she's been making her secret base in this area. She goes up there alone to expand it. What does she mean by expand it? If it's a secret base, she must not want anyone to find it. Does that mean she set up some traps? Yep. Considering that, I should have noticed the traps in the mountains before one got me. Suddenly my foot sunk into the ground and snagged on something like a jump rope tied beneath dried leaves. I heard some noises from up above, and then a big ball made of branches fell right next to me. It had to be one of the playful traps Satoko loved. If I wasn't so lucky, I'm sure the ball would have hit my head.
あらあらあら、どなたが現れたかと思えば、ニーニーではありませんの。
サトコ、ダメだよこんな遊びは。危ないじゃないか。
この先は危険だから入ってはいけないって営林署の看板がちゃんとあったはずでございましたよ。
Yeah, that's true.
それを無視する方には素敵なトラップの大歓迎がお待ちしておりましたよ。
She's the danger. As her brother, I should stop her from doing things like this. When I see her brilliant smile, I can't say anything else. I haven't seen that smile in some time.
それよりサトコ、今日は家族みんなで食事に出かけるから、夕方までには家に戻りなさいって言われてたじゃないか。
別に私、お食事なんか行きたくありませんわ。お母さんとお父さんが2人で行けばいいんじゃありませんの？行きたければ、ニーニーも一緒に3人で行けばいいんですわ。
まだお父さんのこと怒ってるのかい？
私に灰皿を投げつけましたわ。
違うだろう。
No, that happened with our previous father. Our current one hasn't done that. She was so traumatized that, and like, lost. She like, the events were mixing together in her head. That's...
私をベランダに追い出して鍵をかけましたわ。
And it's probably a result of like that kind of the, I mean, I imagine it's Hinamizawa syndrome flaring up, but...
お昼ご飯を抜きにされましたわ。タバコの種類が違うと言われましたわ。好き嫌いはダメだってほっぺたを叩かれましたわ。それから。
She isn't talking about our current stepfather. Things about all of our different stepfathers have mixed themselves up in her head. Every time our mother remarried, we had to call a different man our father. The word father isn't a word that should be taken lightly. If you don't truly acknowledge a man as your father, how can you call him that? That's how much weight it carries. However, just to make things smooth and peaceful, I used the word father even if I didn't want to. It was too difficult for Satoko, young as she was, to do the same. Ever since Satoko was very little, she's been having troubles with all her stepfathers. She's never opened up to our current one. To Satoko, a father figure is no longer someone she can trust. It's true that our current stepfather doesn't have any experience being a parent, so he sometimes gets rather upset with her. But ever since the incidents where Satoko called the child abuse hotline, our stepfather regretted his mistakes and tried his best to communicate with her. It really seems like the Houjou dad actually did his best, and it was just too late. Right? I don't even want to say too little too late, right? It was just too late for Satoko. And there wasn't really much that could be done. Even my mother realized how much Satoko was suffering emotionally when it was pointed out by the social worker. She's doing her part in trying to bring Satoko back into the family, but Satoko completely refuses to even try. It's understandable, though. Her childhood has been filled with misery. Satoko can only open up to me. That's why I have to be the one and only family member she can trust. Otherwise, she'll be all alone in this world. But a brother and a sister alone can't be considered a family, even if we don't get along now. If we continue to communicate, even in a small way, we may be able to become a real family someday.
サトコ、今のお父さんはだんだん優しくなってきたよ。サトコと仲直りしたいっていつも言ってる。
そんなの聞いたことありませんわ。
お父さんがそれを言おうとすると、サトコが逃げちゃうからだよ。お父さんももっとサトコと話をしたがってる。もうかぼちゃを無理やり食べさせたりはしないって言ってたよ。
嘘ですわ。かぼちゃを食べるまでは食卓から逃がさないって言われて、椅子にビニール紐で縛られましたわ。
Again, she isn't talking about her current stepfather.
サトコ、とにかくニーニーと一緒に家に帰ろう。
It's just too much for someone like her to handle, especially when you add in Hinamizawa syndrome. I don't know how someone young is supposed to handle something like that.
せっかくお母さんが福引きで当てたお食事券が無駄になっちゃうよ。予約制だから今日行かないと無効になっちゃう。
ニーニーだけで行けばいいんですわ。私は一人でお留守番してるのが好きなんですの。
Satoko usually doesn't stay out playing this late. She knows we're going out, and that's why she's out here alone. Although I want to snap at Satoko, I controlled myself. She only has me. I can't scare her.
とにかくサトコ、食事に一緒に行くかどうかは帰ってから決めてもいいんじゃないかな。それにサトコに案内してもらわないと僕家に帰れない。
Bro probably would have caught in a trap.
ニーニー、あれだけ何度も一緒に連れてってあげましたのに、まだここが覚えられませんの？まったくしょうがないニーニーですわね。
Seems like she's calmed down a little bit. Satoko holds out her hand. She often says she's embarrassed to hold my hand in front of people. She's holding out her hand right now. I took that hand. Satoko's fragile hand. I have to protect her as her big brother.
帰ろう、サトコ。
ええ。
As ever, everything with the Houjou kids is so depressing. Like, I mean, like, it feels like, despite this one technically being about Satoshi, that was really about Satoko, right? And how everything has affected her so much, right? Like, everything going on with her stepdads and the traumas she's experienced from them, right? She's not really recovered. And she's reached a point where, even though her current stepdad is genuinely trying, she just conflates things that others did with things he did, right? And she sees him as this terrible abusive figure that he's not, but it's not, I don't want to say it's her fault, right? Like, I guess to a degree, very technically speaking it is, but it's very hard to even be frustrated with Satoko when it's like, you fully get why this has happened, right? Why she acts the way she does at this point. Because of everything she's gone through. She's struggling to form those connections, and the Hinamizawa syndrome has kind of started to take hold, and I would assume so, at least. And so, like I said, she's paranoid. She believes things that that didn't happen actually happened, and in her mind it's true, right? And I imagine here before long, this is how we're gonna get to, like, I mean, I guess what I was kind of trying to get at is, that's kind of what, eventually, I assume, like, this is eventually why she's going to be researched by the Irie Institute and how we're going to connect back over here, you know? Although, definitely still got a bit to go. I mean, this would lead us here. I think this might lead us, like, that might lead us there. But again, we're just going to stick with the Houjous for now. So let's go on with the Houjou siblings and see where this brings us. Wouldn't be shocked if, I mean, we might have to try this one next. This might need to combine with something. This might combine with something over here. I don't know. Like that could be the rock candy or something. Or the part-time job, actually, is pretty likely, I think. So let's go ahead and go to the Houjou siblings. You know, I'm actually really curious now that we're here. It's something I've wondered. I wonder if we're going to get, like, official confirmation of Satoshi's fate. Like, if we're going to see, like, 100% his death. That's kind of what I'm assuming this is going to be, frankly. Because, I mean, I think he's, like, 99% dead, but official confirmation would definitely be nice. Well, you know, it wouldn't be. You know, it'd be nice if he was miraculously alive, but also, let's be for real. You know? So let's go ahead into the Houjou siblings. The Houjou family is well known for going against the whole village during the dam conflict. Both the husband and the wife were rather aggressive, and they fought a fierce battle, especially against the Sonozaki family. Although the whole village treated them coldly, the husband and wife didn't really care, and kept on fighting. In a way, they were extremely strong-willed people. I'm sure their children had to go through a lot because of them, though. Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun were treated coldly by the villagers as well. In addition to that, Satoko-chan and her stepfather didn't get along, so their stress levels must have reached their limits. Okay, this is the test results. Because I'm the director of the local clinic, a rather respected member of society, people usually tell me a lot of things, so I was aware of the treatment they were receiving even before I met them. I met Satoshi-kun first. Satoshi-kun came to the clinic because he felt ill from too much stress. He must have thought he had a cold. When I examined him, he even told me that. But hearing his repeated sighs and by seeing the exhausted look in his eyes, I knew right away it wasn't just a simple cold. Medication would heal his symptoms, but that would only be a temporary measure. The only way to truly cure him would be to change his living environment. But that was easier said than done. He was surrounded by tangled and complicated relationships with the village and his family, so just resting for a few days and taking some medication wouldn't do. Time was the only thing that could ease off the cold treatment from the villagers, but we were taking a very, very long time. That's why I felt I had to be their first ally in this village, so I could rescue them. I couldn't do anything about a stressful environment, but I could try to diminish the anxiety. So I thought the best way was to teach him how to vent his stress, and playing sports is the best way to do that. So I asked him to join the junior baseball team that I coach. As a researcher, I devote most of my time to Hinamizawa syndrome, but I too need to do something else to relax. I used to play baseball, so I decided to coach the local kids team. After a while, the children of Hinamizawa started their own baseball team, and somehow I became their coach. Doctors can't provide health just by giving medication. You need a sound mind and a sound body. I believe health can be maintained through sports as well, but our team needed more people. So I thought of asking Satoshi-kun to join. Being a bookworm, Satoshi-kun wasn't interested in playing sports. He wasn't sure how joining the baseball team would help the situation. I didn't need to go on and on about athletic medicine to explain why sports help people become healthy. I just wanted him to experience it himself, to realize how great it feels to play sports. I think he realized it gradually. He was reluctant until the very end, but he attended all of the team activities and games. As I saw Satoshi-kun slowly regain his liveliness, I realized my plan worked. However, if Satoshi-kun was under that much stress, then Satoko-chan, who lived in the same family climate, must have felt the same way. Unfortunately, I didn't think of her back then. That might be why he's so adamant on saving her. So when Satoko-chan was carried into my clinic as a patient, I regretted doing nothing about her even while knowing the situation. As Satoshi-kun recovered under my guidance, Satoko-chan was left alone in her stressful environment. Also around that time, there was an incident bad enough to make Satoko-chan collapse. That was, of course, her parents' deaths. The day of the Watsunagashi festival was a very uncomfortable time for the Houjou family, because although it was a village festival, it was also a day to celebrate victory over the dam construction project. It's understandable that they would plan a family trip around that time so they could leave the village. Satoko-chan's parents fell off the cliff at the park they were visiting. It happened on such an unlucky day. Because it happened on the day of Watsunagashi, people said it was the curse of a Yashiro-sama. Dude, that shit was not an accident. Especially as we learn more and about the mountain dogs, that shit was not an accident. And people labeled the Houjou family as the one that was cursed by a Yashiro-sama. The parents were given the cold shoulder by everyone in the village. So with their parents gone, Satoshi and Satoko should have been freed from that. But unfortunately, the accident happened on the day of Watsunagashi. That's why the members of the Houjou family continued to be shunned. Satoko-chan was the only one who was at the site of the accident. Satoshi-kun didn't go on the trip because he had an event with the baseball team. Oh my god, man. That's the reason that he wasn't there. Baseball team that Irie was, running. And in theory, had he brought Satoko there, she wouldn't have had to see that. And so you can imagine that made him feel pretty guilty. Therefore, the police mainly interrogated her. The detective Oishi suspected an act of organized crime by the village, so with Satoko-chan as the only witness on site, he drilled her with questions. She was as stressed as Satoshi-kun, perhaps even more, so of course she couldn't take it. During the interrogation, she began to wheeze and gasp for air. The anguished look I saw on Satoko-chan's face when she was carried into the clinic was very, very tragic. It broke my heart just to imagine what she had to go through.
監督、Satokoは大丈夫ですか?
Not really, bro. Not really. Satoko just cannot ever catch a break, man.
ええ、安心してください。一時的に混乱してしまっただけですよ。
あっても大丈夫ですか?
やっと薬でぐっすり眠れたところです。できれば起こさないであげたいところです。しばらくゆっくり休ませてあげましょう。様子を見て数日入院させてあげるのもいいかもしれません。大丈夫。私に任せてください。
ありがとうございます。
I know Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who truly cares about his sister. He empathizes deeply with her. In other words, Satoshi-kun's worries and stress were reflecting Satoko-chan herself. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but while Satoshi-kun was, of course, sad about his parents' deaths, he may, at the same time, have been a little relieved that they were gone. His sister wouldn't have to be driven into a corner anymore. Unlike Satoshi-kun, Satoko-chan didn't have the social skills to get along with her stepfather. Well, buddy, does he not know? That is terrible. He does not know what's about to happen. So putting her mother aside, I was certain that losing her father, the greatest cause of stress in her life, would bring great change to her home environment. But I couldn't believe what happened next. The two were sent to live in an even worse environment with their aunt and uncle. Although at that time, I was rather optimistic, thinking this new environment would be better for the siblings. It sure wasn't. It sure wasn't. God, I keep saying this, but Satoko just cannot catch a goddamn break. Right? And we know all of this backstory, but it's just like every morsel of Satoko backstory is like, here's the most depressing writing you could imagine. Right? This was another one where, in theory, some like these are kind of about Satoshi, but I feel like most of the Houjou backstory has all been about Satoko, which makes sense because she's the one that's a main character, and Satoshi only even had one chapter's worth of real appearance, right? And this was about how, it did kind of involve Satoshi though. So maybe I'm like embellishing a little bit. But Satoshi, Irie recognizes that Satoshi needs help, right? And that his home environment is causing him health problems. And so he gets him to join the baseball team to help with his stress, and it's working. But then the Watsunagashi killing of their parents happened. And Satoko was there and saw it. While Satoshi was away because he was on the baseball team that Irie hadn't thought to ask Satoko to join, right? And I mean, not only did she see the death of her parents, right? She was drilled with questions, right, from Oishi, which eventually she collapses, and I can only imagine that if she already had Hinamizawa syndrome, this is where shit gets really bad, you know? Like, that's probably where things really escalate for her. So where does it go next? I'm gonna try to go ahead and go with Mion, even if I don't necessarily think that's it. Or like, I mean, obviously that's a starting point, so it will be it. But like, I think if we wanted to continue along the Houjou line, we probably need to go with like this, and then that might give us the like test results. Also, this would give us like this, and it, yeah, probably like you probably go here, and then it lets you go to here. Which we've got one of these. Yeah, we haven't gotten to Rika's fever. We've got Tomitake's, it seems. So let's just yeah, for now let's just do Mion, even if I don't necessarily think that continues the plot we were just on. Let's just go with Mion. Mion-san, your friend is here. I heard the housekeeper's voice. Our house and the front yard are huge, so unlike normal houses, ringing a doorbell or yelling my name repeatedly, asking to play won't work.
Hi. どなたです?
Rika Furude chama.
来たね来たね。バッチャにリカちゃまが来たって伝えてもらえます？多分あっちの縁側にいると思います。私はスイカを引き上げてきますね。
This will be about the watermelon. I saw something about that. I'm kind of wondering if this is going to somehow relate to... I mean, because this required that we had the candy. I wonder if this is going to relate to Satoko's treatment. Like, if Rika's going to bring that up to Oreo or something. Granny received many beautiful watermelons from somebody, so she wanted to share. I just called the Furude house a short time ago, and Rika-chan is here to pick one up. Did she come on her bicycle? I can't remember if it has a big enough basket. I pulled the watermelon from the well while thinking about that. The cold water in the well has refrigerated the watermelon, and the condensation makes it look delicious. 3 members of the Furude family will enjoy it for at least 2 nights.
お持ち帰りだったのですか。僕はてっきり。あれ？おじさんそう言わなかったっけ?
The priest answered the phone, and I thought I told him to come pick it up. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, or maybe he misunderstood me completely. But she's here to eat the watermelon, not to take it home. Besides, the small basket on Rika-chan's bicycle won't hold the watermelon, and it's too dangerous for her to ride while holding it in her hands.
Mion! お前、リカちゃまんちまで超持ってたらな。スイカ片手んな自転車なん焦がれんて。
That's true.
僕だってスイカくらい持てますのですよ。
No, you can't.
危な。リカちゃまに何かあったら、お社様に申し訳立たんね。うちのミオンが運ぶんね。
はい。任せられたったら、じゃあついでに神主さんにご挨拶でもしてこようかね。
No matter whether she rides or pushes her bicycle, Rika-chan's hands will be occupied, so I'm going to carry the watermelon. The sky is turning auburn and the sunset, the cool breeze feels good on my sandaled feet. plastic bag I'm carrying contains the watermelon and also some small bags of rock candy. If our mother finds them, she'll take them away, so we decided to eat them before we got to her home. We opened the bags and enjoyed the rock candy. Rika-chan isn't an exception. Whenever kids from our neighborhood come to our house for errands, Granny gives them some treats. Actually, that's a pretty common rule here in Hinamizawa. It's funny, but sometimes when parents aren't watching, siblings will fight over who gets to take the circular notice to the next house over. Because they're gonna get candy from it. So these bags of rock candy are like tips for them. Of course, she doesn't normally give out this much. Usually just a little piece of it. Granny's being extra nice to Rika-chama.
僕だけこんなにいろいろお駄賃をもらうと他の人に悪い気がしますです。
Knowing damn well Satoko gets none.
別に気にすることないんじゃない？お駄賃は好意みたいなもんなんだもん。変に断るよりは子供らしくありがとうって言って笑顔を見せる方がよっぽどいいと思うけどね。
ミーはお駄賃をよくもらいますですか？
昔はね。でもさすがにこの年になったらもらわなくなったな。
Unlucky.
今もらうとなんだか子供扱いされてるみたいでかえってカチンとくるかな。
ミー、僕は子供扱いなのです。
Kind of, yeah.
いいじゃんいいじゃん。もらえるうちにもらっとけばいい。私くらいになれば欲しくてももらえなくなるんだからさ。
As we talked about ordinary things, I noticed Rika-chan seemed a little sad.
どうしたの？
Satoko doesn't
僕
get
は
this. Yeah.
お買い物に行ってもよくお駄賃に飴をもらいますが、
Given the prerequisite, it kind of had to go this way.
サトコは一緒に行ってももらえませんです。
I can think of so many reasons why. Not only Satoko, but everyone in the Houjou family is being treated poorly in Hinamizawa, and the Sonozaki family are the ones who instigated that. The two dam supporters have died in an accident already, but the malice against the Houjou family is still going. It's directed against Satoko and Satoshi, their children, and the aunt and uncle who are taking care of them. The big fight between the Houjou family and the Sonozaki family at the explanatory meeting started all this. That was the Houjou couple, and it shouldn't have anything to do with the children and their aunt and uncle. But the idea that the Houjou family are traitors evolved on its own. Therefore, anyone bearing the Houjou name is to be treated poorly. The aunt and uncle weren't dam supporters, so over time the attacks toward them should have stopped. But they're rather odd, and they keep having trouble with their neighbors. They don't follow the community rules, they don't do their community duties, and they spray pesticide while their neighbor's laundry is still hanging outside. They often get into fights with the other villagers. They'd be hated even without the dam. Therefore, the Houjou family continues to be treated poorly. But none of that should have anything to do with Satoko and Satoshi. Satoko and Satoshi are often depressed at school. I tried to leave the conflict between the two families aside, but I wonder how they really feel about that. From their point of view, I'm just another member of the family that keeps harassing them.
せめて学校にはそんな雰囲気を持ち込ませたくない。だから私はそういう風に振る舞ってるつもりだよ。
それを学校の中だけでなく外にも広げるにはどうしたらいいのですか？
It's gonna take a lot, and it's gonna take more suffering, unfortunately. That'd be pretty difficult. The Houjou family made enemies of the three families. They were branded as traitors, and that's still considered the truth. It wouldn't mean anything if one person suggested an end to the hostilities just because the events around the dam are history now. On the contrary, that would just put them in the same position. Unfortunately for Satoko and Satoshi, the only thing they can do is to wait patiently until the issue withers away. All I can do for them is provide an oasis until that day comes.
では、サトコたちはいつまで耐え忍べばいいのですか？
わかんない。ダム戦争は数年に及んだ。その時に押された烙印を払拭するんだから、それと同じ年数はかかるかもしれないね。
It's gonna take a minimum of 2 more. Like, based on the timeline we've seen, you know?
それはつまり、サトコたちが大人になるまで、誰にも許してもらえないということですか？サトコが子供のうちは、ずっと村中から冷たい目で見られていろということですか？
Not the whole thing if you manage it correctly, but it's certainly not gonna be easy.
それはあまりにも辛いね。
ミー、僕たちはサトコやサトシの仲間なのですよね。
そうだよ。私にとってだって二人は友達だよ。仲間だよ。
なら僕たちの仲間を救うために僕たちに何かできることはないのでしょうか？
私たちに何ができるんだろうね。
Even if the Sonozaki family declares that the dam conflict is over, so the Houjou family are no longer outcasts, that won't solve the problem. It's not that simple. In the first place, Granny hates the Houjou family and won't suffer their name to be mentioned in her presence. It's not a matter of someone forgiving another. It's a matter of very complicated ties between the people in this village. Kind of funny, because they're actually not even completely correct. Maybe that kind of, like, with time, like, maybe she does hate them at this point, and it kind of fades for the next few years, but it's absolutely terrifying to have them as your enemies. Everyone knows that very well, and that's why they maintain good relationships with their neighbors. However, if you make enemies of them, you'll have to face the consequences. That's the unwritten law of the Japanese community, and the Sonozaki family is part of this unwritten law. Now that the Houjou family are outcasts, not even the Sonozaki family can overturn the situation.
ひなみ沢のことは、ひなみ沢の人間にはどうしようもないということなのでしょうか?
I obviously understand why they wouldn't truly believe that they could overturn this. It's kind of sad knowing that they could. They could have, right? In theory, right? I mean, doing it without Keiichi is like, good luck, bro. But in theory, the route was there, and they could never see it, and this wasn't like, the point is more like, isn't that, oh, they should have done something. It's more, it's depressing that they saw this and were like, we can't do anything, and just let it stew, and it just gets worse for Satoko, right? It's even worse from this point.
悲しいけど、そういうこともあるかもしれない。もし、里子を救う人が現れてくれるとしたら、それは、村のしがらみにとらわれない、そういう人なんだろうね。
A certain Keiichi Maibara.
でも、そんな人、村にはいない。
村の外から、誰かが助けに来なければ救われない。
Like Rika-chan says, would a knight in shining armor from the outside world ever come here? Would that person bring in a new wind into this village that has been filled with stale air for hundreds of years? No way. That's just wishful thinking. Time will solve the problem someday. Until then, I have to be their ally. I can't think of anything else I can do for them. As Rika-chan and I crunch on our rock candy, we can only pray that people will forgive Satoko and her family sooner rather than later. Rika-chan gently broke the heavy silence.
きっと村の外からしがらみにとらわれない人がやってきます。
Oh, we're getting the true Rika. Mion probably doesn't see that very often.
そうだね。ダム戦争も終わったんだから、また分譲地に外から人が引っ越してきてくれるといいね。近い年の転校生とか来れば楽しいだろうに。
Wouldn't that be crazy?
来ます。きっと。そして彼と力を合わせて私たちは村の悪兵を打ち破るのです。
She's lived it, so she knows this, but...
それが私たちの未来を閉ざす3つの錠前に対する最初の鍵。
Can you imagine hearing this from Mion's perspective right now? You're like, what the fuck is she talking about?
え？何それ？なんかの小説？
Rika-chan says some odd things sometimes. When she talks that way, she seems so mature. I even start to doubt she's really younger than I am. The unreasonable antagonism towards the Houjou family. Will there really be someone from the outside who will shatter our old traditions? I mean, I kind of already talked about that one. Like within the fragment itself, right? We talked about how, I mean, there's another one about how miserable Satoko's situation is and how they're like, is there a way we can save her? And they really don't believe there's a way, right? At this very incident. Or at this very moment, rather. They don't really see a way. Which is, like, kind of depressing that that's what they're stuck believing, you know? They're just in a situation where they're like, there's no way. There's no way to save her with what we have right now. We need someone. And then Rika's just like, basically, she outright says it in a way that we understand as the viewer, that like, it has to be Keiichi, right? It has to be Keiichi. Like, that's it. Like, it's that simple. Yeah, we haven't seen anything about the Ryugu family move. Wouldn't be shocked if, like, the red capsule involves that. So let's just go to the depression of a Shinto priest. I'm pretty sure that we can go to this one. Yeah. And I guess we kind of like continue on the investigation of Hinamizawa Syndrome side of things. The gathering place inside of the Furude Shrine is in fact the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Guardians. Normally, a shrine would be a calm and quiet place, but there are anti-dam signs everywhere, making it very obvious what this location has become. There are over 30 members of the Guardians here at the moment, and they're having a heated conversation about their plans for the future. Although this meeting place is on the Furude family's property, it's a community facility, so it closes at 9 p.m. Of course, sometimes a discussion gets so heated that it goes on past closing time, but meetings are supposed to end by 9. If a discussion ends early, they usually chit-chat until that time. That's what usually happens. Of course, they mostly talk about the dam even when they chit-chat. They talk about someone's mistreatment at the government office, or someone getting arrested unjustly, or complain that people at the dam construction site are too violent. Since it's idle chatter, the topics are slightly emotional, and because of that, there was a good deal of bad-mouthing the Houjous.
そしたらさ、回覧板捨てちゃったとか言い出すんだよ。普通に考えて、あそこの奥さんはさ、この間もさ、ゴミ置き場で牧野さんとこのばあさんとすんげえ口論してて。
だいたいね、本当に粗暴だよね、あそこのご主人は。理性がないというか。
ああ、お前さんは地元説明会の時を見てないのかい？ありゃすごかったよ。あそこまで言うからにゃ、さっさと出てけばいいのにさ。
Brother broke.
金がもらえないのどうのこうの。浅ましいったらありゃしないね。
いや、理性のなさで言ったら、あそこの奥さんも相当なもんだよ。
Man, this is next level hate. Which we knew, but...
それでやっぱり遺伝なのかしらね。あそこのお嬢さん、買い物によく見かけるんで挨拶するんだけど、向こうから挨拶は絶対に返さないのよ。だから私たちバカバカしくなっちゃって、以来見かけても知らないふりしてんだから。
Bro, probably cap.
それ言ったら、あそこの坊主もいつも暗そうな顔してるよな。
I hate the way they just, like, relish in this. By now, the Hojo family has become the enemy of the whole village. Bad-mouthing the Hojo family was the greatest shared topic that anyone could easily contribute to. If he had known how powerful the three families were, especially the Sonozaki family, and if he had known Oryo-san's character, he wouldn't have said the things he did. The Hojo couple are residents here. Though they were never very enthusiastic about the council activities, they should have known what kind of person Oryo-san is. Could have imagined just what would happen to him if he talked to her that way. Yet, he let his anger take over and voice his unpleasant feelings. So most people think the Hojo family brought their isolation upon themselves. If they wanted to negotiate with the government regarding the move, they should have done so privately. Yet he was foolish enough to express himself at a public gathering like that. So not too many sympathize with the Hojo family. Ever since the big fight at the explanatory meeting, the Sonozaki family has looked at the Hojo family as their enemy, and started to go after them. That caused the other pro-dam families to go quiet, fearing they'd be made into scapegoats too, and those who wanted to leave were bitterly forced to give up. Even those people started criticizing the Hojo couple, saying they could have gotten their compensation to leave if the two hadn't picked that reckless fight. Both the anti-dam and pro-dam people hate the Hojos now, and the families become even more isolated. Moreover, the Hojos are both very aggressive. They should have stayed quiet at least until things settled down, but they didn't. That alienated the handful of people who took pity on them as well, so now nobody even says anything to them. All of that was immediately obvious by listening to the foul talk here and there at the gathering place. Rika always helps out by putting the teacups away, so I'm sure she hears what they say as well. One of the Hojo family members they're bad-mouthing is Rika's friend, Satoko-chan. It hurts to think about what Rika feels while hearing that. As priest of the Furude Shrine, should I let this continue? Oyashiro-sama is a god who makes peace between enemies. When the humans and demons fought, Oyashiro-sama descended from heaven and mediated between both sides. As the caretaker of the shrine, I must do something before it goes too far. I'm sitting next to Oryo-san, who's spitefully disparaging the Hojo family. Is this what gets everyone to, like, turn on him? He tries to, like, mediate things between the village and the Hojos?
ならんしゃもあもないんかいね、ほんまに。あんの裏切り者には絶対お社様のたたりが下るんね。許されなかといな。
The elderly people cheer her on as they listen to her speak. If I barge in now, I have a feeling it won't be a peaceful conversation, but I have to make up my mind. As the priest of the Furude shrine, also for the sake of Rika's friend, Satoko-chan.
お嬢さん、北条さんの悪口を言うのは、そろそろこれくらいにしませんかね。
ああ、なんね、何倍よりおるんかいな。
いや、北条さんもそんな悪気はなかったと思うんだが。
Yeah, he tries to get in the middle, and this is probably what like opens up like a shitstorm for them too.
あまりいつまでも尾を引くのはかわいそうだと。
しゃらしいね。おめえあれを聞いちゃどんなすったらんわんとね。なあ、しゃらしい。ああ、しゃらしい、しゃらしい。
Ryo-san is the head of the Sonozaki family, the heir to the demons. She never forgives anyone who stands against her, so there's no way she would even listen to what I'm trying to say. Ryo-san and the others became furious and refused to listen to me. I also mentioned that the dam construction plan would be cancelled soon, so they should calm down already. I said that because the staff at the Irie clinic told me that the government is putting some kind of pressure on the Ministry of Construction, but thinking that I'm being an opportunist, soon criticism of me began to circulate the room. After that, I realized that I'd become branded as a fence-sitter. If the demons are willing to listen, then there's a chance to make peace. But how can I make peace with people who refuse to listen? I destroyed their mood, so I just have to give up and shut my mouth. And I felt a little hand on my back.
リカか、もう遅い時間だから家に戻っていなさい。
私たちがいくら努力しても届かない。
Eiichi's the only one. Rika looked into the distance while she spoke.
このよどみ切った村の悪兵は、そのよどみに住まう私たちにはどうしようもないのかもしれない。でも希望をなくすものか。今にきっとこいつらを打ち破ってくれる人がやってくる。今にきっと。
Her eyes shone as if seeing a future that only the maiden in the Furude shrine could see. Yeah, so this is when the opinion on the Furudes, especially like the father, really starts to sour, and he's like, he mentions it himself, he's seen as an opportunist and a fence sitter. All because he tried to be like, don't you think you're taking this a little far, Oreo? And she just would not hear it. She just would not hear it. I respect the fact that he at least tried, but yeah, that was just not gonna really ever work, unfortunately. Okay, let's go ahead and just do this one, since it's still cracked, and I want it to be not cracked. How many have we done so far? 1, 2, 3. We're about to do 4. But we're still on 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're only at 13 and we're at 2.5 hours. This is definitely going to be 2 videos. There was a part of me that wanted to make this one video. That would be a little much, I think. So we're definitely going to have to split the this whole section into 2. So let's go ahead and do the murder with the dismembered body. Early summer 1979 AD. Yeah, I mean, you know what murder this is.
腐ってる。やべえよ、やべえよ。監督、監督、返事してくださいよ。監督。
あ、ほんだら、死んでるに決まってんだろうが。
Clang. A loud noise snapped everyone out of it. Someone dropped the shovel he was holding. The shovel was smeared with reddish-black blood. No, not just the shovel. All 6 construction workers' clothes were blood-soaked, too. One of them cried out to the silent dead body of the manager, which was drenched in blood.
監督。監督。やっかましい。死んでるに決まってんだろ。仕方ねえじゃねえか。
No, it was Hinamizawa and you're acting up.
正当防衛だろ、正当防衛。
The fight had started after the manager yelled at them for drinking beer inside the office. There were no drinking and no smoking signs everywhere. The manager harshly scolded anyone who broke that rule, so it was the 6 workers' fault for disobeying, but they drank because they were stressed out by the anti-dam protesters. That's why they said things to provoke the manager. They told him to step out, and the others went along. The construction workers toiled hard and long hours. That's why they instigated the fight with the manager, to release their stress. They'd expected to just curse at each other or to end up in a wrestling match, but things escalated. Or to put it more accurately, the manager exploded all of a sudden. The manager had to deal with the residents' protests as well, so he was under just as much pressure, or maybe even more. But how he changed was not normal. The manager was calm at first, but he gradually became more aggressive, and it was like he transformed into someone completely different. No, it was like he was possessed by something evil. Was he the one with Henryzawa syndrome? The men who instigated the fight sobered up when they saw his behavior. Then, the manager picked up a shovel that was nearby and tried to smash his opponent's head in with it. Bro, he might have been the one with it. Wow! It was actually self-defense. He managed to avoid the hit, but if he didn't, his head would have surely been split open. The manager kept pounding on him with the shovel. Even as he frantically tried to avoid the hits, by this time the workers had realized this was beyond a simple fight. They tried to hold the manager down, but the manager turned on them with the shovel too. One of the men tried to protect himself by crossing his arms above his head, but there was no way that could have blocked a shovel swung with such force. Blood spurted out, and the man groaned in pain. By this time, the 6 men had realized the manager was not his usual self. This manager would try to bash in their brains without hesitation. Since their opponent was using a shovel as his weapon, they had to find some kind of weapon too. One of them grabbed a huge hammer, and the others realized they needed to find something as well. To restrain the manager in that condition, it was better to arm themselves. It didn't take that long for the madness to infect the 6 workers. It was only a matter of time before they went from restraining him to lynching him. By the time they realized what had happened, the manager was already a lump of meat. His face was swollen, shreds of skin had been torn off, and his muscles and skull were visible too. Oh, Jesus. They beat the shit out of this dude. I mean, I get it, but like, damn. Obviously, he was quite dead.
ふざけんじゃねえよ。俺たちは殺されかかったんだぞ。こいつが襲いかかってこなけりゃ、俺たちだって反撃しなかったんだぞ。なあ。
The leader of the 6, the one who instigated the fight, tried to bring the rest to his side, but nobody replied. And so the leader became frustrated. He was the one who started the fight. The rest simply joined in. He was the main perpetrator. Maybe that was why he was feeling so exasperated. He sensed that he was the one at fault.
いつまでもなよなよしてんじゃねえ。仕方ねえだろ。やっちまったもんは仕方ねえだろ。俺たちはな、もう殺人犯なんだよ。覚悟を決めるんだよ。まさかおめえら自首して懲役食らいてえなんて思ってんじゃねえだろうな。冗談じゃねえよ。無所なんかこの年で言ってられっかよ。隠すんだよ。こいつの死体を隠してすっとぼけるしかねえんだ。
Some of them knew he was on probation for an assault incident once before, so if he got into trouble with the law again, the punishment would be more severe than they could imagine. That was why he was trying desperately to find a way out. If he was alone with the manager's body, then he wouldn't have behaved this way. All he would have to do was hide the manager's body and pretend nothing happened. But there were 6 of them, including him. They were partners in crime, and witnesses too. If even one of them turned himself in out of guilt, he'd be in big trouble.
でも死体なんか隠したってバレるよ、いずれ。それより正当防衛ってことでちゃんと主張して、その過剰防衛くらいで勘弁してもらえねえかな。
甘ったれたこと言ってんじゃねえ。これだけズタボロに殺しちまってんだぞ。過剰防衛で済むかよ。親が見たって見分けがつかねえくれいにやっちまってんだぞ、バカ野郎。
でもよ、どう隠したって監督がいなくなったのは明日の朝にはバレちまうんだ。どうしようもねえよ。
どうしようもねえのはオンドレの頭じゃい、バカ。
Yeah, I mean, they are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, admittedly. He slapped the other man in the face, but the leader had such an evil look in his eyes. Now he's got Henryzawa syndrome. He might have already had it to an extent. Or maybe that's justifying it a little too much at this point, and really he was just that stressed because of the situation, and it had nothing to do with that. I mean, I could see that feasibly.
ぐずぐず言ってりゃ5年6年食らい込まれちまうんだよ。俺らの中に一人裏切り者がおってみろ。全員が捕まっちまうんだよ。懲役をなめんな。どうせ捕まる覚悟だっちゅうんなら死ぬ気で逃げまくってやるんだ。年貢の納め時になったら好きなだけ覚悟決めりゃいいんだ。
His visits turned more and more demonic. It was the same expression the manager had just a few minutes before. Nah, it's gotta be Higurashi syndrome again. Was he possessed by the same thing that possessed the manager? The five men started to think that way. Now that they considered it, all the villagers in the anti-dam protests had the same expression on their faces too. The real name of Hinamizawa was Onigifuchi Village. People said that the wicked demons lived there, and sometimes they possessed people. The men couldn't help but to recall the exaggerated story often told by the demonstrators. The manager swung the shovel after his expression changed to a demonic one. There's no guarantee this man wouldn't do the same. In fact, he was still squeezing the hammer in his hand, glaring at everyone and threatening them. Did they just kill him? Is that why they never found this guy? If someone suggested surrendering, he'd probably smash their head in with it.
そうだ。裏切り者を出さんためにな。いいことを思いついたわ。死体も隠しやすくなって一石二鳥だぞ。どんな手だい？この野郎の死体をみんなで仲良くこの人数で割り算するんだ。
That's still just so horrifying.
そりゃあ。
They all wanted to object to the idea. Killing him was a serious crime itself. Dismembering the body would be too much. But if anyone objected, he'd be killed on the spot. So no one said anything.
全員でバラすんだ。この野郎が日頃言ったんだろ。共同作業だよ。全員共犯だ。それでバラした部品は各自が責任を持って隠すんだ。なあ、これなら全員仲良くしゃんだろ。自分だけ罪が軽いから自首しようなんてずる抜けは許さねえってわけさ。
The five men were all taken in by his ghastly face, and they could even feel the fear of the Onigifuchi demons creep up their backs. That was interesting. I mean, not even just seeing such a pivotal lore moment, which is already interesting in and of itself, but getting a twist on it, right? It turns out the manager was the one who started the whole thing, and it was genuinely just self-defense. But who in the world is going to believe that, right? Like, who in the world is going to believe that in that situation, right? Especially given how bad they beat him, like they said. It'd be very difficult to believe that. But, I mean, like I said, that's such a crazy twist that's what really happened the whole time. And it seemed to me like, I think it's very likely it was Hinamizawa syndrome for the manager, and then as well for like the ringleader there. It might have just been simple, like, I'm snapping and killing someone now. But it wouldn't shock me if that was Hinamizawa syndrome, you know? Like, it would kind of make sense. Okay, let's go for the old guy, because we know this one will work. So, I assume this is going to follow up on, well, the death of the dam construction site manager, and probably involves Oishi, if I had to guess. Shocker. I don't know what to say. I want to say something, but I can't think of the right words. I can only sigh.
ああ、大石さん、探したんすよ。課長から手配写真の。
静かにせい。ここは騒ぐ部屋ではないぞ。
As Kumagai barged into the room, the old coroner quickly snapped back at him.
すみません。ですね。課長が容疑者の手配写真について。
ああ、それ小宮山君に相談してくれませんかね。ちょいと私じい様と話がありまして。すぐに上がりますと上に言っといてください。
あ、わかりました。
Kumigai ran out of the autopsy room with the same haste he entered in.
賑やかな男だの。おやっさんだったらやかましいって言って。
お前さんも少し上に戻った方がいいぞい。ここの空気は慣れんやつには合わん。
そうですね。あんまりサボってると私もげんこつを食らっちまいそうです。
It's interesting seeing that this seems to legitimately be impacting him at least a little bit.
獅子骨界隈じゃ、チンピラも避けて通るお前さんをツモの切り方が悪いとげんこつを食らわせてきたのは後にも先にもこいつだけだったの。
I mean, this was a friend of his who died, and we know that, at least in part because of this death, is why he's investigating the Hinamizawa murders, you know?
容赦のない人だったな。本当の親父よりげんこつもらった気がしますよ。
本当も嘘もないわい。お前さんが本当の親父だと信じてたなら。
Viewed him as a father figure. My real father passed away in Nagoya. He was unlucky. If he wasn't given the order to move to a plant in Nagoya, he wouldn't have died in an air raid. If he could have rode it out another half a year or so, then the war would have been over. I was sad, of course. Oh, but I was grown up enough by then that I didn't cry into the ground like my mother did. But people feel sadness in different ways. For some people it comes all at once as an overwhelming wave, but others feel sadness gradually, over a long period of time. I think I was the latter. When he was alive, I only thought of him as annoying. In my mind, I even cursed him with questions about why he avoided the draft. I thought my feelings towards him would always be the same. Then the war ended. As I saw families and friends being reunited with joy as they came home from the front, it finally happened. I grieved for my father's death. Japan was filled with people who were sad and full of despair. I knew it wasn't the only one whose life ended up that way, but I remember I was very, very heartbroken. After the war, the nation completely changed. As a policeman, the environment I worked in went through sudden changes too. In order to forget my sorrow, the only thing I could do was to devote myself to my work.
当時、私は闇米の取り締まりばかりやらされてましてね。鉄道主要駅で旅客を抜き打ち検査するんですよ。そりゃもうゾロゾロ引っかかりましたっけ。僕らのあたりはこの辺じゃかなりでかい闇市が立ちましたからね。大阪界隈からはるばる買いに来てる連中も大勢いましたよ。
That just sounds like people were desperate. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. People that desperate for food, I feel like damn near should just let them have it. After the war, Japan faced a chronic shortage in food supply. To those ends, the nation instituted a food rationing program by signing the Food Control Act. But the rations the government provided weren't even close to being enough to feed families. Therefore, people had no choice other than buying food and supplies on the black market. The government hardly had enough food for rations, but there was somehow plenty on the black market. The dealers there sold it at outrageous prices, and some of them became quite wealthy. The Sonozaki family made their money through that black market, but that's another story. The government didn't bother arresting these dealers, for with their money, they were able to buy off the top members of the police department. Instead, they decided to go after the people buying the goods, and even confiscated the rice they bought by selling everything they owned. Yeah, that's kind of messed up. I feel like you should... I mean, obviously the ethically correct thing to do would have been to go after the dealers, you know? Yeah, I remember that. Wasn't there a prosecutor who starved himself to death?
皮肉な事件もありましたね。闇米は一切食わないと公言した判事が餓死したのが昭和22年でしたっけ。ひどい話でした。法律に従ってたら生きていけないことを法の番人である裁判官が自ら示したんですからね。
A hell of a statement, though. That prosecutor had grown tired of the government charging people with doing whatever they could to survive, and he proclaimed that he was never going to buy black market rice again. In 1947, he starved to death when he was only in his mid-30s. The law prohibited people from buying black market rice, but that was the only way to survive. In that case, was the Food Control Act a bad law itself? The death of the prosecutor was seen as a desperate message to the government about the unjustness of that law.
米の袋を抱えた連中を次々と引っ立てて駅脇の臨時の検問所に並べましてね。
まるで戦時法廷みたいな感じなんですよ。次々ポンポンと没収してひっ捕らえていく感じです。ご婦人方みんな泣かれるんですよ。その米を買うために彼らは家財を売り払ってるんです。それを没収されたら何も残らないと。どうやって飢えた子供たちを食わせればいいのかと。
道理だな。
Yet they forbade you from going after the sellers, so it was absolutely unfair from the view of the people. Yeah.
皆さんも敏感でしてね、駅で検問があるかもしれないと察知すると、途中で列車から飛び降りたりして逃れるんですよ。そういう連中も逃さんと、私たちは駅近くの飛び降りの名所に重点的に警官を配備しました、ね。
I mean, they did everything they could to capture these guys.
何十キロもある米袋を抱えたご婦人をよく追っかけましたっけ。
That was when I first met the old man.
いやー、驚きましたよ。私の親父にね、あまりにもそっくりだったんですよ。私はね、てっきり親父は名古屋の空襲を奇跡的に生き延びて帰ってきてくれたんじゃないかって本気で思いましたよ。
I was chasing a man who was running away from the inspection point. There was no way for him to run with a heavy bag of rice on him. So either he'd get arrested with the illegal rice, or escape by ditching the rice that he bought by selling all of his belongings. In other words, if a person's being chased by the police, that person can't provide his family any rice to eat. Of course, I felt guilty about that. I knew people had to buy the rice to survive. So we had a tacit agreement to let those who ditched the rice and ran get away. So I always thought the same thing as I chased him. Please throw it away. I didn't want to catch him, because I didn't want to hear him crying and pleading in distress. It was then that the old man showed up. He looked exactly like my dead father. I was dumbfounded. Then, all of a sudden, he punched me in the head. If a father disciplines you as a child, you will lower your head in apology. I was so happy to see my father alive that I couldn't hold my joy in. The old man said, "Let him go." When I heard his voice, I realized he wasn't my father, so I thought I'd arrest him for assaulting a policeman. But a young man, like me, who'd barely grown any hairs yet, was no match for an older man used to fighting.
いや、たっぷり説教をもらいましたよ。
I'd always had some violent tendencies in him.
大通りの真ん中でぶちのめされた挙句に普通に考えたらそんなのに耳なんか傾けないですよね。でもあの時の私はどうしてもおやっさんが親父に見えちゃって、おとなしく言うことに耳を傾けることしかできなかったんです。
まあそこで小づいただけじゃなく、男の器量もきっちりと見せられたのがこいつの大したところだったの。今時じゃすっかり珍しくなっちまった。古き良き時代の生き残りじゃった。
Yeah, I guess pretty stereotypical man. Despite my age, I still needed a father. I needed someone to look up to and to show me what makes a man a man. When I think about it, I really did have two fathers. The old man was a father, a brother, and my best friend. But now, here he lies with his head, body, arms, and legs all dismembered, and his right arm hasn't been found. He taught me how to be a man, how to enjoy alcohol, how to play mahjong, and with that right arm, he gave me a good beating when I did something wrong. But that right arm is still missing.
星の目星は
ねえ、もちろんついています。おやつさんの右腕ももちろん取り返しますし、この借りもきっちり返します。
They're running Hinamizawa from the shadows and inciting this collective crime they call the dam protests, the Sonozaki family. I declare war within myself. I already know who my enemy is. Well, no you don't. You really don't have a clue, actually, in the slightest. It's interesting to see that, like, a little bit of a Oishi backstory, what the construction foreman meant to him, and, like, just seeing what he meant to him is already interesting enough. Really get that understanding of why he was so devoted, is, I think, the word, to solving the Hinamizawa case. If this guy was so important to him, like, obviously he would do everything he could to solve this case, you know? He very firmly believed it was the Sonozakis, and his firm belief in that actually throws off the game for so long. Or, like, what what you can believe, if that makes sense. Because he's constantly in your ear about the Sonozakis. So you just come to believe it, and eventually you find out not nearly as much of it is as them as he makes it out to be. You know. I think we can do the second sacrifice. I think we can move on to that one. None of these seem like they would work. We got the rock candy. I don't think we have the detailed test results. I don't think we have all of those. Yeah, I definitely think this makes the most sense. Move to next. The second curse killing. Satoshi-kun is a good brother who takes great care of his sister. He went to visit Satoko-chan straight after school and kept encouraging her to get better every day. Without even hearing Satoshi-kun's stories, it's obvious to me that Satoko-chan never had a good relationship with her step-parents. She especially didn't get along with her stepfather. Satoko-chan even called a child abuse hotline once. Not only that, her parents ended up dying in an accident, so she just wasn't able to withstand all that damage. Satoko-chan is still very young, so everything must have been horrible for her to go through. Fortunately, she has a wonderful brother. Emotional wounds are hard to heal, but nothing heals those wounds better than love from family members. I'm sure that one day, Satoko-chan will be able to smile again. She's still in shock, but when she talks to Satoshi-kun, she smiles a little bit. Oichi from the police department keeps requesting to see her, but I think I need to protect her for just a little longer. While he's passionate about his job, I wish he'd be a touch more sensitive. If he reminds her of her parents' accident, her emotional wounds will start to open again. That's the one point I worry about with Satoko-chan. I mean, we know that's a reasonable fear. I heard someone knocking on the door. Hi, Takano. It was Takano-san. It doesn't look right wearing a nurse's uniform like that. She's a licensed doctor, so she should wear a white coat and act like one. Maybe this is fun for her, but I think she might be insulting the real nurses. I didn't say anything, though.
Irie 先生、ちょっとよろしいですか？
ああ、はい。それではサトシ君、私は失礼します。
あ、はい。
サトシ君、サトコちゃんと遊んであげててね。ずっと一人でいるから、きっと寂しいと思うの。
Yeah.
ね？
I mean, you're not wrong, is the thing.
そんなことござい
Oh,
ま
I
せん
didn't know
わよ。
Satoko was here. Yeah, no, that is true. Be for real.
ではサトシ君、よろしくお願いします。
I got up and let Satoshi-kun take over.
ところで、何かありましたか？
ここではなんですので、所長室で。
What happened? Takano-san smiled meaningfully. Usually smiles bring happy feelings, but when it comes to Takano-san, that's rarely the case.
それは本当ですか？
ええ、簡易検査の結果、レベル3以上と思われる高い発症レベルの可能性が指摘されました。
Which opens some new possibilities.
彼女をさらに入院させ、より精度の高い検査を行う必要があります。結果待ちですが、私の見たところ、レベル4の可能性すらあり得るかと。
Takano-san's eyes sparkled in a weird way. There's a reason for that. For us, finding patients in the terminal stage is a valuable boon to our research. In fact, as a result of dissecting the murder suspect from last year, we made great progress in our research. In other words, we finally managed to isolate the pathogen. We also discovered that when the host dies, the pathogen melts away within a few hours. Melts away. Interesting. Once that happens, it's undetectable. That's why we never found the pathogen when we performed autopsies. Our research made a lot of progress after that. What we found in this past year is easily surpassed what the late Dr. Takano found in the decades. We're now studying the nature, the effect, and the symptoms of the pathogen, as well as treatments and vaccines. In other words, a living specimen who's at the terminal stage is a necessity for our research. However, we rarely find a patient who's gone that far, who's reached L5. Hinamizawa-senyo once created a huge number of L5 patients, but today it doesn't have such potency. Because of that, we have to secure L5 patients, or patients who are close to reaching L5, as quickly as possible. Satoko-chan possibly qualifies to be that next sacrifice. To keep this strange disease a secret, we can't let patients who may be at L5 go. We have to run more tests first, and then we'll figure out what to do next. In any case, Satoko-chan seems so calm. Her behavior is nothing like the man from last year. Initial tests are in error sometimes. We'll have to wait for the results of more detailed tests to determine how serious her condition is.
わかりました。
経過観察のため入院ということにしましょう。スタッフの皆さんへの手配をお願いいたします。
That sounds like a formal answer, but if the results come back positive, that'll be the green light for her dissection. I don't know Satoko-chan that well, but I've known her brother Satoshi-kun through the baseball team for a long time. How could I dissect the apple of Satoshi-kun's eyes? I can feel scary images flashing in my head for the first time.
ご安心を。万事すでに手配させておりますわ。
This is where he, I'm guessing this is where he really starts to feel for, Satoko. Here soon. She smiled as if telling me that the dissection is already being prepared for, too. Is it just her who's smiling? Am I smiling like her, too? When I dissected that man last year, I did feel guilt beforehand, but once I started, it was like I was in paradise. All the pieces of the puzzle that were left by the late Dr. Takano fell into place, and at the same time they didn't. How exciting it was. Knowing that we are the first ones to take the first steps to solve a mystery, that is. Also, I'm guessing the person he dissected, and who was, had Hinamizawa syndrome, I'm honestly guessing that was the missing killer. The ringleader. I don't even know how to explain this feeling to those who have never experienced it. There's no way to describe it with words. The only thing I can say is that even a year later, I still remember it vividly. So if the results show that Satoshi-kun's beloved sister is to be dissected, can I control myself? Can I stay calm? But that means I'm a failure of a human being. I know very well that the Houjou family was treated poorly by the villagers, and I know what Satoko-chan had to go through. Also, I know Satoshi-kun loves his sister, who is his one and only blood relative. How can I dissect Satoko-chan using my research as an excuse? I didn't feel much guilt for the man from last year, but I feel unbearable guilt towards Satoko-chan. That means what I did last year was very sinful. I don't care if a stranger dies, but I don't want Satoko-chan to die. That's not right. All lives are equally precious. I tried to convince myself that he was a violent murderer, but maybe he only became that way because he was at the terminal stage. I don't know anything about him before he became deranged. Maybe he was a model citizen who was worthy of respect. Unfortunately, he became ill and ended up doing what he did. Maybe he was a victim himself. Just like my father. I know more about Hinamizawa syndrome than anybody. This disease makes people act in bizarre ways, but without those people realizing it. So when the people at the terminal stage do such strange and violent things, one should be sympathetic. I already knew that back when I decided to go down this path. I should have remembered it sooner, but I only did just now. I finally realized what sinful research I'm working on. Satoko Hojo's detailed test results came back. The results say L5. She's at the terminal stage of the terminal stage. It's actually a surprising result. In last year's case, the patient was extremely deranged. According to Takano-san's records, he complained about itching coming from the lymph nodes all over his body and wanted to claw at his throat, just as the late Dr. Takano mentioned. But Satoko-chan isn't displaying such symptoms. Even in the late Takano's data, throat clawing is said to be a characteristic symptom of terminal stage patients. However, not all patients experience that symptom. I guess Satoko got lucky in that regard. Besides, emotional expression is very different in each person. Even if it's the same emotion, one patient may express it rather violently, and another may express it calmly. There's no way of knowing by just looking at a person. But Satoko-chan's detailed test results say that she's at the terminal stage of the terminal stage. L5. In other words, she may be feeling what the man from last year was feeling. It's just that she isn't expressing that feeling in the same way the man was. Hinamizawa syndrome affects the frontal lobes of the brain. It stimulates the most primitive of emotions, doubt, very strongly. As a result, terminal patients are trapped in delusions and paranoia, and end up committing horrible crimes. We've already seen the delusions and paranoia part. Satoko-chan seemed to show improvement when she's exchanging friendly words with Satoshi-kun, but there's a paranoia stirring inside her that may put her in a deranged state at any moment. I can't let her leave the clinic like this. However, if things go according to the manual, I'll have to make a decision on her dissection. My decision will only be a formality. I can't actually refuse. Takano-san appears to already be working on the dissection schedule. That plan will then come to me. Would I feel the same way while dissecting Satoko-chan? Would I be able to experience that trance once again? No. The question is, can I fight the temptation? As I pretend to question myself, I'm letting Takano-san prepare things on her own. By doing so, am I passively agreeing to Satoko-chan's dissection? If possible, I want to save Satoko-chan. I don't want her to be a sacrifice for this research. I don't want to dissect her. Then what about the man from last year? Do I only care about the lives of the people I know? If I don't dissect her, do I let her live and leave the clinic? Do I simply wait for her to become deranged and commit a horrible crime? And then she'll end up here, just like the man from last year, and I'll end up dissecting her anyway. The man from last year was dissected alive, and kept that way for several months. With his skull left open, he wasn't allowed to die for several months. He was kept alive, just for our cruel experiments. Dude, that is fucked. Oh my god. I don't want to do that to her. I don't know what to do. Even debating and agonizing over it is leading towards consent to her dissection by elimination. Damn. I think this chapter is very much about, while this obviously involves Satoko, I think this was about Irie, and Irie seeming to find his more ethical side. We saw that he had, like, lapses in ethics, especially, sorry, let me stop scrolling. Like, during chapter 4, we see his ethics are not great, and we see here even more so that he has historically not been the most ethical, right? What he did to who I'm presuming was the killer of the construction site foreman was downright like inhuman. Like, that's unbelievable cruelty. To take them, have their skull open for months to perform experiments on them. And Irie's realized he can't bring himself really to do that to Satoko. He's just like, that's just a step like too far for me, even for me, right? I've performed lobotomies, right? I've seen patients like in like sus garages and not really done anything about it, right? Or like sheds, right? And just like rolled with it, right? Just rolled with it, you know? But this, like, he can't do it again to a little girl, and the brother, her brother is someone he knows so well, right? And someone that important to Satoshi, he's like, I can't do it, right? So I think this is next. I think research is going well would be the next place to go. I want to see if is there anything over here? No. Why not? This would work. We could go here for sure. So let's just go with the suffering of the big brother. This has been a lot about the Houjous, so I guess let's keep it about the Houjous, right? Hearing a fun song after all the depressing fragments we've seen is kind of wild. And I mean, the way he looked, he didn't exactly look super happy. I imagine this is going to end up being sad, but... Alright. A group of boys are playing baseball under the powerful sun. The sound of cicadas makes the heat stand out even more, but to those boys, it's just another kind of cheering from the crowds. Of course, they go through training exercises to build stamina, but the boys don't actually like such routine activities. What they look forward to the most is the free game after practice. The school in Hinamizawa was actually borrowed from the forestry service. The schoolyard is made of gravel, so it's not very appropriate for playing sports on. Compared to that, the grounds of the school in Okinamiya are properly maintained for athletic activities, so the kids grow even more energetic when they come here. Kids from Hinamizawa really don't care if the ground is made of gravel or not. The other instructor is watching the game, so I decided to go get some drinks for the team.
監督、どこへ行くんですか？
皆さんにジュースを買ってこようと思いまして、もしよかったらサトシ君も手伝ってくださるととても助かるのですが。
はい、お手伝いします。
Satoshi-kun decided to come along with me. Sometimes kids don't like what grown-ups choose, so I'm glad he agreed to help. Satoshi-kun and I got in the car and headed to a grocery store nearby.
監督、Satokoの具合はどうなんですか？
Ah, that's a big conversation.
ええ、経過は良好ですよ。本当にゆっくりとですが、さとこちゃんの心の傷ももう少しだけ安静にしてあげた方がいいでしょう。
It's natural for Satoshi-kun to be worried. Satoko-chan has been in the hospital for over 2 weeks. Of course, he doesn't know his sister has Hinamizawa syndrome, and not only that, she's almost at L5. She could become deranged at any moment. He believes she's depressed because of the shock of their parents' accident. He came to the clinic every day to cheer his sister up, but Satoko-chan has become emotionally unstable and was showing some dangerous symptoms, so we called off the visits. In fact, Satoko-chan is not doing so well. L5, the stage Satoko-chan is at, is a very abnormal one. The man from last year, who was at the same stage, was acting so abnormal that even a drug addict in his final stages would have turned and ran. There's no guarantee Satoko-chan won't fall into the same condition. When we performed the autopsy on that man last year, we learned the true identity of the syndrome and gained a great understanding of its mechanisms. We even discovered some important facts that may lead to the development of a cure. However, we've yet to find a method of actually curing the disease. So if Satoko-chan becomes unrecoverable, we may have to dissect her, just like we did the man from last year. How can I tell Satoshi-kun about his sister's situation? All I can do is make vague comments and lie to him that she's recovering. What if she becomes much worse? That would make me an unforgivable liar. The tiny bit of conscience that remains in me hurts.
もし監督の診療所のご迷惑でなければ、もうしばらく入院させてもらった方がいいかもしれません。
Yeah, she was going to anyway, bro.
それはどういう意味ですか？
I thought he wanted her to come home as soon as possible, so I'm a little surprised.
いえ、実はあまりおばさん一家とも馴染めていないんです。
さとこちゃんがご両親とあまり良い関係ではなかったと聞いていましたが。
Yeah, and somehow it's even worse now.
新しく預けられたおばさん夫婦ともなのですか？
さとこは大人にはあまり心を開かないので。
Satoshi-kun has told me about their family background. Their mother's constant remarriages wounded her children deeply. Satoshi-kun was able to overcome it, but Satoko-chan was too young to be able to do that. It left her traumatized, and she now has the tendency to distrust or dislike guardians who aren't related to her. Actually, nobody would like a guardian who isn't related to them. It's not just Satoko-chan, but usually people try to deal with that, even if they don't like it. I guess Satoko-chan's not capable of that.
おじさんはあまり家に帰ってこないし、いても寝てるかテレビを見てるかなので、そんなに問題はないんですが。
Yeah, well, if only that lasted, right?
おばさんがものすごくサトコに絡むんです。
どうしてそんなに嫌われてしまったんでしょうね。
I can guess why. Satoko-chan's parents were dam proponents, and because of that, the villagers considered the aunt and uncle part of the Houjou family and ostracized them as such. Moreover, they passed away suddenly in an accident and left 2 children behind, so I guess there would be more hate there than gratitude. If she'd been obedient like Satoshi-kun, everything would have been fine. But Satoko-chan can't be that way. She shows that in her attitude and expressions, which leads to her and her aunt having a big fight.
僕もおばさんにサトコの事情を説明してはいるのですが、
And she does not care.
なかなか分かってもらえなくて。
その度にさとこちゃんをかばってあげるサトシ君はお兄さんの鏡だと思いますよ。
He's trying really hard.
今やさとこちゃんにとって唯一の肉親はサトシ君だけなのかもしれませんからね。
そうですね。そんな気がしてます。
Satoshi-kun said with a slight hint of a sigh. He doesn't say it, but it seems Satoshi-kun has grown tired of having to cover for Satoko-chan every time she and her aunt fight. He's a good person, as well as a good big brother, so I'm sure he'll do anything to cover for his sister. But that's a very exhausting thing to keep doing forever. Satoshi-kun was already doing that when their parents were alive, and eventually his mental equilibrium couldn't handle the strain. He grew sick and he visited my clinic. I thought his circumstances might have improved after their initial cause. His parents were gone. But it seems things were even worse than before.
わかりました。そんな状況でサトコちゃんを退院させたら また心の症状がぶり返してしまうかもしれませんね。
How convenient.
入院費のことは気にしないでください。さとこちゃんが本当の意味で回復するまで私が責任を持ってお預かりします。
Yeah, I mean, you don't realize the real value that Satoko has to them, in a lot of ways, so... While trying to pretend I'm listening to his request, I feel a little disgusted at myself for making such selfish excuses. I'll make sure Takano-san is working on her dissection plan as we speak.
お願いできると僕も少しだけ助かります。
はい？
いえ、さとこがもうしばらく入院しててくれたら僕もその分気が楽だなって。
I'm guessing this is around the time that is he planning the murder of the aunt right now? I'm guessing it is around that time. I'm not sure the exact time frame of when this is, but this could be like I need Satoko to stay away, right? If she's not there, then I can do this, right? But I thought she was at home for that, right? I thought she was at home, but I guess that's not really like guaranteed. I thought Satoko was home around that, like roughly around that time, given the whole teddy bear thing. But I guess he could have been planning to drop it off to the clinic. I don't remember that super well.
思っただけです。
それはどういう意味ですか？
さとこが帰ってきたらどうせまたおばと喧嘩をするだろうと思います。そうしたらまた喧嘩や怒鳴り声ばかりの日になって僕もそれに巻き込まれるのかなって思うと。
You'll definitely get dragged into it.
さとこはずっと入院しててくれるのが一番僕にとって気楽なことなんじゃないかってそう思ってしまう自分がいて嫌になります。
サトシ君。
Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who always sticks up for his little sister, but that doesn't mean he doesn't feel burdened.
そんなことを考えてしまうなんて僕はなんて悪い兄なんだろうって思います。そうだと思えば思うほど自分が嫌になって。
Satoshi-kun said, sniffling once. His expression was one of anguish, as if truly feeling his own sin. His desire to be a model big brother is putting himself under greater pressure. I feel bad for Satoko-chan, but I also feel bad for Satoshi-kun in a different way. As someone who knows the both of them well, I feel that I must be their ally, since they don't always have anyone else who cares about them. So we kind of see the strain that this is causing on Satoshi, which we know that, like, this is causing, like, this is affecting Satoshi as well, but really seeing his mental state to the point where he's like, can you just keep her hospitalized, please? Like, I can't bear, like, you know, he can't bear to continue to do the, like, hold that burden of, like, just covering for her constantly, doing everything he can, right, to keep the aunt from ragging on Satoko too much, is the simplest way to put it, but it causes a lot of strain on him, and he's reaching his own breaking point, and I mean, we know soon enough that that's gonna end up here, you know? You know, thinking about it now, it's probably pretty safe to say that all four of them were like the Onikakashis, right? Those who were demoned away were actually just symptoms of, like, people, like victims of the Hinamizawa syndrome who killed someone, were then abducted and probably experimented on. I mean, we know that was true in the first case, but I could very, very well see that being true for the third and the fourth, frankly. but then he just couldn't bring himself to do it like that to Satoko. I think it's either this one or this one. I mean, we haven't reached the decision, right? We just kind of thought about it. So I think we'll just attempt research as going well. I wouldn't be completely shocked if an L5 stage patient's dissection is required. Like, that's technically happened in some of the parts we've been to, but I wouldn't be shocked if I'm supposed to do this one first. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So we're going to try this one down at the bottom left. Yeah. Then we get the live patient that is, the L5 is dissected, and then we go to the top right. I was half asleep, so I didn't even hear the phone ringing nearby. After a while, I finally realized the phone was ringing, and a ringing phone means there's some kind of an emergency. It's 2 in the morning. Who would even call me at this time of the night?
もしもし、入江です。
お休みのところ申し訳ございませんわ、入江所長。
It's Takano-san. She's never called me for a personal reason. At the institute, she's ranked just below me, so she's basically responsible for running it. So for her to call me this late at night, it must be an emergency. Yeah, it is.
遅くなりました。末期患者が出たというのは本当ですか？
ええ、生きた検体が欲しいと思っていたら本当に運よく。
I initially thought that she'd abducted someone. The man had already been moved to the research area in the clinic's basement. Having been tied down to the examination table, he's struggling against his restraints, but more as though he's deranged than actually resisting. I can't even understand what he's saying. He sounds angry, sorrowful, and like a child throwing a tantrum all at once. It's obvious that he's not in the right state of mind.
とにかく麻酔で眠らせましょう。このままでは自分の舌を飲み込んで窒息しかねません。
How would he do that?
もう少し状態を観察したかったのですけれど、仕方ありませんわね。
One of the staff with a white gown got the anesthesia ready. Even a normal person would struggle to escape a restraining table in this suspicious room. But this man's behavior is at an abnormal level. I'm sure Okanogi-san and his friends from the Mountain Dogs are the ones who captured him. Capturing a man in this state of mind couldn't have been an easy task. According to Takano, she ran into this patient on her way home from the clinic by accident. She brought him back here, tested him, and the result came back positive. Of course, I had no intention of just believing what she's telling me. But there is no question that this man is at the terminal stage, and a live specimen is exactly what we need to research the syndrome.
一体この男は何者です？
Okay, thinking about this now, I think it's very likely that Takano incited people into like being L5 by sowing doubt so that they could obtain more research subjects. Like, I don't think that's that unfeasible. Like, that's pretty feasible in my opinion, given her goals and her ambitions, right? They might just need more information, you know? And so she wasn't gonna stop at any length, right? No length was too great for her. And we've already seen very good reason to believe she's driving people to this, you know? The way she talks to Keiichi and Rena and Shion in their respective chapters, and the way she talks to Satoshi. Wait, did you talk to Satoshi? I might be tripping on that one. I think I'm tripping on that one. Specifically thinking Shion, though, was a really obvious one. And then Chapter 6, Rena, was a really obvious one. Chapters 1 and 3, Keiichi, were pretty obvious looking back at it. Which, I will say, in those cases, it doesn't quite make as much sense. Given the fact that, given that that's the last year, and she doesn't presumably have any intention on, like, continuing the research at that point, so I'm not 100% sure what her goal was in the last year by doing that, but I think it's very likely that she incited people into this, possibly to capture them as live research subjects.
あの男が持っていた新聞の包み、中に何が入っていたと思います？
The right arm of the construction foreman.
これは何です？
There's something wrapped in a bloody newspaper on a tray nearby. Looking at the blood-drenched paper, I can only imagine there's something gruesome inside of it. Takano-san looked like she wanted to surprise me with something interesting.
これはひどい。
It's a bloody right arm. The man on the table still has his. This right arm doesn't belong to him. So who does it belong to? I'm used to looking at things like this as a doctor, but the horrible cross-section makes me want to look away. It wasn't done according to a medically acceptable method, that's for sure. It was obviously done out of cruelty.
状況から考えて、この男が切り取ったものと考えていいでしょうね。
You are so deranged.
つまり彼は近隣で起こった何らかの死体遺棄事件の犯人ということですね。
At that point, there was no way of knowing who the right arm belonged to. But the next morning, the dismemberment murder of the damn construction site director was reported, and they mentioned that his right arm was still missing, so we learned who the arm belonged to.
この男、前科者だそうで、しかもその上、執行猶予期間中だとか。
Yeah, seems like Aoishi's never getting his revenge on this guy.
にもかかわらず、また罪を犯してしまうなんて。
So he got desperate and did everything he could to try to prevent that crime from being found.
それで、殺人の発覚を恐れて、遺体を隠そうと思ったのでしょうね。
I mean, we saw those words from his own mouth, but...
状況にもよるでしょうが、懲役数年で済むというものではなさそうですね。
入江所長も、こんな社会のクズが相手なら、解剖に躊躇はないのでは？
社会のクズがさらに犯罪を重ね、それとも前科を悔いる善良な小市民がひなみ沢症候群で凶暴化して罪を犯したのか。前者ならともかく、後者ならば彼には何の罪もありませんよ。
Yeah, I mean, true, but at the same time, what are you gonna do, right? Like, someone, you gotta work on someone if you, like, you want to progress, given the suspicions they have that we know are true, that the pathogen just won't last, you know? That's why Hinamizawa syndrome is so terrifying. We can't tell if the syndrome is the cause of the crime, or if it's simply a problem of a human nature. But what causes a defect of a human nature in the first place? That was precisely Irie's area of research. It's the crime, not the criminal. And criminals only be corrected by punishing them with imprisonment. If a person commits a crime because of a mental disorder, but then gets treatment, he's corrected. In other words, there are no crimes in this world, only patients awaiting treatment without anyone else being able to understand them. In medieval times, patients with mental disorders were said to be possessed by demons, and they were either confined or killed. Centuries after, they were finally acknowledged as mentally ill people who needed treatment. Perception can change with time. Even if they're called criminals now, maybe after several centuries, those criminals will be acknowledged as patients who were entitled to appropriate treatment, explaining crimes through illness instead of malice. That's my life's work. Hinamizawa syndrome is a strange disease that can support my theory. Solving its mysteries is extremely important to me. To solve those mysteries, I need a medical sacrifice. It's an extremely sinful thing to do. There's no way to unravel this without it. The Irie Institute was authorized to take such drastic measures, if necessary. That's why I was asked about it so many times when I accepted the position of director. And finally, the opportunity is here. This will be the first step of our research of this strange disease. But even now, I'm a little hesitant. I've opened up human bodies in many surgeries. What I'll be doing on this man is something very similar. But there's also something that's very different. What I did before was part of the treatment. I did it to save the patient's lives. I did it so the patient could have a better future. What I'm trying to do here isn't treatment. He'll die at the end of it. His death will be far from humane. I'm going to violate nature and force him to stay alive, while I open up his living brain.
入江所長、聞いてらっしゃいます？
ああ、すみません。もう一度お願いします。
解剖計画書を提出し、東京に応援を要請した方が良いかと思います。何しろ、単に生きてるだけでなく、末期症状を起こしている大変貴重な検体ですもの。
No denying that.
慎重な解剖が求められますわね。
そうですね。おっしゃる通りです。そのようにしましょう。
それまでに数日の猶予があると思います。そこで麻酔を解いていくつかの反応実験をしてみたいのですが。
危険ではありませんか？たとえ拘束を解かなくても何が起こるか分かりませんよ。
No, worst case scenario, keep the mountain dogs in the area and you'll be fine.
ようやく手に入った生きのいい検体なんですもの。ただ脳を覗くだけじ
ゃ。God. Top 5 people I would not want as my nurse. Takano-san's unusual cheerfulness makes me feel odd. Maybe her reaction is normal. Maybe I am the one who's not reacting normally in this situation. I'm here only for the research, so I should be excited to have the opportunity to perform our first live dissection. But I'm still hesitant. How can I call myself a researcher? Researchers of the past were brave enough to cross the line, and that's how they accomplished many things. I've seen many brains. I've operated on them. I've lost some patients too. But I never thought anything of it, because I knew I did the right thing, even when my hard work was denied afterwards. If it pained me to think of that, then I just needed to advance the field of medicine to ensure their deaths weren't wasted. That's the true form of those advancing the field of medicine. Yet, why was my heart tormented so much just by changing the name from treatment to dissection? Does it mean I'm not man enough to emulate those great men of the past who opened the doors to new medicine? That I don't have the power to develop new advances myself?
あら、どうなさいましたの、所長。お休みのところを無理に起こしてしまったので、ご気分が優れませんのかしら？
He obviously realizes how ethically messed up this is. I don't even want to say questionable, because it's not really questionable, right? For the most part, right? The thing is, it kind of needs to be done, but also it's still really fucked up, right? But he's like, maybe I just don't have it in me. But the thing is, we know he's gonna have it in him, at least this time. Takano's pretending to be concerned about me, but she knows. She knows I'm still hesitating, and she's telling me that I should be ashamed as a researcher for feeling that way. I shook my head to clear it of sleepiness. Remember the resolve that brought me here to this day. I already have blood on my hands, but if I stop now, their lives will be wasted. Those who shed their blood can only rest in peace once they become the cornerstones of great research. I shook my head once more and reminded myself that I'm a researcher.
いえ、考え事をしていただけです。高野さんは東京との調整をお願いいたします。日程が決まりましたら教えてください。
ええ、了解いたしましたわ。眠気も吹っ飛んでしまいますわね。
The least I can do is my best, so his life won't be wasted. If he bleeds, I can't waste even a drop of his blood. After scolding my staff for their indiscretion of discussing the dissection with such excitement, I returned to my office. Yeah, so like I said, I mean, we saw here Irie questioning if he can do this, like, more morally and ethically, if he can dissect this patient, who is, I mean, the first live patient they've gotten, and he eventually comes to the conclusion that, yes, they can, and they need to. Yeah, I went for this one too early, whatever. I mean, like, to a degree, you get it. He's doing, like, if you need a cure, that's what has to be done, but it's still so fucked up, and it's hard to know that someone like Irie has done something like that, you know? He's dissected a human, downright tortured them, you know? Even if it's in the name of advancement, it's pretty terrible, you know? Like I said this before, but this really made me think, like, specifically Irie talking about, like, I don't believe the fact that Takano, like, just ran into this guy, right? Irie mentions as much, and I think it makes me think that she might have, like, kind of set the whole construction murder up, and I wouldn't be shocked if she set all these up to get live patients to dissect, you know? If she set up all the curse killings. How many are we at so far? I just want to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's at least get to 20. And then we'll see how I'm feeling. If we'll get to 25 and just get to the halfway point, or if we'll call it at 20 and do like 3 episodes probably. Let's do number 19. The research is going well. When Rika is willing to help, and they have the L5 patient. like, ready to be dissected. Although it seems they've already been dissected, actually. Which is how they know.
フルデさん、お待たせしました。
So let's see Rika's, like, part in this. Because they mentioned, like, Rika mentioned that they did some like, horrible things to her, if I remember correctly. Like, in the name of research. And so I wonder if that's, like, what this is going to lead to, you know?
今、最後の検査を終えたところです。もうすぐ戻ってくると思います。
娘が村のために役に立てばいいのですが。
とんでもない。リカさんの協力は村を救うことにもなります。おかげでようやく治療方法にも目処がついてきたところです。仕組みはまだ調べているところですが、リカさんの存在がやはり村人にとってとても大切なものであることが分かってきました。レベルの進んでしまった一般感染者は自力ではそのレベルを下げて症状を安定させるのが非常に困難です。
In retrospect, I wonder if that's just why Satoko was able to kind of hold on for as long as she did while being L5. Or at least a part of it, right? The fact that she was constantly near Rika.
ですが、女王感染者に接近することで脳内にある種の物質が作られることが分かっています。その物質には鎮静効果があり、また進んでしまった症状のレベルを抑え回復させる力もあるようなのです。
Her being Satoko's best friend may very well have saved Satoko. Like,
この物質を処方できるようになれば治療の強力な決め手となるでしょう。
そうですか。リカにそのような力が。
驚かれるには値しないのでは。フルデの巫女には荒れた心、鬼を鎮める神通力があると代々伝えられているんではありませんでしたっけ。私たちが解明しなくても村の数百年にわたる歴史はすでにそれを知っていたわけですわ。
そうですね。大昔の方の聡明さは時に現代医学から見ても感心させられます。
Yeah, older people were wiser than a lot of people give them credit for, you know?
検査が終わったのです。
リカ、大変だったな。疲れただろ。これで自動販売機でジュースを買ってきなさい。
血をいっぱい抜かれたから補給なのです。
You do that. Rika took the 100 yen coin that was offered her and ran out into the hallway.
本当にリカさんの協力のおかげです。彼女が献身的に協力に応じてくれなければこれほどまでに研究が進むことはありませんでした。
リカは自分の友達もその病気にかかっているということを気にしていて、どうか先生方、リカの心意気を汲んでやってください。
Is this where we're gonna see, like Rika's or not Rika's decision, Irie's decision to
もちろんです。
like experiment on her?
毎週日曜日に貴重な時間を割いていただいているのです。必ずや成果にしてみせます。今後もリカさんに過酷な実験を強いることがあると思いますが、どうかお許しいただければと思います。
彼女に危害を加えることは絶対にありませんわ。彼女はとてもとても大切な身なのです。何しろお社様の生まれ変わりなんですから。
大昔の村人はどのようにしてこの病気のことを知り、フルデ家にその女王の血が流れていることを知ったのやら。ご先祖様たちにはつくづく頭が下がります。
それで実はまた辛いご協力をお願いしなくてはなりません。彼女の脳脊髄液の採取のご許可をいただきたいのです。
Okay, so I know directly where this one will lead.
また場合によっては彼女の頭蓋に線香を開け直接頭部の中を検査させていただくことになるかもしれません。
Goodness gracious.
頭蓋骨に穴ですか？
Do not tell Mama Furude.
もちろん安全性には最大限注意します。リカさんはたった一人しかいない女王感染者なのです。間違っても危害を加えることがないよう私どもで最も安全な方法を模索した上で提案させていただいています。
もちろんリカちゃんは女の子ですもの。頭部先行周辺の頭髪には気を使いますので、ただ 経過を慎重に見るためにしばらく入院をしてもらうことになりますが。
もちろんその間面会謝絶ということはありません。検査にもぜひ立ち会ってください。お父さんが身近におられた方がリカさんも安心するでしょう。
その検査はどうしても必要なもので、絶対に安全なものなのですか？
So these are among some of the things that they're gonna do to Rika that she was saying, like they did some crazy things to me.
脳脊髄液の採取も頭蓋の潜行もどちらも 100% の安全を保証することはできません。常に 1% の危険があります。またリカさんに身体的あるいは精神的苦痛を与えるでしょう。いくら重要な検査といえどもご家族の同意なしには行えません。
リカちゃんには実はもう同じ話をしていますわ。
リカはなんと？
自分は構わないと。それ
She's a brave one. Never
リ
denied
カさん
that.
には危険や苦痛が伴う可能性があることをもちろん十分に説明しています。
We've all seen how brave she is, right? Even if she had some moments where she lost some of that courage, like generally she's a very courageous person, right? Being willing to do this, and especially for a friend, you know, I can see it, you know?
ですがやはり保護者の方の承諾をいただかないわけにはいきません。
リカは自分のことを本当にお社様の生まれ変わりだと信じている時があります。
That'll be because she is.
だから村人のために自分の身を捧げるのが自分の義務だと思っているところがあるのかもしれません。
立派なお子さんだと思います。
一応家内とも相談させてください。納得はしてくれているのですが、やはりことがことなので話をしないわけにもいかない。
Bro, you're so cooked. You tell Mama Furude there is no way this is getting through without a fight.
ええ、ご家族の同意は不可欠だと思います。よくご相談なさってください。
その検査は病気の根絶のために重要な意味があるのですね。
はい、ひなみ沢症候群のベールを剥ぐ決定的なものになるでしょう。
決定的なものの第一歩にですわね。
すでにご説明しておりますように、女王感染者に万一のことがあった場合、感染コミュニティに致命的な崩壊をもたらす危険性が予見されています。平たく申し上げると、村人全員が突如として末期発症を起こす可能性もあるということです。
ええ、急性発症の平均から見て女王感染者死亡から48時間以内に全感染者が末期発症を起こします。
I've seen that number plenty of times.
それだけは絶対に防がなくてはなりません。
リカが死ぬようなことがあれば、村中が大パニックに陥って恐ろしいことに。
はい、それを防ぐのも私たちの役目です。
They're the best in the business at that until they're not.
そのために危険を冒さなければならないのはとても皮肉なことですが、根絶のためには避けて通れない道だと思っています。
入江先生、必ずその検査を成功させていただけますか？
ですから医学には 100% や絶対などという。
ええ。
That's fair. Irie answered with a nod, interrupting Takano's vague response.
私、入江京介が命を懸けて必ずやリカさんを救います。村人も救います。
Buddy, do I have some unfortunate news for you?
絶対にです。
わかりました。
Irie's promise.
家内と相談させてください。その上で後日改めてお返事させていただきます。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
It's gonna be a rough one for. Hey, stop the giggling. Stop the creepy laughing, man. After Rika and her father left, Takano started to laugh.
どうしましたか？何か愉快なことでも。
いえいえ、患者とご家族から律儀に事前承諾を取られていたのがなんだかおかしくって。
リカさんには本来無用の苦痛を強いています。
Bro, she said, if it was up to me, we're not asking anyone for permission.
それくらいは最低限の礼儀だと思いまして、去年の男も正常な状態にあれば事前承諾を取りたかったところです。
入江所長はここの研究を始められてからずっと罪の意識に苛まれているのではありません？
それはどういう意味ですか？
This type of teasing was normal from Takano, but maybe she'd gone a little too far. Irie made it clear how displeased he was to hear that.
ひなみ沢症候群の研究は生きた検体を裁くことでしか進められない。それが分かってなお、あなたはこの研究を進めることに罪の意識を感じている。
罪の意識は必要です。殺人であれ、解剖であれ、相手に死を強いる点で変わりません。私たちはその罪を受け止めてなお、その死を無駄にしないために最大限の努力と研究を重ねなくてはなりません。
ご高説ですわね。では入江所長、あなたはこれまで人の脳を切り取ることに何度の事前承諾を取られたというんですの？
Bringing up the past. Yeesh. Irie didn't think Takano knew about that.
あなたの人の罪は脳の疾患によるものという独りよがりで、一体何人の患者が事前承諾なく脳を切除されたんですの？
それは
常識は時代で変わる。当時は医者が治療をいちいち説明することなどなかったし、事前承諾なんて大したものではなかった。だから当時のことは気にしなくていいんじゃないですかしら。今は倫理上問題があっても当時は問題なかった。ならばいいじゃありませんの。
Goodness, man.
でもそれに罪を感じているからリカちゃんやあの男にさえも事前承諾が取りたかった。
I mean, for sure, they could have done it without consent, really.
それは誤解です。そもそも治療と解剖では患者。
ねえ坊や、
You just buoyed him.
あなたが欲しいのは事前承諾という名の免罪符。そうでしょ？あなたが欲しいのは過去の罪をあがないたいという心を満たすだけの欺瞞、そのためだけの免罪符。
Takano is as harsh as ever.
後悔しているならば二度と脳に関わらなければいい。なのにだらだらと後悔しながらあなたはいつまでも未練がましくこの世界で脳に関わっている。その罪の意識が本物ならあなたはあの時所長就任の話を断ればよかったはず。そうでしょう、坊や。
Bro, hitting the boy on him is crazy.
とても不快です。私は失礼させて。
聞きなさい。医学は常にその時代の倫理や価値観との戦いから勝ち取られるの。かつて高野先生がひなみ沢症候群の存在を予見した時、その時代の権威たちは自分たちの無知を棚に上げ、その先見性を嘲笑った。でも病に倒れる直前まで研究を捨てなかったわ。必ず自分がいつか評価される日が来ると信じて、そしてその日が自分の死後であったとしても必ず来ると信じて。それは強い信念と揺らぎのない鉄の意志があるから成し遂げられること。そうでなければ時代の無理解に高野先生は屈していたはず。
I mean, did Hifumi Takano have to go to lengths like this, to be fair? Wouldn't be completely shocked if he would have, but...
研究はね、意志の力で成し遂げるのよ。絶対的に強固な意志だけが結果を紡ぎ出す。でもあなたにはそれがない。あなたは自分の実績を誇るべきか恥じるべきかすら自分で決めかねている臆病者よ。
You get an earful.
そんな中途半端な覚悟でよくこのような研究所の所長を引き受けられたものね。血塗られた両手をさらに血に浸すことでしか明かせぬ研究だと最初から分かっていたはずなのに。
否定はしません。私は中途半端かもしれない。
ならば所長を辞任なさっては守秘義務は残るでしょうけど、あなたはこれ以上罪の意識に苛まれなくて済むでしょう。
I'm sure she wouldn't be upset. I guess I have to be the director now.
私にとってあなたはパートナーである以前にクライアントが要求した人事上の駒でしかない。こうして研究機関が成立した今、あなたの存在はもう重要ではないの。しかもその上、研究に対する覚悟が足りず、研究のパートナーとしても役立たずなら、あなたは無能のようなしよう。
He's giving him the business.
私は一人でも研究をやめない。どんな罪も後悔も恐れない。強固な意志だけが未来を紡ぐ。かつて高野先生が高潔な精神で成し遂げたように、私もたった一人でも成し遂げてみせる。
Mind you, she's not even close to being alone when she succeeds, but...
立派な決意だと思います。ですが、私もあなたに及ばないにしても、わずかの決意があってここへ来ています。そして、あなたの言う通り、私の手はすでに血にまみれています。そしてひなみ沢に来て、さらに血に浸しました。だからその責任を全うするまでは、私は逃げることはできません。相変わらず私は罪を清算できず苛まれ続けるでしょう。でも逃げない。必ずひなみ沢症候群の研究をそれだけがこの研究に命を捧げてくださった方、そしてこれから捧げることになるかもしれない方への最後の誠意だと思っています。
Irie wore a determined look on his face. He appeared different from even a moment ago when he was baffled by Takano having brought up those painful memories. For a short while, Irie's eyes displayed a strong will, and then he turned around.
おそらくリカさんの検査は承諾が取れるでしょう。準備をお願いします。
ええ、心得ましたわ、所長。
They got their consent the following week. That was a crazy segment. So we see that, like, I mean, it starts with them asking about, like, hey, do we have consent to do these experiments on your daughter? And they've already got the consent from Rika, right? But when I thought it was about to end, it turned into this whole kind of ethical debate, right? Of talking, like, basically Irie, like, asking for consent, talking, I was like, it's kind of ironic, right? Like, not something you did in the past, huh? You knew accepting this role that you were gonna have to do this type of stuff. Why'd you even accept the role, right? Like, you know, to go forward, we have to do this. You're a useless partner if you won't even do research, right? And Irie kind of regains his determination, like, to the point where it's like, I wonder if I can do that one now. I might be able to, honestly. We'll do the cerebrospinal fluid thing, but anyways, sorry. Irie is kind of determined that he's going to continue the research. I think he's still going to avoid, you know, dissecting Satoko, of course, right? Because unless he dissects her in a way that lets her live, we know he didn't, right? That moral, like, and ethical debate was interesting. We know, obviously, Takano is very determined. She'll do whatever it takes, but we keep seeing Irie feel all of this guilt for doing everything that is required here, right? He feels bad, right? It's that simple. He feels terrible for the things he's doing, but he's kind of at a point where he's like, I've already bloodied my hands, and they keep getting bloodier, but I would be dishonoring the lives of, like, those who were lost, you know, for this research if we didn't get to the bottom of this. So he's determined to do whatever it takes now. Which, I mean, I can respect, but, like, also, good lord, this dude is, his ethics are something, man. But, I mean, it would be so much worse if we left everything in charge of Takano, so thankfully, Irie is willing to bend his ethics enough, you know? I guess. Let's see a routine inspection, which prior consent for the collection of cerebrospinal fluid is required, which we now have. The lights came on in the meeting room as the slideshow ended, and all the auditors began to applaud, praising the Irie institution's dramatic accomplishments.
素晴らしい。実に素晴らしい。本音を言わせてもらえば、私はこのひなみ沢症候群の研究はあまり期待していませんでした。
仮に進むとしても10年単位で3歩進んで2歩下がるような研究になると思っていました。
いやいや、それが短期間の間にこれだけの成果を上げられるとは。入江所長の努力と指導の賜物です。
そんなことはありません。私を支えてくださる優秀なスタッフとそちらの高野さんのおかげです。
ご謙遜をやはり脳に関しては入江所長は天才ですわ。何しろ脳に関しては誰も及ばない実績をお持ちなのですから。
そうですな。あなたと同じ年の医者であなたほど大勢の脳みそをご覧になってきた方はおりますまい。
おめでとうございます、入江にさ。私もこれで東京に胸を張って報告に帰れます。
富武さんに良いお土産が持たせられて光栄です。あとニサというのはご勘弁を。どうしても馴染めませんので。
They really do have this conversation every time.
というかリサさんって聞こえるんですよね。
まるで女性の名前みたいに聞こえますね。
でも二郎さんも影の立役者ですわね。
So we're seeing that. I mean, we've already kind of saw the origins of that nickname, but it looks like we're really seeing that now. Which is interesting.
なかなか成果の出せない私たちの予算を二郎さんが懸命に努力して維持してくださったおかげですわ。
いやでも今回の成果は劇的です。
Made a lot of progress in these 2 short years.
ひなみ沢症候群の病原体を特定し、今後の研究計画に具体的道筋をつけることができました。以後の進捗監査がとても楽しみになります。
これだけの成果があれば東京はねちっこく予算を削減しろとは言いますまい。
何しろ皆さんにお出ししている缶コーヒーの予算まで削られそうになったんですものね。
Would have been disastrous if there was no canned coffee.
富武君、東京にしっかり報告して祝杯が挙げられるくらいの予算はつけるよう愚信してあげなさい。
無知ばっかりではいかんね。飴もないとね。
その飴は予算で還元していただけると一番嬉しいのですが。
Pretty blunt, but fair enough. And with that congenial atmosphere, our routine audit was over. Irie was surrounded, being questioned by National Institute of Infectious Disease workers who had joined the auditors.
高野さん、おめでとう。みんなの前では言えないけれど、今日の成果は全て高野さんの積み重ねによるものだよ。
ありがとう、二郎さん。
Jirou-san and I are the only ones here who know that strings were pulled in order to create the Irie Institute. So only Jirou-san can understand what I had to go through.
でも、これでようやく研究の舞台に立てたというところね。私の挑むべき相手がようやく同じ土俵に上がってくれただけ。正念場はこれからよ。そして、ここからが最も楽しいところになりそうだけど。
That's certainly one way to put it. I mean, I will admit as a viewer it was exciting, but I'm sure Tomitake isn't going to enjoy that plan, you know?
それでね、今回の件で中川本部長の方からぜひ東京で報告会をしてほしいと、アルファベットの理事会もぜひ君と会合を設けたいって言ってたよ。みんな君に直接話を聞いてみたいようだね。
あらあら、二郎さんを経由した報告じゃ物足りないのかしら？
いやそういう意味じゃないとは思うけどな。きっと噂の美人研究員を直接見てみたいんじゃないかな。なんて。
Bro is stumbling over his words.
あら嫌だ、二郎さんたら。
失礼します。
高野さんさ、東京からお電話です。
お待たせしました。高野です。
おお、元気にやってるかの。
小泉先生、わざわざお電話をいただけるなんてとても恐縮でございます。
いやな、みおちゃんの研究が大金星を挙げたという話が来てな、お祝いを言おうと思って電話したんだ。
ありがとうございます。はい、おかげさまで研究の第一段階であり、最大の目標でもあったひなみ沢症候群の病原体特定に成功しました。
You know, when you see this, you almost want to think, wow, great for Takano, for one of her mentors, and like for acknowledging her amazing breakthroughs, and then you remember that this is Takano, you know?
そうかそうか、ついにやったな、みおちゃん。天国で高野くんもきっと大喜びしているだろうの。
まだまだですわ。祖父はひなみ沢症候群の病原体特定などという段階を超えて研究していました。人の思想や意志が実は人以外の寄生的存在によって支配されていた可能性、それを暴いて初めて祖父の研究は偉業と称えられるのです。世界中の思想や宗教が全て寄生虫で説明できたなら世界はひっくり返るくらいの大騒ぎになるでしょうね。
I don't know that you can go that far, but
それは愉快だの。偉そうに振る舞っとる宗教家連中が単なる寄生虫の親玉に過ぎんと立証されたら、それは本当に愉快だろうの。ぜひそんな愉快なのを見せてくれ。みおちゃんがそれを見せてくれるまで私は天国のお迎えを断り続けてるからな。
Well, based on the tip that requires you to be dead, I'm gonna say that is false.
縁起でもありませんわ。でも楽しみにしていてくださいね。きっと世界中があっと驚く発表をしてみせますから。
It does do that.
その時に初めて世界中が祖父の偉業を知り、祖父が残した資料を奪い合って読み合うことになるでしょう。そこまで至って私はようやく祖父への恩返しを終えるのです。
高野くんが羨ましいの。私はな、この半分は捨ててもいい。あんたみたいな自分の志を継いでくれる孫が一人いてくれたらと思うよ。
Surely you got 15 of those.
ありがとうございます。
Way he gets around.
身に余るお言葉です。
あとな、小泉のおじいちゃんからのプレゼントだ。みおちゃん宛てにな。みおちゃんの家の住所がわからんかったから診療所宛てにしてある。
A bottle of wine.
取り寄せに手間がかかってるらしいからちょっと時間がかかるかもしれんが、届いたらみおちゃんの研究を手伝ってくれた人たちを集めてそれを振る舞ってあげなさい。
祝杯用にワインなんて。はてさて、小泉先生からどんな高級ワインが届くやら。
そんな高級酒と違う。
Get a load of this guy.
みおちゃんも覚えとらんかね。高野くんがいつも一本のワインを大切にしておったの。
I mean, that's a hell of a sentiment, though. I remember. That's right. My grandfather kept a certain bottle of wine. I don't know if he bought it himself or if someone gave it to him, but he treasured it, and he always said he'd open it when his research finally gained recognition. I was a child then, so I don't even remember what brand it was, but Mr. Koizumi would know. I went through all the trouble to find the same bottle of wine for this special occasion. That's a hell of a gesture, man. Even if Mr. Koizumi, unfortunately, is not going... He does not know what all of his support will lead to. You can't really be mad at this guy, right? Like, he's doing a hell of a thing, right? Very, very thoughtful for someone who means a lot to someone he knew very well, you know? And someone he supported so much. Definitely can't hate on him. He's a real thoughtful guy. For the first time in a while, Takano felt the same sunny warmth she experienced during her time with her grandfather.
ありがとうございます。小泉のおじいちゃん。
やっぱりみおちゃんにはそう呼ばれた方がしっくりくるの。どうもみおちゃんに先生と言われても自分のことだと思えなくてな。
I can't help but smile along with him, because I think Tomitake and Irie were just having a similar exchange.
そう呼ばれる方がお好きでしたら、人前以外ではそう呼んでも結構ですわよ。
できれば人前でもそう呼んでもらえると喜ぶんだがの。
I don't know exactly how old he is, but if he can laugh so energetically, he'll live for many more years to come. I guess the saying about living a long life is true after all.
私も高野くんもミオちゃんのような子が本当の家族だったらと思うよ。本当にな。
My grandfather had his own family, of course, but because he was so into his research, he became estranged from his wife. They were legally married, but they lived separately. I never met his family when I was a child. I only met them after my grandfather committed suicide. Damn! I was wondering how he died so seemingly young compared to Koizumi. Fuck, dude. How long after it? How long after the paper stomping was this? During his latter years, my grandfather went into psychological despair and began to look at his life with cynicism. His condition became worse over time, and he was shocked at his own dementia. He was afraid of living while his consciousness degraded. So, he jumped off the rooftop of the hospital. Only my name was in his suicide note. None of his family members' names were in it. That's when all his relatives showed up and took everything my grandfather left behind. They were afraid I was going to get his estate. They had lawyers and all that, so I backed down. I asked for everything in his study in return. Those idiots didn't understand the value of my grandfather's research. They were actually happy to strike a deal out of court, and they could also get rid of the piles of papers and jars with human organs in them. They never even showed up once he was alive, yet, like hyenas, they appeared after his death. I never let them put their hands all over my grandfather's research. Fortunately, I was able to protect my grandfather's soul from their tainted hands.
それでは長くなると悪いから
I'm
これで
assuming
切るな。
this is the last time she gets to talk to Koizumi.
困ったことがあったらいつでもおじいちゃんに頼りなさい。孫娘のためにいくらでも一肌脱ぐからの。
ありがとう。小泉のおじいちゃん、ミオはもっともっと頑張りますね。
Didn't say anything about him being dead. I mean, I think that was another interesting reflection on Takano's backstory. I mean, we see that things are going well, you know, with the clinic, which, like, I mean, checks out. We know the research obviously developed. We see them celebrating, but really, I think the big thing is just seeing Takano's phone call with Koizumi, who we see just how important Koizumi has become to Takano. So when we get here, right, it's gonna be, I'm disappointing, right, for Takano. It's gonna upset her, you know, naturally. I mean, that's really the big thing. You see just how much Koizumi means to her, and you see obviously even more of how much her grandfather meant to her, how he ends up dying because of his dementia and his kind of cynicism late in his life. So he commits suicide, and Takano watches as the family members that never gave a damn about him once suddenly all show up for his estate, which obviously says everything to her, as it should. It's messed up. It shows that even Takano's healthy relationships, right, there's like so much wrong with even those, you know. I mean, it was nice to see Takano having like normal relationships, but still, like, I don't know. Like I said, even that normal relationship, right? Like, even with these normal relationships, there's like hang-ups and really weird parts of it, and Koizumi dying is certainly, I think, I could see it being a catalyst for her changing even for the worse, you know? I could absolutely see that, given how close they seem to be still. He really is a thoughtful guy. I have no hate in my heart for Koizumi or Fumi Takano, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We're at exactly 20? I should probably stop here. Will I? we get Tomitake's promise? I don't know if we did. I think this might be the next place to go. I think Irie's decision has been made. To like continue going. I think that's like part of what this was. We might see this, and then it leads into this. Let's just check. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and read this. I know I said I should probably stop, but guess what? I didn't. So we're just gonna keep going for now. We'll see where I stop. I could stop. I could see myself stopping short of the 25 mark, but we might just go to the halfway point at this point. Plans for Satoko-chan's dissections are moving right along. I don't want Satoshi-kun to be sad. I feel pity for Satoko-chan and her harsh circumstances. I'm still struggling with how much I have to sacrifice for the sake of research.
Irie?
え？ああ、すみません。どうなさいましたか？リカさん。
僕の友達がずっと長く入院していますが、その子はひなみ沢症候群ではないのですか？
Absolutely. I do wonder how much he's going to reveal to her.
それを誰に聞きましたか？
僕がそう思っただけです。どうなのですか？入江、里子はひなみ沢症候群ではないのですか？
Rika-chan is on our side. There's nothing I have to hide from her. Actually, I probably shouldn't keep anything from her.
はい。両親との不仲と、その両親の突然の死、彼女の心には、それは一度に受け入れるには、あまりに大きすぎる出来事でした。それが引き金になったのかもしれません。
検査の結果は？
レベル5です。上辺は非常に安定して見えますが、情緒は非常に不安定です。先日からサトシ君の見舞いも謝絶にしました。
サトシに聞きましたです。サトコの心の傷がなかなか言えないと気にしていましたです。
Yeah, it really is.
入江、サトコはどうなるのですか？
In this moment, I don't know how you can promise anything good, really. You need a cure, like, or something to halt it. It's that simple. Satoko-chan is Rika-chan's best friend. How can I tell her that we're planning to dissect Satoko-chan? However, even if I don't say anything, she already knows that Satoko-chan's situation is extremely poor.
入江は僕の体を調べてたくさんのことが分かったのではないですか？
ええ、それはもちろんです。症状を抑える効果が期待される試薬も現在いろいろと試しているところです。
She might need to be a live experiment for it.
それをサトコに与えることはできませんのですか？
一度は考えました。しかしかなり危険です。
I mean, what's the alternative?
体力や精神力に余裕がある検体に試し、少しずつデータを集めていこうという段階です。サトコちゃんのようなもう後がない人間に試せるような代物ではありません。
では入江、その薬を試さないならサトコはどうなってしまうのですか？
Nothing good. She spoke as if aware of our plans for Satoko-chan. No, she must actually know. I've told her about most of my research. She's more mature than she looks, so it'd be easy for her to figure out.
僕はサトコが 1% でも助かる可能性があるならそれにかけるべきだと思いますです。
非常に危険な賭けです。最悪の場合、彼女は即座に末期発症し錯乱するか、さもなければ人としての心を失い、一生を焦点の合わない目で壁を見て過ごす体になってしまうかもしれない。どちらもそれはあまりに過酷な運命です。
全身麻酔で痛みを感じさせずに眠ったままを殺す方がずっといいというの。
Serious voice, Rika. She's not playing. Which, obviously she isn't. I mean, this is the fate of her friend, right? The options are either do nothing and she's guaranteed dead, or have a small chance and maybe she dies. You know?
イリエ、よく高野が言う通り、医学に 100% はない。でもこのまま放置すれば 里子を待ち受ける運命は
No one is a guarantee.
100% の絶対の死しかない。ならばどちらにかけるかは明白なはず。
そうですね。その通りです。
But I know too well, C103, the medicine that's being tested may not even be something that can be used. It may not even have a 1% chance of success. Worse, I can't even imagine what kind of tragic end she'd meet if her body rejects the medicine. That's why I'm tempted to believe it would be far more merciful to feed her favorite food, let her gently fall asleep, and after that, dissect her while she dreams. I don't want to admit it, but Takano-san is right. I'm being indecisive and showing a lack of resolve. How effective could the medicine made by someone like that really be? So, because it was medicine I created myself, I couldn't even believe there might be a 0.1% chance of success.
僕は入江の作った薬なら信用できると思いますです。
You kinda have to. She spoke as if she read my mind. Surprised, I raised my head up to look at her, and found her giving me a reassuring look I never would have imagined someone her age capable of.
入江は人の命を左右するとても辛い仕事に耐えている。
It's because in reality she has more life experience than you. In terms of years.
本来、人の生き死になど人間がどうにかしようというのがおこがましいこと。その重圧は背負った者にしかわからない。
Her voice hasn't changed, but I feel like Rika-chan is admonishing me. Almost as if she knows what it's like to be responsible for human lives.
その重さは罪の意識と後悔の重さを加えて決められる。だから入江はまだまだ危険な薬を里子に試せない。そうでしょ。
Takano-san said the same thing when she criticized me earlier. I'm being criticized again.
でも、だからあなたになら里子を託せると思う。
え？
人の命はとても重い。その重みに耐えかねるのはあなたが人の命を大切にしたい心があるからこそよ。
Whereas Takano truly does not care.
そんな心がなくしてどうして人を病気から救えるというの？
Irie is at least doing it for a good cause.
高野みたいに人をモルモットとしか思ってないやつの治療薬なんか試せると思う？
Exactly. Bro, Irie getting admonished by two different people on similar scenarios, or on similar things, but very different, I guess, methods, right, of getting to him and what they're ultimately trying to convey, even if it's somewhat the same, of like, you need to take action, you need to be willing to take action in medicine, that's what you have to do, right? Ultimately, I feel like they do have different points at the same time. I shouldn't have laughed, but I couldn't help it. I felt like I should laugh.
高野とあなたがそれぞれに薬を差し出したなら、私は入江の薬の方が治るように思う。
I don't even want to know what Takano's would do.
だって薬は人の心から生み出されるんだもの。自分の身から滴り落ちる雫で人を救いたいという気持ちが人の病を癒してくれる。
おっしゃる通りです。医者が薬のことで諭されるとは。
私は自分の体を他でもない里子のために差し出した。私の体から注射針で抜き出したものはすべて私から里子に捧げる薬の雫。
She's given up so much for Satoko, it's outstanding. Every time you see it, it's like somehow she's given up even more, right? Like
その雫から命の本当の重さを知り、日々後悔と自責を忘れないあなたが何かを抽出してくれたなら、それが里子に聞かないわけがない。
Do shrine maidens take confessions? If they do, she's doing a great job being a shrine maiden at this age.
これは賭けになります。里子ちゃんが果たして受け入れてくれるかどうか。
里子に伝える必要はありません。
Damn. Let's just say Rika's not exactly the most ethical researcher either.
里子にとってひなみざわ症候群を知ることは心の深い傷をもう一度えぐることにしかならないのだから。
What did she mean by those words? When I realized it later, I was surprised by how thoughtful and perceptive she was.
解剖計画を中止させましょう。北条里子に対する C103 投与実験に変更します。せめて 1% でも うまくいく確率が上がるように努力します。
大丈夫ですよ。
And back to the like kind of cutesy voice.
絶対にうまくいきますです。
そんな楽観してはいけません。
She's seen this enough times to know it'll work.
大丈夫なのです。もう決まってることなのですから。これはフルデ神社の巫女様の心強いお告げです。ファイトオンなのですよ。
Haven't heard that one in a while. So this one was a very interesting section of Rika talking to Irie, and she's ultimately the one who tells him, like, look, I know what you're going to try to do to Satoko, and I'm not letting you do that, right? If there's anything else you can do, right? Anything else. If you can use the C-103, right, in this case, the attempt at a cure that you've made, if you can attempt to use that to even have a 1% chance, why would we not take that, right? You have to take a chance, right? Like, that's kind of what she's saying. Like, you have to take a chance. You have to have that will, right, in your field, right? Takano's not wrong. There's no guarantees in medicine, but she's guaranteed to die if we do nothing, right? And so she convinces him that because of how badly he wants to cure people, that like kind of love in his heart, right, that it will work, and that she wouldn't trust any medicine made by Takano, right, who sees people as guinea pigs, right, and ultimately tells him, like, let's do this, right, and it convinces him, and she tells him, take this from the shrine maiden of the Furude shrine. This is gonna work, right? Fight on, yay, right? So she ultimately was the one who convinced him to give Satoko that dose that will ultimately help manage her symptoms, right? Not properly cure her, but manage her symptoms. Which is, it's kind of fascinating that she was like the one that did that, you know? Oh, we might be able to do this one already. Because Satoko's already refused Satoshi's visit. And we've already seen like his, like, that sense of responsibility as a brother, right? Like, it was definitely in like one of these, I'd say. Either way, we're gonna do H170. I want to see where this goes. So let's go ahead and read into H170. C-103's implementation on Satoko is going well so far. It wouldn't make any difference to me if the experiment failed. However, Irie's extraordinary focus and attention to the experiment has avoided Satoko Hojo hallucinating and turning into a vegetable during the experiment. And surprisingly, we see prospects of her returning to normal life despite reaching L5. C-103 still has many issues, but this experiment proved that even a person who has reached L5 can be cured. I didn't believe in it at first, but I guess I have to acknowledge Irie's hard work. Only Irie could have done this. He was tormented by naive humanism and didn't want to make mistakes, and that's why he felt obligated to cure Satoko Hojo. The reason why I dislike Irie isn't because of his achievements or abilities, but because of that weakness. But this time, I had to praise him for it. I made a breakthrough. I made a breakthrough that Takano never could have made, you know?
脱帽と言わざるを得ません。
いえ、私の研究者としての職務を果たしたに過ぎません。
That laser focus has, like, that, something to fight for, right? Someone specific has really given him that laser focus, it would seem.
その結果、医者としての職務も果たせたなら、私にとってはそれに勝ることはありません。
今やさとこちゃんは私たちにとって最も重要な検体になったと言っても過言ではないでしょう。何しろレベル5に至りながら生還した初めての人間なのですから。
Yeah.
その通りです。
The rare Satoko W in her life.
彼女を社会生活に復帰させ、経過を見ながら長期観察に切り替えていきます。彼女には毎週日曜日にこちらに来てもらって検査を受けてもらえるよう話をするつもりです。
しかし C103 を日に3回も注射する義務と、毎週日曜日に検査に訪れる義務を彼女にどう説明されるおつもりで？
Rika already talked to him about that one. Basically, like, you are not telling her that. And I'm guessing either Rika said it or Irie came up with it himself that they're going to lie and just say they're receiving funding for research, you know?
彼女には何の病気の自覚もないのに。
そこは今、うまく納得してもらえる話を考えています。今考えているのは、私の研究論文に協力してもらうというものです。栄養剤の注射を毎日してもらい、毎週日曜日にその効果を検査する。その代わりに研究協力費としていくらかを支払うという感じです。
I guess Irie is determined to cure Satoko Hojo no matter what. He seems determined to keep her off the dissection table. He and I are in different positions, but I don't have any complaints about his naive ideals so long as they translate directly into passion for our research. If his plans can be put into effect and produce a different result than the dissection would, then they'll still be useful to the overall understanding of the Hinamizawa syndrome. I have nothing against Satoko Hojo. It's only that I see her as a research specimen. If she can be useful in that capacity without being dissected, that's perfectly fine with me.
日に3回もの注射となれば、これは本人だけでなく、保護者の方の同意も不可欠です。確か、ご両親が亡くなってからは、おじ夫婦に親権が移っていましたね。そちらに一度、相談に伺おうと思います。姪への怪しげな研究協力を承諾してもらえればいいのですが。
If not, what do you do?
大丈夫ですわよ。そのための研究協力費ですもの。月に10万か20万も振り込んでやれば大喜びしますわ。
それだけの予算はありますか？
もちろん、二郎さんを納得させる資料を作りさえすれば。
わかりました。それは私が作ります。
He's doing everything to keep her alive.
あと、聡子ちゃんに心労をかけないよう指導しておく必要もあります。レベル5をぶり返すことになったら大変ですからね。噂では、おじ夫婦はとても現金な方だとか、金銭で丸め込むのは可能かもしれません。それらの指導も私の方できっちり行うつもりです。
I've heard Satoko-chan isn't getting along with her aunt and uncle. I never thought that it'd affect us in any way, but now Irie has to deal with them. Maybe he's developed some kind of sense of responsibility or duty as her guardian. I don't really care. The more responsible he feels, the more progress our research makes. That'll be a plus for me.
それはそうと、H17 番台についての。
ええ、入江所長の成果に比べれば足元にも及びませんが、一応の
本当に皮肉ですね。彼女を錯乱から救う治療薬を作っていた研究所で、その傍らでは彼女を直ちに錯乱させる危険な薬が作られていたのですから。
Are we really surprised that Takano would develop something like that? Irie wasn't involved in the H170 research. That was my work. In fact, even if I asked him, he wouldn't have agreed to be involved. This dangerous reagent was developed during the process of uncovering the mechanisms behind how the pathogens controlling Satoko Hojo's brain induced derangement or paranoia in their host. That sentence cooked me. I needed more breath. It's interesting. To put it bluntly, injecting H170 into a patient with Hinamizawa syndrome forced them to express terminal symptoms. It threw the brain into a stimulated state of agitation, intentionally forcing the pathogen to grow unstable. If we continue researching this, it'll be possible to drive anyone with Hinamizawa syndrome violently insane at any time. Studying the mechanism behind that will help to solve the syndrome's mysteries, so this study on H170 will be extremely important to future research. Also, this medicine has military applications, as the client requested. At this point, there's absolutely no use for it, but once our research progresses a bit further, this H170 could be spread at the right moment to cause a certain type of reaction. Compared to a killer virus, it seems like a useless pathogen, but there's no way to detect it in a dead body, and it makes it look as though the person just went insane spontaneously, so it must have some useful applications. The Marco Polo Bridge incident threatened to end research on Hinamizawa syndrome before. A historically important incident like that couldn't have been created by a killer virus, but it's possible with Hinamizawa syndrome. The elders of the Alphabet Project, the sponsor for our research, can think whatever they want about that. I don't care how they use what I've learned. My purpose is to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome, and to make people realize how important this research is. Also, to make people acknowledge my grandfather's accomplishments and achievements, any military applications were just byproducts of the process that I didn't care about.
クライアントにとっては高野さんの成果の方が喜ばれるでしょう。来期の予算取りが楽になるかもしれませんね。
情熱だけでは研究は続けられませんものね。先立つものがなければ。
Producing results say you get it.
これだけの潤沢な資金を提供してくださるスポンサーさんには頭が上がりません。これだけのお金が公費から出ているのですから。
日本という国は私たちが想像しているよりずっと豊かなのかもしれませんね。公費は公費でも表に出せない黒い公費でしょうけれどね。
Irie has no idea what I had to go through to get that money. Anyway, our research is going extremely well. We don't know what we'll find out about Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm sure every mystery will eventually be solved. I can hardly wait. What the syndrome indicates is that humans are simply empty containers, and what we believe to be our will is simply the actions of parasites that live in our brains. If that mystery was solved, it would have a greater impact than anything else in history. That is a truth which nobody wants to believe. This is an achievement my grandfather predicted back during his time. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that she essentially believes that Hinamizawa syndrome applies to everyone, not just Hinamizawans, or some form of Hinamizawa syndrome, right? Like, everyone has these parasites in their brain, that humans are simply empty vessels without them. That's her belief, which is interesting. I wouldn't be shocked if eventually this kind of gets proven wrong, and there's a thing that's unique to Hinamizawa here, and maybe that's part of what really makes her spiral even further. This is an achievement my grandfather predicted back during his time. Ah, I know now. I know the reason why my grandfather was so fascinated by his work. So this one was all about that, what was it, H170? That H170 injection. So we went from the C103, which is able to suppress symptoms of terminal patients, to the H170, which does the exact opposite. It's able to induce terminal symptoms into patients of, or those with Hinamizawa syndrome. And we obviously know that this has been weaponized within the game itself, right? This is obviously weaponized for specifically Tomitake, being the main one. But it's definitely possible that others, like some of the other Curse Killings, H170 was used. I don't think it's as likely, but it's not impossible. And I mean, honestly, that's most of what the summary is. We know what H170 is. We know exactly what it does. Takano made it. Shocker. She thinks it might have military applications, and she doesn't really care what's done with it. And she basically kind of expands on her motives just a little bit by saying that she doesn't really care what's done with any of her research. She just cares that this research is acknowledged, you know? For the sake of her grandfather specifically, right? Like, she doesn't care if this is used even to spark like another war, right? She really does not care, which is, I mean, it's just kind of fascinating, right, to have a character like that. Okay, so we have the first part of that. I don't think we have the second. We definitely have the second part of that. We don't have the first. And I think we have both of those. I think that's the next one we got to go to. Because we're not here. I don't think we have any C117. Was that an advanced version of the C103? Like, maybe that one's just properly the cure. I mean, I feel like if we had a proper cure, then Satoko wouldn't be in the position she's in, you know? I feel like it can't be a full-on curse. We still have 1 and 3. I don't know if we have 2 on that one. So we just, I think, continue on. Yeah, I mean, I think it's got to be the accident at Shirakawa Park, surely. Yeah. We're going to learn about the accident that killed Satoko's parents, the truth about it. Satoko-chan's dissection plan has been scrubbed, and we're getting ready to administer an almost totally untested medicine, C103. This experimental medicine suppresses the production of a certain type of hormone, and, in doing so, it will stop the transmission of the syndrome triggering Satoko-chan's condition. The mechanism of Hinamizawa syndrome is as follows. The pathogen takes over the frontal lobe of the patient's brain, and then induces increased responsiveness to paranoia. As a result, a patient voluntarily carries out excessively defensive behaviors to a problematic extent. If this induction can be cut off, then it will be possible to save terminal patients from becoming deranged. But it only cuts off an induction, so it's not really a cure. Ironically, the brain is an organ that learns. Once the brain has learned to be excessively paranoid due to the Hinamizawa syndrome, even after the pathogen is eliminated, the brain doesn't simply unlearn that paranoia. In short, even if the pathogen doesn't induce derangement, the patient will be directed to such emotions of their own volition. Thus, it's impossible to completely escape the nearly deranged L5 state. The proverb, "a burnt child dreads the fire," is a good example of this. Even after the burn on your tongue heals, the fear of being burned by food again remains. Well, I mean, don't tell me that. I see a hot piece of pizza or some soup, and I'm like, have I learned my lesson yet? No, I don't need to wait 5 minutes to eat this. I think I'll just burn off all my whole tongue again, right? So maybe I'm the one who needs to, learn that, I need to be the burnt child that dreads the fire, I guess. When it ends up being a good thing, we call it learning a lesson, and we call it trauma when it doesn't. We predict Satoko-chan's treatment will take a significantly long time, requiring both medication such as administering psychotropics and mental care like counseling. We have to slowly unravel her mind's solidified paranoia while also suppressing the syndrome's induction of derangement. This is the treatment plan for terminal patients like Satoko-chan. However, as we're going to stimulate the parts of her brain that affect her emotions while they're being stimulated by the pathogen at the same time, it's possible that there could be unexpected side effects. Both her mental and physical strength hold the key to our success. We were going to begin the experiment once she regains her emotional stability and physical strength, but someone who threatens to disturb her emotional stability has been coming here every day. Oishi, the sly old detective from the Okonomiya Police Department. He thinks everything, from the dam protest to the dismemberment murder of the construction manager, is an organized effort secretly conducted by the 3 families of the village. He even thinks the accident involving Satoko-chan's parents wasn't an accident. That's why he keeps coming back so he can talk to Satoko-chan.
何度来られても、聡子ちゃんへの面会を、彼女は両親を亡くしたショックで、それを汲み取ることはできませんか？
いやいや、本当にちょっとだけお話が聞ければいいんです。
He can't deny his stubbornness.
そうお時間を取らせるつもりはないんですがね。令状が必要だってんなら申請しないことはありませんが、私も北条さんの容体を気遣っているからこそ令状を取るなんて無粋を避けているんじゃありません。
令状を取ってまで一体何を聡子ちゃんに聞こうとしているのか、私にはさっと。
今回の転落、事故ではなく、
北条夫妻がダム戦争以来村中から嫌われているという話は知っています。ですがわざわざ旅行先まで追いかけて突き落とすというのは少々突飛すぎはしませんか。
I blame Takano somehow. For the mountain dogs. Specifically.
まあ事故でもいいんですがね。ならばどうしてもよくわからない嘘があるんです。どうして嘘が必要なのかって考えるとですね、こりゃ事故ってことはありえないんじゃないかなって思うんです。
嘘とは。
いえね、北条聡子さんの言う事故当時は車で眠っていたっていう話、ちょいと話がおかしいんじゃないかなってそう思うんです。
Satoko-chan claimed she was asleep in the back seat when the accident took place, so she didn't get out of the car at the viewing platform. When she woke up, she didn't see her parents, then she found out they had fallen off the cliff.
それのどこに嘘があるというんです。まさか聡子ちゃんが実は眠っていなくて両親と一緒に展望台へ行ったと、そういう意味ですか。
Seems to me that's exactly what he's implying.
そうです。北条聡子さんは眠ってなんかいなかった。両親と一緒に車を降りて展望台へ行ったんです。
I'm suddenly hit by a terrible possibility. If what Oishi says is true, and Satoko-chan is saying she didn't go to the viewing platform even though she actually did, it's terrible to even imagine. Are they implying that she did it?
何を根拠にそうおっしゃっているのかわかりません。
Yo.
それに なぜ嘘をつく必要がサトコちゃんにあるんですか？
She's L5. It's not impossible. I had never.
それ
I don't think
な
I'd
ん
ever
ですよ。
considered this.
なぜ北条聡子さんは嘘をつかなければ
I
ならないの
mean, or she could have just been threatened. You know, that's also a very real possibility. Like Mountain Dogs did it and then threatened her.
それの本当のところを教えていただけないと、こいつはただの転落事故ってことでは済ませられないんです。
どうしてサトコちゃんが嘘をついているとお思いなんです？
今回の事故は所轄が違いますので、白川署さんが関係者から事情聴取をしているんですがね、その調書を読んでみるとどうにも引っかかるところがある。
引っかかるところとは何ですか？
北条聡子さんの主張によるならば、彼女は両親に展望台へ行こうと誘われたが、眠たかったのでそれを断り車を降りなかったという。そして彼女はそのまま熟睡してしまい、相当の時間が経ってから目を覚ました。そしていつまでも戻ってこない両親に不安感を募らせ泣き出した。その声を聞いて巡回中の公園作業員が話しかけて事故が発覚したことになっています。
Okay, so what's the contradiction?
この時ですね、公園作業員の証言では両親が崖下に転落したと彼女が先に言ったというんですよ。
That's a pretty clear contradiction.
ところがこの時北条夫妻が止めた車の位置からは問題の事故現場ははっきりと見えたわけじゃないはずなんです。
That is pretty suspicious. Dear God, are they gonna say Satoko did it? I really hope it's gonna be the Mountain Dogs and that Satoko watched it and just couldn't do anything about it, rather than Satoko actually killed her own parents, you know?
いや、注意深く見れば柵が破損していたのを気づけたかもしれない。でもですよ、目が覚めたら両親がいないのを知って真っ先に崖下へ転落したというのは尋常ではないと思うんです。普通は両親が自分を置いてどこかに散歩に行ってしまい戻ってこないというはずなんです。
Yeah, it's oddly specific.
転落する直接の現場を見てもいないのに両親が転落したと第三者にいきなり言うのがね、この辺りどうして彼女は両親が転落したと確信したのか、その経緯を教えてもらいたいと思いまして通い詰めているところだったんですよ。
That is an interesting question.
入院前に私も何度かお尋ねはしているんですが記憶にない。当時は混乱していたと、まるでどこかの政治家みたいな答弁でしてね。
I plead the fifth.
私はじっくり話をしてみる価値があるかなって思っていたんですよ。
That still doesn't mean Irie can really allow it. The terrifying possibility has turned into certainty in my head. I'd assumed that her parents' accident triggered her terminal symptoms. But no. Satoko-chan had already gone terminal, and just before the accident, her heart was filled with paranoia that drove her mad. She was under a lot of stress because of her bad relationship with her stepfather. She was also being scolded by her mother for not being able to get along with him. If that made her paranoid, it made her think her parents considered her to be a bother and were going to kill her, which we know she had that paranoia, so I think it's more likely that Satoko did it than it was someone did it in front of her and threatened her type thing. I mean, they would have just killed her, right? Like, if it was one of the Mountain Dogs. Jesus. When they went to the viewing platform, she must have thought they were going to push her off the cliff. Then a tragedy took place, and she pushed her parents off instead, although she considered it to have been self-defense. Because of her paranoia, of course. I'm certain of that, because I know Hinamizawa syndrome better than anybody. This accident isn't an accident. It isn't a crime either, like Oishi is thinking. It is simply a tragedy. When I talked to Satoshi-kun about the family, I was even more convinced. He told me even though Satoko-chan refused to open up to her stepfather, he had tried to communicate with her. It's true their relationship didn't go well in the beginning, as Satoko-chan caused trouble repeatedly, and even called the city's child abuse hotline. At that point, they received guidance from the Child Consultation Center, and they pointed out that the problem lay in lack of communication between daughter and stepfather. So the stepfather took a parenting course under the social worker's guidance, and awkward though it was, he made efforts to communicate with her. Satoshi-kun noticed his efforts, so he tried to talk to Satoko-chan about it. But Satoko-chan didn't notice them at all. The excessive stress she was under triggered terminal symptoms, and she couldn't understand her stepfather's remorse. On the contrary, her stepfather's change created even more mistrust within her. Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw that from one of the earlier tips. As a result, They went to enjoy the beautiful view of the Shirakawa Natural Park as a family and to share in that joy. Yet that humble, ordinary family's wish couldn't even get through to Satoko-chan. What a tragic misunderstanding. Satoko-chan stayed in the car telling her parents that she wanted to sleep, but then she got out and snuck up behind them. I bet he heard her footsteps. He pretended not to notice her, thinking that she was doing that to surprise him. It's sad just thinking about what must have ran through his mind. While he thought he had finally gotten through to her, she was actually approaching him with the intent to kill. But that's not Satoko-chan's true nature. It's the disease. Satoko-chan isn't the only one who is to be pitied. Her parents are its victims too. And now, Oishi thinks she's a criminal. Judgment and punishment are required for crimes with malicious intent. What you really need is understanding and sympathy. And no one has that understanding, except for me, because I know about Hinamizawa syndrome. And that's part of why he's so adamant about protecting her. Like, he knew what she did. I'm the director of the Irie Institute, but I've never behaved as such or exercised that authority. I'm going to do so for the first time since taking the position. I'm not doing it as the head of the Irie Institute, the secret research organization. I'm doing it as a doctor, so I can protect Satoko-chan.
白川自然公園の里子ちゃんの両親の転落事故ですが、この件、事故で決着するように、山犬のおこのぎさんにお願いしてもらうことはできますか？
ええ、そんなことお安いご用ですわよ。山犬はそういうものの隠蔽や捏造に最も特化した部隊ですもの。
Problem is Oishi's already pretty suspicious. I don't know how much you're going to be able to do.
確かに、早くあの転落事故が事故ということに決着しないと、警察がうちの実験体に近づいて邪魔ですものね。
そういうことです。特に大石さんがこの件から早く引き上げるよう。
Yeah, good luck with that.
試薬投与実験のデリケートな時期です。不要な辛労をかけるのは適当ではありませんので。
Yeah, you just need to pull him off for a while.
まったくですわね。山犬にそのように伝えますわ。警察にもすでにコネクションがあるとのことなので、圧力をかけるよう指示しましょう。
I mean, that definitely happens.
近日中に白川転落事故は事故として確定することになると思いますわ。
Natsuo Oishi. Natsuo Oishi. With that, it was declared an accident. If only it really was one, it would have eased Satoko-chan's soul. Getting rid of that pathogen can't heal that wounded soul. Why did that line cook me so hard? Getting rid of the pathogen can't heal that wounded soul, nor can it erase the tragedy that had already taken place. All I can do is my best, so the day she regains her smile comes sooner. Damn. That's one, I think, arguably the biggest reveal we've gotten from these so far. A lot of this stuff is things that I already kind of knew or generally knew about. There's small details that obviously I missed in a lot of these, but that one is like a lot of that's brand new information, right? The fact that it was Satoko, right? And it makes sense thinking back on it, like, and it explains why Oishi's always been so suspicious. That contradiction, right? He knew Satoko did it. Because I mean, he was always trying to get Satoko, right, to question her. Damn. It's still just, man. Knowing Satoko did that. Everything, every part of her backstory is just so damn depressing, man. Her symptoms were so bad that she did that. God, man. There's not even really much else to say. Like, it's mostly as simple as Satoko killed her parents because of the Hinamizawa syndrome, and that's obviously a big... she was already terminal, right? But it's going to be that much harder to ever properly heal for her knowing what she did, right? And that might be part of why she's so determined to, like, stick it out, right, with the, like, her aunt and uncle, right? Knowing what she did, it was kind of a penance to her. I could see it being that, at least in part, especially after Satoshi died, right? Because she never wanted that, you know? Man, That was crazy. Alright, how many are we at now? 5. 5 again, so 10. 5 again, so 15. 5 again, so 20. 23. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just do 2 more. We're this far in. Alright, so let's see the distrust of the mother of a queen. So, I mean, I'm sure this is where we're going to get the suspicion from Rika's mother. And we've already seen Rika's father being marked as an opportunist. So I'm assuming we're going to go from distrust of the mother of a queen into the third sacrifice. Rika's developed a high fever. A very high fever. It's not flu season, nor a season for any type of contagious disease. I can only think of the suspicious experiments Rika has gone through. Maybe the fever is being caused by those. Her growth is rather slow compared to other children her age, receiving mysterious shots and going through experiments every week. I'm sure her body is exhausted. I'll ask the staff to go easy on her, but Rika herself is fearless and is willing to go through anything. My husband, who should be admonishing her for that, truly believes their story that it's crucial to the lives of over 2,000 villagers and takes her own daughter to that clinic every week. I'm the only one who's sincerely worried about her health. That's why I want to ask Dr. Irie to be a little more considerate towards Rika. Anyway, I have to talk to them about taking responsibility for this. Right after I called, a staff member came to pick Rika up to admit her to the clinic. As her guardian, I came with them. I mean, Takano, it seems that Takano is going to meet with her at some point, and Takano is probably going to be pissed and lash out at her.
必ず救いますから、もうしばらくお待ちになってください。
これが落ち着けるかというんです。急にこんな高熱が出るなんておかしいじゃないですか。これも先週にやったというなんとかという怪しげな実験の影響じゃないんですか。リカはね、年相応の小さな女の子なんですよ。リカは友達思いだから病気にかかった友達のためにと。
分かっております。それに私たちの研究が間違ってもリカさんに悪い影響を及ぼすようなことはありえませんし、万一にもそのようなことが起こらないよう常に注意をしています。
Good luck convincing her of that, and with Takano around, you never know. I don't think Rika would let Takano experiment on her rather than Irie, but you never know.
だったらこのリカの熱は一体どういうことなんですか。
おそらくは季節の変わり目ですので。
風邪なわけないでしょ。あなたたちが妙な薬を注射したからに決まっています。
Dr. Irie only told me to calm down and refuse to accept responsibility. My husband told me this is all for the sake of the village, and that's why I've held back my doubts until now. But I'm at my limit. Their existence has been suspicious from the beginning. They're conducting their research in secret, using a privacy policy as an excuse. That was shady enough on its own. It's just impossible. In fact, I called the Ministry of Health and was told that wasn't true at all. Even after I told them I'm Rika Furude's mother. The clinic even came up with stupid excuses, saying normal workers often don't know of a special institute like theirs. That doesn't make sense at all. It's much, much too suspicious. Also, their people don't appear to be researchers working at the institute. They look like security guards. They seem so different from normal guards at a normal hospital. In fact, one time I accidentally saw that they were armed with guns.
それはですね。
あの人たちは警察なんですか。とてもそうには見えません。だいたいあなた方は何者なんですか。厚生省の人間だなんて私は今更信じませんよ。
You have opened up a can of worms that you probably should never have opened up. Dr. Irie seems taken aback by my intensity and can't even answer properly. They're still hiding a lot more from us. That tells me the research they're working on with Rika isn't anything proper.
とにかく私はリカの保護者です。リカはまだまだ子供です。あの子が何をどう返事しようとも今後は一切研究を手伝わせるつもりはありません。
あらあら、リカちゃんのお母さんではありませんの。
Yeah, this is a job for Takano, I believe.
どうもこんにちは。あら、どうかなさいまして。
いえ、お母さんがリカさんをこれ以上研究に関わらせたくないとおっしゃってまして。
それはどうしてですか。
うちの子はあなたたちの実験動物ではないからです。
そう扱ったことなどございませんわよ。それは大きな誤解ですわ。
I'm a little startled. Dr. Irie is a weak person who backs down under pressure. Takano-san is different. I'm yelling at her, but she's not afraid at all. On the contrary, she's glaring daggers and looks as if she's about to jump on me. She probably will.
リカちゃんの熱は風によるものですわ。私たちのせいだなんてとんでもない。私たちは安全や衛生には国立研究所クラスの注意を払ってます。失礼ですが、アルコール消毒もしない手でリカちゃんの手を引いて歩いているあなたより衛生的なくらいですわよ。
Holy, oh my goodness. Holy gaslight.
そんなことは聞いていません。とにかくリカはあなたたちのおもちゃじゃないんです。リカはもう二度とここへは連れてきません。
あなたの一存で決められては困りますわね。ご協力をいただくことについてご両親には契約書にサインをしてもらっているはずではございませんの。研究に協力していただく見返りに決して少なくない額を毎月お口座に振り込ませていただいているはずですわ。
そんなお金私は知りませんよ。聞いたこともないです。
Rika receiving money for participating in their research really is news to me. Knowing my husband's character, he wouldn't have used it as spending money behind my back. I bet he thought of it as a free service for the villagers and completely forgot about the money being deposited into our account. There haven't been any strange deposits in the regular account, so it may be in our savings. Anyway, I don't care about that.
契約を保護にされる場合にはそれまでの振込額をすべて返還していただくことになっているのはご存知ですわね。他にも一方的な保護についてそちらに非がある場合。
高野さん、落ち着いてください。
Takano, intense as ever.
お母さんもどうか。ひなみ沢症候群は以前にもご説明させていただきましたように、これからも村人たちが安心して生活していくために絶対に治療していかなくてはならないものなのです。
Crazy how, this woman goes missing soon.
そのためにはどうしてもリカさんのご協力が必要なのです。
治療のためって、じゃあその治療薬はいつになったら出来上がるんですか？
When we study your live brain, probably.
だいたいおかしいじゃないですか。リカの友達のさとこちゃんのためということでしたけど、そのさとこちゃんはもう退院して元気に生活しているというじゃありませんか。確か先々週にうちの人が話を聞いた時にも、もう治療のめどは立ったというようなお話をされていたはずですわよね。
ええ、めどはついたというような話はしたと思います。ですが、ひなみ沢症候群の全貌を解明するためには。
全貌の解明なんか最初の話で聞いていません。リカが協力するのは村人の病気を治療するためのはずです。
Problem is, it's not so much a cure as it is like a, well, it's not going to get worse, right, per se.
ならもう十分ではありませんの。皆さんがリカに怪しげな研究やら検査やらをしているのはあなた方の興味本位であって、治療とは何の関係もないんじゃありませんの？
そんなことはありません。とにかくリカさんの風邪の件は誤解なんです。もしどうしてもご不審ということでしたら。
とにかくお金の話もあるみたいなので、私も帰って夫と相談しますから。それでは失礼します。
They're gonna magically disappear. They were just too shady from the very start. Because of their exaggerated story, Rika and my husband took their side, but it won't work on me. Anyhow, I must settle things with them right away, because Rika isn't their toy. I especially don't trust that woman called Takano. Dr. Irie seems to me like he's still a doctor, but she doesn't. How can I describe her? I guess I could say the glow in her eyes is just unpleasant. She only sees Rika as a guinea pig. I mean, that's true. I can feel cruelty emitting from her. Neither my husband nor Rika have noticed that. I must protect her. No, Rika's absolutely noticed that. As a mother, I must protect Rika. Oh, okay, I thought we were done. Yeah, Takano lost her shit.
あそこで喧嘩を買ってしまったら余計に話がこじれてしまうではありませんか。あなたらしくもないですよ。
そうですわね。
Look at how peeved she looks. I don't know if I've ever seen her that peeved.
ごめんなさい。取り乱してしまって。
Did something happen to put her in a bad mood? Irie wondered. The heated conversation she just had didn't involve the Takano he knew. That's interesting, the way she reacted to that. I do wonder what exactly caused her to react like that, like to lose her composure. Never really seen that from her. That's interesting. Okay, so it's definitely either... I could see... I mean, this one is definitely valid, the third sacrifice. This one also would work, I think. So do we want something that more involves... Takano... Or do we want to go into the third sacrifice? I think I'd rather go into the third sacrifice. Let's talk about what we just saw. And that was essentially, like... We see Rika's mother really losing her shit, right? She's really lost all trust in this clinic, which she barely had any to begin with. But she believes that this random cold or fever that Rika has found is a result of all the tests being done on her. Which, I mean, it might be. Obviously, they're gonna claim it wasn't, but it very well might be because of that, you know? It wouldn't terribly shock me. But she really, like, is just like, no, like, these experiments are not happening anymore. It's just not happening. And I don't really blame her. And her position is it, like, it's kind of hard to, like, trust this shady institution, right? Even if it's for a supposedly good cause, but I think that mistrust is going to have dire consequences, given that we know that they're going to die, right? And with those two out of the picture, you don't need anyone's consent besides Rika to experiment on Rika, right? And I wouldn't be shocked if that's a big part of what this third sacrifice is. So I think we just go ahead and do the third sacrifice and then probably call it here. The situation has changed. Rika's father suddenly changed his mind about having her help out with the research. When Rika came down with a high fever the other day, her mother, who wasn't happy about her daughter helping in the first place, finally blew up. I was hoping the father would convince her somehow, but now he seems to be on her side. Rika's father didn't get emotional like her mother, but he demanded that we make our research plans for Rika clear, and that we finish our research within 3 months at most, which was completely unrealistic. Research can't have a deadline. That's out of the question. We cultivate results by grinding down our knowledge, skills, and time. To take time away from us is like taking away what's vital to live. How could he say such a thing? Curses, 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 curses! Rika's parents are only saying that because they don't know anything about scientific research. However, as are the parents of the Queen Carrier, we're completely lost about what to do. Tests and experiments on the Queen Carrier are an essential part of our research into Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is the focal point of our work. To lose her would be like losing your sense of direction out in open water. Rika's providing her cooperation with our research, but the withdrawal of her guardian's consent could be a setback. The situation is extremely dire. Rika's parents are only interested in finding a cure, but to me, the cure is only a small part of solving the mystery. I can't let her go. Our differences causing this predicament. And it's not only them. The same is happening between Irie and me. I was going to say, this is obviously Takano, in my opinion. He thinks it's inevitable that we need to stop the research if Rika's parents refuse to consent. That's understandable. From the beginning, Irie never had the determination to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome. He won't back down from the research assertively, but he will passively by agreeing with Rika's parents. Is that the attitude of a researcher who's trying to unravel mysteries? He's the type of man who would step on my grandfather's research with his dirty feet. He's nothing but a coward who's in this half-heartedly. He started to feel guilty over his past the moment he saw blood. He isn't qualified to even be involved in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. He's simply an outsider who joined because of the client's demands. If I were a man, he wouldn't be here in the first place. While it's true he produced wonderful results with his development of a cure, he seems to think it's alright to close up shop with that. Is he planning to waste everything by being satisfied with just that tiny result? That man doesn't have any right to discard my grandfather's research. I can feel my guts boiling. No. Irie isn't the main person at fault. The one to blame here is that woman, Rika's mother. If she wasn't so selfish, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe it's partly my fault. I maintained trusted relationships and obligations all this time. But somehow, Rika's mother and I didn't get along, so I didn't try to socialize with her. I thought it was fine because I got along with Rika and her father, but now the mother's influenced the father and changed his decision. What negligence! What a reversal! What a blunder! Irie is saying we should talk to the office in Tokyo about what to do next. But I know once the Tokyo office finds out about this, they'll order us to shut the research down. Worked so hard to even get things started. If they hear anything negative, they'll put a stop to it. I've come too far to complete my grandfather's research. I can't let it be stopped. I still have a little time to think about this. I need to calm down and analyze this carefully. I've always come up with a great plan when I drink my favorite tea and bite my nails like this. What a combo. I looked up at the ceiling and closed my eyes, as tenderly as possible. There were times where I couldn't find a solution, but someone else came up with a simple one. I've been able to overcome everything that's been thrown at me. I even endured the hell at that orphanage, so I'll never let that woman get in the way. Settle your thoughts down. Think about this clearly. Be calm, Mio Takano. Someone else may come up with a better idea, but who? It's not me. It can't be Irie. Of course, nobody from the village will do. Do I talk to someone in Tokyo? No, I can't. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Even Koizumi-sensei would be disgusted if he finds out I can't solve such a simple matter by myself. Okanogi. Ah, I know. Someone I can talk to nearby. They're supposed to be my subordinates, after all, so it's worth a try. I called the leader of the Mountain Dogs, Okanogi. The Mountain Dogs are my subordinates, but they're part of the self-defense force, and I'm just a researcher. So we never really had a chance to interact. He did what he was supposed to, and I did what I was supposed to, so I never even thought of discussing anything with him. But the Mountain Dogs are there to protect and support our research. I think this is where things get really twisted, right? They were already pretty twisted, but I think this is where things start to, like, really spiral. Is Rika's parents, like, revoking their consent and Takano losing her lid because of this. Why didn't I think of talking to him before?
Sora, nangina kot desu na.
Bro hit a little wink. He said, I guess while they're alive and revoking their consent, this is a difficult situation. Wink, wink. He used to speak standard Japanese, but now he has the Hinamizawa accent. I guess fitting into the region is the first thing they need to do.
このままだと女王感染者の協力が受けられなくなるばかりか、騒ぎ立てる母親によって研究所の所在が暴かれる危険性もある。山犬で何か手は打てる?
I asked Okanogi rather directly. I'm not really expecting an answer, but...
了解しました。山犬で対応します。お時間をいただければきれいにやりますよ。
対応？
警察沙汰にならんようにしますんで、少々の準備は必要ですが、難しい仕事じゃありませんね。
I'm startled. Rika's mother is my enemy, but I was thinking about how I could convince her. With the leader of the Mountain Dogs, the counterintelligent units whose duty is to protect the secret research, came up with a much simpler plan.
それは殺すということ。
入江機関の機密保持にあたっては最悪の場合、それも持参中話のはずですが、もちろんご命令があって初めて実行することですが。
He said, "Do not bitch out now." Right. This is a very simple problem to him. Rika's mother started to interfere with our research. Not only that, there's a chance she might talk to people about the institute, so they'll eliminate her.
それは確かにうまい手ね。
Yeah, this is when Takano starts to really get involved with the Mountain Dogs and kind of get a taste for this thing.
うまくやれるの？
そのために来ている我々ですんで、大臣の孫の誘拐以来、久々の大仕事になりますわ。
Ah, I remember now. The Mountain Dogs are the ones who kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and used that to blackmail him. It's been a few years, so I completely forgot about that. They did such a marvelous job then. That's right. I have the Mountain Dogs on my side.
実行はすぐにでも可能？
ただ殺すだけなら今夜にでも。ただ、それでは騒ぎが大きくなりますんで、周到に監視してから、きれいに蒸発してもらうようお膳立てします。
And this is the birth of the Watanagashi yearly killings.
そのための時間さえもらえれば。
Just like a cat's eyes under a bright light, I can feel something in the back of my eyes open up. Up until now, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to make her my ally, or at least make her surrender, or pacify her. Yet, one order to this man, and the problem's easily solved. I feel like a bird taking its first flight. How easily I can get rid of that annoying mother. All I have to do is give an order. I feel grateful to Koizumi-sensei for giving me such terrific subordinates. What a wonderful power he's given me. I was taught that all people are equal. If I have the power to control people's lives, that means I'm more important than they are. What a feeling it is to be above others.
消すのはフルでリカの母親だけでいいですね。
Might as well get rid of Pops.
え？いや、ちょっと待って。
Does he mean only Rika Furude's mother? I can feel chills all over my body. If possible, maybe I should have her father disappear too. Rika's willing to help. She's no other relatives in the Furude family. If both parents die, she has to depend on someone. The Irie Institute can support her. We can give her status, money, and protection. We can give her everything. By doing so, maybe it's possible to make her one of us, rather than just having her as a helper. All my worries are melting away. Everything I was just concerned about seems like a joke now. I touched powerful subordinates all this time, yet I never realized. All of my tension is being released, and I'm starting to feel relaxed. I can feel myself regaining my cool head. I'm going to get rid of them, Rika's parents, that is. The Queen Carrier is my guinea pig. A guinea pig doesn't need parents. That's right. It's almost time for the Watanagashi festival. If they die on that day, people will call it the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. The murder case from 2 years ago and the accident from last year are two separate incidents. Yet, because they happened on the day of Watanagashi, they're being called the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Then, if her parents' deaths occur on this year's Watanagashi, it'll be Oyashiro-sama's curse 3 years in a row. The miracle of Oyashiro-sama. Also, the curse. I'm going to create them. This is a chance for me to ascend to godhood and toy with human fate. The incidents that occurred 2 years in a row are said to be a curse, but not everyone believes that. However, if it happens 3 years in a row, then everyone has to believe. Because that'll be a true curse that's created by me. I'll become Oyashiro-sama. My desire for revenge against God is coming together.
ただ消すだけではなんだか面白みがないと思わない？
Yeah, things have definitely spiraled with her. When I started to laugh, Okinogi grinned to show his interest.
私たちの手でお社様のたたりを作ってみるの。
I can't just let her die. She'll be demoned away, and I'm going to enjoy dissecting her alive. I was gonna say, she definitely dissects the mother. Of course, I won't just have fun. This will be extremely useful for our research. After all, she's the previous Queen Carrier. Yeah, well, that's a good point. I hadn't even really thought about that. That value that would have. So that should be 25, and I think we're like at the 6-hour mark in this episode. This might be my longest video ever. Maybe my desire to stretch this into 2 episodes was a little much. But, you know, we're kind of this far in, so... The red capsule, I just want to look through these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Actually, let's talk about this one first. So... Takano has run into the problem of the consent of Rika's parents being revoked, right? And it threatens to shut down the research entirely. While Irie is content to just let it die because he's found his cure, Takano is not. She has a lot more she wants to find, and she wants to unravel all of these mysteries, but she's seeing that chance slip through her fingers. And so she's freaking out, like genuinely freaking out in a way we don't really see from Takano. Right, she very rarely loses her cool like that, right? And finally, she realizes she needs to plan something with someone. It can't be Irie, it can't be someone from the village, right? Like, she can't decide who to plan with, and finally, she stumbles on Okinogi and the Mountain Dogs, right? Her direct subordinates, right? Who are good at this kind of thing. And she starts talking to Okinogi, and very quickly, he's just like, yeah, I'll make her disappear. I'm gonna kill her, right? And she's like, oh, it's that simple. Why didn't I think of this before? My eyes have been opened. I love this power, being above someone like this, right? Deciding life and death. And she's like, this is like the ascent to godhood, right? Which has always been something she's obsessed over. It's kind of funny, despite claiming and at various points she like claims that she is not a religious person. I believe she's a very deeply religious person, right? Given how much it drives her and everything, right? She wants to ascend to be a god, right? She believes the gods have spited her. Yet at various points she's like claimed like the gods aren't real, right? Like God isn't real, right? I just remember there was one point where she claimed to not be religious, and I was like, what? Right? Like, that's an insane thing to believe. Anyways, she wants to ascend to godhood like this. And she believes that having this power over people is one way to get there. And she realizes she can create the curse of a Yashiro-sama. And I think this is when her true plan really starts to come together, right? While she absolutely had plans to get revenge on God and, right, like, prove her grandfather's work as so great, like, ultimately, I think this is when her grand ambition that we see in the 5th year, and what, like, over the course of the main game, I think this is when it finally really begins. She's gotten in with Okanogi, who is, like, I mean, the power that Okanogi and the Mountain Dogs gives her is intoxicating to her very clearly. And so she's gonna kill the Furude father and capture the Furude mother alive. They're probably going, if I had to guess, I think there's a decent chance they use H170 on the mother. I mean, or they just trust that she's going to, right, like, exhibit these symptoms. But I wouldn't be shocked if they use H170 and she kills the father because of it. But we'll see soon enough. But not only that, she's going to use her as a live subject, just the same as the first sacrifice and the third, and what would have been Satoko's fate had it not been for Irie's intervention. And what I fear is Satoshi's fate as well, man. Dude. No way it's about to get worse for poor Satoshi, man. Bro did not deserve this. Bro does not deserve this. So let's look through some of these tips, and then we'll talk about this section as a whole. I'm not going to recap everything I've seen, just some of the really important tidbits. There's way too much to recap everything. The red capsule, 3rd use of a Yashiro-sama is required. I might be able to do that one. We're definitely not there. We're definitely here. So I think this one is next, and then this, and then the red capsule. And then once we get the red capsule, oh, we can also do this one. I have no idea what we'll get from this. Perhaps we'll get to this, maybe from here. I don't know if C117 is complete. I know it's been, I'm pretty sure it was mentioned in like one of the tips up here. Or rather, it might have been in one of these that it was mentioned, C117? I'm not 100% sure. It's definitely been mentioned, though, so it might be complete. This one might be available. This one is definitely available. This one is not. I still don't think we have Tomitake's promise. I wouldn't be shocked if that's what this is, actually. This is Tomitake's promise. Then we get this. We still don't have the part-time job or the footsteps, actually. We definitely don't have either of those. We haven't gotten to the 4th year really at all. We gotta get to the mysterious death. Satoshi's Hojo awareness of his sins. I mean, kind of, maybe, if they consider it like the way he, like, kind of secretly has some problems with his sister, right? And you just, has kind of talked like it would be better for him if she was in the hospital. Like, maybe that's acknowledging that. I wouldn't be shocked if Rena allows this, the acknowledgement of the sins. And then this is something like the formation of a club. It maybe leads to the... I don't know. Maybe it leads to the, the footsteps or something. We'll see. There's a lot still over here that we've yet to see. we gotta get to that red capsule. And then, I mean, that's when... I wouldn't be shocked if this is like the Ryugu family moves in because Ren has been cured. Or like a lot of her like trauma has been, it seems like, forcibly suppressed. Which allows her to live a more normal life after being what I assume was previously L5 during her incident with the bat. So I kind of see how some of these connections are going to be drawn, but definitely still plenty to go. Definitely still plenty to go. Man, there's still a lot. But we've got, I mean, I think that should be 25 done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 17, 22, 25. Yeah. So we should be halfway there, because that's 8 in each. 6 times 8, 48 plus 2, that's 50. So let's briefly talk about this episode as a whole. Like I said, this is gonna, I'm not gonna say the summary will be brief, but we're not gonna go through and talk about every tip. We'll go through, and I'll probably hover over some of them and try to remember some of the really important points that were revealed, that especially ones that I genuinely like, oh, this is kind of new information. C103 and H170, we knew there was a difference between the two, but it's nice to see it kind of like officially confirmed what the difference is, and what C103 does, and it seems like there's actually a third medication as well, possibly a fourth, depending on what exactly C117 is, if that's the red capsule, right? Also, some other things like this row specifically has been insightful. I definitely did not consider the angle that... Okay, so look, I definitely considered the angle, I know I said this, that the people who went missing were the killers every time, right? Which technically Satoko did not go missing, but that was because of Irie's intervention. She definitely would have, you know? No doubt about that. That she would have mysteriously vanished had Irie not decided to intervene, right? But we see that's true in the first and third, and I suspect we're going to see that's 100% true of the fourth here soon enough as well. We know that they're going to be experimented on, right? And that's not an angle I'd considered. That's fascinating and obviously very cruel. God, the way Irie saved Satoko was one of the very few W's in her life that she does not really understand how close things were to being so much worse than they really were. But also just, like, you know, going forward here, learning that Satoko did it, man. Fuck, man. Somehow everything always just, like, spirals even worse for Satoko, right? Like, it being Satoko is just so wrong. Like, it's so fucked up that she did that, and she has to live with that for the next 2 years, right? I wonder if she ever told anyone, right? Like, I don't think she does, right? And that's insane that she just has to live with that, right? Even if, like, Hinamizawa syndrome gets a cure that completely wipes it off, like, the map, which it doesn't seem like that exists even in the current state of the game, right? Like, even like in the present at the time, there doesn't seem to be any version of it. It's like, okay, we just eliminate the parasite from existing, right? That's not a thing they can do, right? Yet. They can suppress symptoms and, right, things like that. But, like, I guess the point is, Satoko is L5 still. She killed her parents, and she has to live with that while being L5, and even in a perfect world, she has to live with that and still be L5, right? Like, at least for a little bit until they have a cure. It's just so hard to think about the fact that she had to live with this for 2 years, man. Like, knowing she did that, like, is so fucked up. What else did we, like, really learn? I mean, we learned some interesting things regarding the dam construction murder, specifically that it seems to me like the foreman might have gone cuckoo, right? Might have had Hinamizawa syndrome. And even if not, they just attempted to murder their subordinates, and they actually got killed out of self-defense. But the lead of this whole group basically also had Hinamizawa syndrome, or definitely had it, bare minimum, even if not also, and proposed the plan to like dismember the body and spread the parts, but along the way was captured. And I mean, I think it's very likely that, I don't know, it doesn't seem as though Takano spurred this on intentionally, actually, looking back at it now. Given the way she was like, wait, I have the power over life and death, like, I can just do this. I'm not 100% sure if she's the one who, like, pushed these people to this. It might have just been a coincidence that this happened on the night of Watsunagashi, you know? Because it didn't, like, based on what we've seen, it doesn't seem like she was involved in the first two situations, which is kind of crazy. Like, that it was just a coincidence those first two times, right? That it happened on those days, right? And that she ran into this guy, right? Who did the killing. Like, that is actually kind of crazy. What other interesting information did we really glean? We learned a lot about Kyousuke Irie's backstory. I don't know why I said Kyousuke Irie instead of just Irie. We learned a lot about Irie's backstory, why he became a doctor, because of, like, that feeling of, like, just kind of, like, at first it was like a power and wealth thing. Like, he wanted that power, he wanted that wealth, and then it just kind of gradually grew into reality. And specifically when his father suffered a brain injury, right, or what he believes to be a brain injury, and started behaving differently, he really locked in on neuroscience, right? And that's how he got to the point he was. It was kind of trauma related. And that's interesting to learn. That's why he was willing to do the things he was, right? To try to prevent what happened to him and his family from happening to others. What else do we see? I mean, regarding Tomitake, we start to see his relationship with Takano kind of blossoming. Which on one hand, it's like, you want to be happy for the dude, but you know how it ends. So far, Tomitake's been mostly just kind of still a likable dude. I don't know. They haven't really dropped the ball like he's comically evil. Right? I mean, he's just an auditor at the end of the day. He's had he's had like one moment in one of these where I'm like, yo, wait, did he do something like crazy sus? Right? Like real bad? But like, ultimately, so far, he's still a really lovable dude. So seeing what happens to him, it's hard, and seeing like that relationship that is ultimately being done like by Takano to kind of use him, at least to an extent, even if she ends up getting some enjoyment out of it. She made it clear in one of the tips that she was like, oh, Tomitake, yeah, I need to get a close relationship with this guy so that I've got power over him, right? Which is ultimately like what's happening, but like, yeah, like, I don't know, it just kind of sucks to see that for Tomitake, even if it's nice to see him happy like in the moments, right? We also learn a little bit about Oishi's backstory, which is fascinating, right? Like, his relationship with the construction foreman is kind of like a second father to him during really hard times when he had to, he was stuck stealing or stopping people who were buying black market rice, and this guy comes in and like stops him and lets some, like, helps some people get away essentially, and gives him a beating, right? And that's the memory he has of this guy, right? Like an old-fashioned dude, right? And this guy's death and the way he's been torn apart is really what motivates Oishi so much, which we knew, but it was fascinating to see still. And then all of this section is mostly just all about the Houjou and the Sonozaki's feud, and honestly, it didn't really contain much new information at all. But still, it was good to see a lot of these scenes. Like, right here, we get to see how things officially started, right? Like, the argument that really caused everything to go so downhill, right? we see like a lot of things, like with Satoko, we see how messed up everything is for her, right? And like how things are affecting her. We see in Rika Furude, we see that, like, we see just how this conflict is really affecting Satoko and how she's being treated as a result of it, right? And how Rika and Satoko are treated very differently despite being the same age, you know? And we see the scene with Mion where Rika tries to, like, can we solve this? And they basically come to the conclusion that no, we can't until this dude, who's not part of the village but is willing to fight for her, right? Or not someone who's like an old head in the village, right? Who's been here for a long time, right? And has these like preconceived notions. Until someone like him shows up to fight for her, there's nothing they can do, right? And then we see things like, man, I hate how like sad Satoshi looks. Like every time you look at him, bro. Poor dude does not deserve the shit that happens to him in this game. He really does not. We start to see here in the scene with the Houjou siblings, we saw that Satoko was L5, and I mean that should have been the like indicator to me, like Satoko did it, right? It was Satoko the whole time, right? I probably should have realized at that point, and I didn't. I mean, it was so bad that this is what really got the priest in trouble. Is he tried to intervene, and he was considered like a fence sitter for it, right? And considered an opportunist. Because he tried to stop Orio's anger and help the Houjous because of her daughters like being such good friends with Satoko, right? So much information gleaned from these like fragments. It's been very intriguing, the kind of non-linear way we've been jumping around, right? And getting all of this information, and even if it was information we explicitly had, like a lot of the Houjou information, we knew this stuff, right? But still getting to see it was super cool, right? And so I'm really loving the way this section works, right? It's very different. I'm glad that not the whole game works like this, but it's a super cool system to throw in here for Chapter 8. And I've really enjoyed this. I'm looking forward to doing the rest of these fragments, which I plan on doing all in one episode, but I might split it into two because I'm pretty sure this is going to be my longest video ever, to be honest. And I'm okay with that. Especially if you guys are okay with it, then like screw it, right? We can throw another one together tomorrow. But I might split it into two, especially depending on how I spend my day tomorrow. We'll see. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this episode of me gradually connecting these fragments and figuring out the last remaining pieces of this story. We're halfway through connecting all these fragments. I'm excited to see what this really ends up connecting to with these last few, right? Because I mean, 1, 2, 3. I mean, like getting all of these fragments here, right? And then getting into Matsuri Bayashi. I'm really excited to see where this goes once we know basically everything there is to know. And like, I mean, I assume that's when, like, once we have all this, that's when we're gonna like start to understand kind of what needs to be done in the plan, right? That needs to happen to save everyone. And I'm sorry, this is kind of off topic, but I still wish there was a feasible way, in my opinion, to save Satoshi, right? Like, he's so dead. Like, there's no way. I want to believe he somehow comes out of this alive, like for Shion's sake and for Satoko's sake, mostly for Satoko's sake. I don't know. I only said Shion first because I was Sonozaki right next to him. Even if that's not Shion, I know that. I don't know. You can't help but want Satoshi to be okay, right? But there's just no way. Like, the only scenarios that Satoshi are alive are if somehow he has been genuinely tortured for an entire year, right, in the basement of that clinic, right? Which I don't know that I want to entertain that possibility, unless he's been unconscious the whole time, I guess. Or the other possibility is that somehow the solution to all of this involves like going back and doing something big in like 1978, right? To stop Takano, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think there's any way we're going to get this far, and Keiichi's not going to be involved in the solution, right? Surely not, right? So I was just thinking about it, like Satoshi's probably doomed, unless he's been in that basement under anesthesia for a year, right? Which I don't really believe it. So unfortunately for Satoko, even her happy ending probably isn't going to be a completely happy ending, and she's probably going to be alone with Rika, basically. In Higurashi, a lot of characters draw the shit end of the stick, unfortunately. But I mean, that's a big part of what makes Higurashi so far, right? Like, that's just what this game is, right? In a lot of ways, it's a series of tragedies that are culminating in this chapter, and hopefully, I mean, we get a somewhat happy ending. But I mean, if suddenly Higurashi had the happiest ending of any game I've ever seen, everything goes perfect, it'd be kind of crazy. It'd be kind of crazy. I'd have to see a really good reason for me to truly accept that, you know? It'd have to be a really good one. I think something more bittersweet, when you consider everything that was sacrificed to get to that ending. I think that's a lot more likely and makes a lot more sense. Anyways, point is, I'm looking forward to getting there. We're not going to get there next episode, of course. I'm hoping to finish the fragments, and then we'll start to understand maybe they're going to tell us, like, here's our plan, this is what we're going to do, right? Maybe that's what we'll see. And I'm really looking forward to that, and I hope you guys are as well. I assume the next episode will come out tomorrow, but I cannot say that with 100% certainty. But whenever that episode does come out, I hope to see all of you guys there. But until then, peace.